any other matters we need to discuss before we begin today?
Yes, sir. We have, before we put witnesses on stand, we have several stipulations between the parties that the state has marked. They're written and they're marked, and I'd like to read them into the record, and then I can begin calling my witness.
All right, that's fine. Before you do that, while you're getting ready, for purposes of the record, let me announce that based on the motion by the defense at close of testimony on Friday, I have asked that media remove the camera that was directed to the defense table as well as the microphone. So the only media camera, video camera, is located in the back of the courtroom. There is still a still camera to my left.
Yes, sir.
All right. And all the other orders and requirements that I have put in place remain in effect, including 2 more that I signed this morning that I don't expect are going to come into play today. All right.
And have these orders that you signed been distributed to the media?
They have been. He was doing that while I was giving them to you, but I don't know if media in here got them yet.
What they cover will not be any of the witnesses today,
All right.
so we should be okay to proceed, and we'll cover it
All right.
as we go.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, there are several stipulations between the parties. State's Exhibit 236, and we have marked in between court reporter, so there will be numbers in between, but is a stipulation of fact regarding GDI GFI, which is Digital Forensic Investigator Garrett Morton. And that just states that the Digital Forensic Investigator Garrett Morton at the GBI Cyber Center conducted a forensic enhancement of both the UFI video from the residence at B32, also known as the dumpster video, and the video from UGPD trail camera located outside of Building S. The enhancements have been admitted, and one hasn't been admitted yet, and one has been admitted, so I'll fill that out as we go. And I'll circle back to the court, but both enhancements, one has already been admitted, and you saw that it was part of a global thumb drive with Detective Norris, where the UFI video from the dumpster had been slowed down, and I'll put that exhibit number in here. The trail cam video is coming up this afternoon, and I'll put that in here to complete this record. So that stipulation has been signed by counsel for the defendant and counsel for the state.
And Judge, the only thing that I would add to that is that subject to our objections prior. I think that's just about the enhancement to prevent the witness from having to come in and testify.
Previous objection is noted for the record.
The next stipulation of fact is a stipulation of fact regarding Special Agent Thomas Haas, and that's H-A-A-S, of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. This stipulation is marked State's Exhibit 239, and that stipulation is that on February 22nd, 2024 at 10 p.m., Special Agent Haas delivered a thumb drive marked and entered into evidence in State's Exhibit 242 at trial, so that's in my right hand right now, and I'll move to admit 242, to Sergeant Tim Stewart of the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. This thumb drive has 24 digital images of photographs taken by Special Agent Daniela Stewart of a latent print impression seen on Laken Riley's cellular telephone. These digital images started with DES 566 and ended with ended with image DES 589. Furthermore, on February 23rd at 2024 at 4:21 p.m. So on the 23rd day of February at 4:21 p.m., Special Agent Haas obtained a consent form from Argenis Ibarra, and that's A-R-G-E-N-I-S, Ibarra, to collect a sample of his DNA. Special Agent Haas swabbed Argenis Ibarra at the Athens-Clarke County Police Department and then sealed the swabs. The swabs were transported to the GBI laboratory for analysis. The swabs of Argenis Ibarra are marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 241, and Argenis Ibarra's consent form is marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 240. And again, this stipulation is marked State's Exhibit 239. So at this time, the state would move to admit 239, 240, 241, and 242.
We have no objection to those, Your Honor. Other than to clarify that this does not waive our jobber motion on the fingerprints.
Noted. Let me make sure so this is a new 140 and 141 because I've got a.
Did it say one? I meant to say two.
Okay.
Two. I said two. Okay.
You did say two.
239, 240, 241, and 242.
Okay. Thank you.
And then finally for this morning, there will be additional stipulations to come, but for this morning, this is the last one. It's been marked State's Exhibit 237 for the record, and it is a stipulation of fact between the parties regarding the prior testimony on October 11th, 2024 of ACC PD Sergeant Timothy Johnson. Sergeant Timothy Johnson testified on October 11th, 2024 at the motions to suppress in the above referenced case. All parties hereby agree to admit his testimony from that hearing and the exhibits that were introduced during his testimony at that hearing into evidence at this trial for the fact finder to consider. The testimony of Sergeant Johnson from the motion to suppress will be made part of this trial record. Signed by counsel for the defendant, signed by the state, and we would move to admit State's 37. 237. Behind State's 237 is State's Exhibit 238. And State's Exhibit 238 is a transcript from that October 11th, 2024 hearing where Officer Johnson testified, and it's isolated just to Officer Johnson's direct, cross, redirect, recross, and the exhibits that he entered at that motions hearing. So we've agreed to adopt that transcript, and Sergeant Johnson will not be called as a witness in this trial because we've adopted his prior testimony.
No objection and an agreement. Just to clarify, for the defense not stipulating the accuracy of his testimony, but we do agree that he doesn't need to come and re-say everything he's already said.
Very well. Noted, and those will be admitted.
State calls Sergeant Joshua Epps.
Got any more blank sheets on them? Evidence sheets.
Yes, sir.
What happened?
If you'll raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
Joshua Epps, Joshua. Last name's Epps, Epps.
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Roughly 6.5, almost 7 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
I'm a patrol sergeant, so I supervise roughly 12 to 14 patrol officers, as well as I'm on the bomb team. I'm a certified bomb technician, and I'm on a special response team, which is kind of like SWAT or active shooter response.
Were you called to an apartment complex at 2085 Millage Avenue in Athens, Clark County, Georgia, on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the court at about what time did you get called there?
Roughly 8:32 in the morning.
Who called you there?
Tim Johnson requested that through a radio system for a UGA police officer, and I was close by.
Who does he work for?
Athens Clark County Police Department.
How long did it take you to get on scene?
Maybe 5 minutes. I was in the 5 Points area, so I wasn't far away.
When you responded, were you in uniform as you are today?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you respond in a marked patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
When you responded, were you wearing a body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it recording?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got there, who, if anyone, did you meet with?
I met with Tim Johnson, and I believe there was maybe one or two other Athens County officers on scene as well.
And was there an individual there who had been detained?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that individual's name?
Diego
What's his last name?
Ibarra. Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the opportunity to interact with Diego Ibarra that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the opportunity to observe Diego Ibarra that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you could tell the court approximately how long were you with Diego Ibarra that day?
That day, several hours, probably upwards of 5 hours.
And without telling us what he said, did you ask Diego Ibarra questions?
Yes.
Did he answer your questions?
Yes.
And for the record, in what language were you communicating with Diego Ibarra?
I was using a translator to speak Spanish to him. I can't speak Spanish, so I was speaking with one of my Spanish-speaking officers who was relaying the questions to him.
At some point, did you call 2 Spanish-speaking officers out?
Yes, ma'am.
Who are those officers? What are their names?
The first one was Mason Bridges. He's a corporal. And the second one was Rafael Sayan. He's a corporal as well.
Could you spell Corporal Sayan's last name for Madam Court Reporter?
Sayan.
And are both of those individuals native speakers?
Yes.
Of Spanish?
Yes.
So they were helping you translate?
Correct.
I want to approach, oh, sorry, I don't have to ask that anymore. One moment. I'm going to approach and hand you a few things. First, I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 177. Do you recognize 177?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it?
My body camera footage.
Have you seen it prior to today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is a fair and accurate recording of your body cam footage on the 23rd day of February 2024 at the apartment complex that we just discussed.
Yes, ma'am.
State would move to admit States 177 and request permission to publish parts of it.
Your Honor, I'm going to have to object to hearsay. Unlike other body cam we've seen in this video, we have, I would say, a contested witness, Diego Ibarra, and then later Argenis Ibarra giving statements. To the extent that those statements are on the body cam, we have to object.
What we can do, Your Honor, we don't intend to offer the statements, the content of those statements until and after those witnesses testify. So at this time, we can play those portions of the body cam on mute, so that we are just offering this part of the body cam for the images that you see, and we don't have to play the audio. The only time we intend to play a part of the audio for State's Exhibit 177 is with the next witness who's going to talk about statements made by this defendant at the scene, which will be a statement made of the defendant, which is not hearsay.
Very well. It will be admitted for that purpose and with those restrictions at this time.
And so I'll mute it when we're talking to the other 2 residents. The audio will come back in when this officer enters the residence. So if at any time, if you feel like I have violated that stipulation, I would just ask that you make a contemporaneous objection so we can handle it.
Yes.
Thank you. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 178 through 194. I'm going to have you look at all of those, and then I'll ask you some questions. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
They're photos that were taken on scene that day of different individuals on scene.
Are those photos that you took that day of, first of all, Diego Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there also a photo of Argenis Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
And are there photographs of Jose Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
And do all of those photographs, State's Exhibit 178 to 194, do they all accurately depict those 3 individuals as you saw them on February 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
State would move to admit States 178 through 194, request permission to publish.
No objection.
They're admitted, you may.
I'm going to play part of States 177, and for the record, Sergeant, and for counsel and for the court, we are going to use the timer at the top right corner of your video to discuss any timestamps on the video. Is that timer in UTC?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is UTC?
It's 24-hour time.
And at 13:36 is when your video starts. Would that be what time in Eastern Standard Time?
13:36 would be 1:36, I believe.
Right, that's UTC.
Right. Oh,
So what time did you get on the scene?
Okay, sorry, 8:32.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So 13:36 UTC is 8:36
8:36. Yes, ma'am.
a.m. in Eastern Standard Time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just so we have that straight. Your Honor, if you could toggle over, we're going to play a little bit of 177, and for the record, it's going to be muted, so there'll be no sound for the first parts of it until this officer enters, and I'll clear the record up for that. Oh, you know what? It's not plugged in, so it is there. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to make sure it's muted. So since 177, the very first video that we're playing, is on mute, tell the court what we're looking at here.
I'm arriving on scene initially. I'm about to meet with Sergeant Tim Johnson, Matthews Park County Police Department.
That individual we see in the frame at 1337, who's that?
That is Sergeant Tim Johnson. I can't remember the name of the other officer in the background, and that is Diego in the red sweatshirt.
And what apartment number is Diego standing out front of?
D126.
Does Sergeant Johnson show you an image at some point in this encounter with him?
Yes, right now. He's showing me a still frame image from video that they had recovered that I didn't have at that time.
And that still frame image, do we see it in your screen at 1337?
Yes, ma'am, on the phone.
And was that an image taken from a dumpster nearby?
Yes.
So he shows you that image, and then what do you do?
This is news to me. I was coming on shift roughly maybe an hour before this. So I relayed that to my superiors who were about to pull up, coincidentally, and then explained to them that, hey, they've got footage. At that time, I was not aware that they had already been aware of that footage.
The footage that was shown to you by Sergeant Johnson, what, if anything, was significant about it to you, and then what you were observing for yourself on Diego Ibarra?
At first, videoing it or reviewing the video, the still frame photo, Sergeant Johnson informs me that the image shows a male holding a hat or having a black Adidas hat, and then he informs me that I couldn't necessarily see from that distance until I get closer to Diego, but that Diego is wearing an identical hat, a black Adidas flat-bill hat.
Did you make any observations about the hat that Diego was wearing?
Once I got closer, yes. I noticed on the back what I believe to be dirt on the brim.
And was that significant to you?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was on scene when we located Laken the day prior. She did have a lot of dirt, mulch, and things like that on her body. And I felt that if an individual was wearing that hat and was touching Laken in that manner, dirt could have been transferred to the hat by moving the hat.
So I'm going to fast forward a little bit for the record. At some point, do you begin talking to Diego Ibarra through your interpreter?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And how would you describe Diego Ibarra's demeanor with you and with you?
I mean, he's compliant. He's not posing any issues. Obviously, there's a block there through communication. But based off his physical mannerisms, I'm not really getting any deceptive behavior per se. I was aware at this point he did provide a fake green card, so he was detained for that.
Right.
He seemed to understand that we were detaining him for an investigative purpose. There appeared to be good rapport between him and officers, especially with Officer Bridges there, who you see.
If you could, do you have the pointer in front of you?
I'm not sure if I do.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Point out to the court at 1342 in your muted video that we're playing. Where's Officer Bridges?
He's right here in an identical uniform that I'm wearing.
All right. And the one closest to Diego in this frame?
Correct.
Okay. Go ahead. So you talked to him at some point. At some point, do you decide to obtain a search warrant for the apartment and to freeze the apartment?
Correct.
Tell us a little bit about that process.
Well, based on the fact that he was wearing that hat, the time frame that Tim Johnson encountered him was within 24 hours of the murder. He was walking back towards the general direction of campus, which was concerning as well. He somewhat matched the description of the male seen in that photo, discarding of what I later learned was evidence found in that dumpster.
And specific what evidence?
A sweater or a pullover of some sort with blood on it.
Okay.
And hair.
Okay. And did you ever see that evidence, or you were just informed of it?
No, it was picked up throughout the middle of the night. I was there all day the day before. They sent me home to get a sleep cycle, and I
Okay.
was the supervisor this day.
All right.
So I never saw the evidence throughout the night.
All right, go ahead.
And
What
then
about
from
the proximity from the dumpster to Laken Riley's body?
the dumpster to Laken Riley's body, probably rough estimate 500 yards.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So at some point, when you're with Diego Ibarra and you decide to get the search warrant, first of all, how do you communicate that to get the search warrant?
I go and talk to my superiors and I ask them, because they're maybe 20, 30 yards away in the parking lot at another vehicle discussing. I think they were talking to some GBI agents and other agency partners. And I asked for clarification of, at this point I gained knowledge there were other individuals inside the apartment. I wanted to start getting resources in and confirming that yes, we are going to go ahead and surround it. A warrant's going to be sought, and I need other translators here because from what I'm gathering, no one else speaks English inside the apartment.
And how many other individuals did you believe to be inside the apartment?
At this time, 3.
And could you see them from where you're standing?
No, not without being intrusive of sticking my face up to that window, which we didn't do. One, for an officer safety standpoint, but also, I didn't have a warrant at that point yet.
Do you see the window? You said the window. Can you point the window out? Is
Yes.
that, and that's again 1342. Is that the window to D126?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm going to roll a little more. At some point, do you start asking Diego questions about whether he has any injuries?
Eventually, yes, I did.
And do you take pictures of him, and do you see parts of his body?
Correct. Yes, I did.
Going to- play the video first, and then show you some photos. First of all, did you? You mentioned to us that there was a fake ID, so you knew he had given a fake ID. Tell us a little bit of that process.
I didn't obtain it myself. It was provided to Sergeant Johnson when he located him and was identifying him. Sergeant Johnson provided it to me and stated, if you look at it, there's 2 different dates of birth listed. There was one vertically on the side and then one listed with the rest of his identification information.
So did you agree with Sergeant Johnson's assessment that this was not a valid form of government identification?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go to, I'm still muted. Okay. About 1358 on State's Exhibit 177. What are we looking at here now at 1358?
I believe at this point my captain, Seth Robinson, was interested in seeing his hands.
And
asked him-
does he show you his hands?
Yes. So Captain Robinson, I believe, asked Officer Bridges to relay to him to please, show us your hands, and he complied. Let him put his hands out.
And did you see his hands?
I did.
Did you see any injuries to his hands?
No.
At 1359, what are we seeing Diego Ibarra do?
He was asked about, I believe they were asking if he could take his jacket off, and they were looking at tattoos as well as trying to make observations of any other potential injuries.
Go ahead.
And he takes his jacket off and becomes, I don't know exactly what he says. He starts kind of ranting a little bit and pulls his shirt up and shows us his stomach and his side tattoo.
And do you see any injuries on his stomach?
From my vantage point, no, I did not.
And if you had seen any injuries, would you have documented them?
Yes.
Okay. So may we toggle over, Your Honor? States 178, what are we looking at there?
That is a picture of Diego.
And do we see the hat he's wearing in this image?
Yes.
Is that the black Adidas hat that you've already described?
Yes, ma'am.
States 179. Well, who is that?
That's Diego.
Okay, and on his face, does he have any tattoos?
He does. He has a teardrop tattoo on his right eye, kind of off to the side there. It's a little hard to see if you zoomed in, but we identified as potential gang affiliation tattoo.
Can you point to that on
Yes.
the right side for 179? So what that image is, or that mark on his face at states 179, was that an injury?
No, it's a tattoo.
All right, thank you. States 180,
Again, it's Diego.
and do you see a tattoo on his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please point to that. 182,
Diego again.
okay, does he have tattoos on the back of his neck?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point to those? 183,
It's a close-up of the picture we just looked at.
and in 183, can you actually see the rest of the hat?
You can, yes.
Okay. 184,
Rib cage tattoo. I'm not sure what the design was.
so tattoos, but did you observe any injuries?
No.
At some point while you are there, Sergeant, and approximately how long are you at this apartment complex that day?
All day, from 8:32 in the morning, and I don't think I was released till probably 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
All right, I'm gonna go back to a different section of your video. And again, it's played on mute. We are now at 1434 in the top count for the record. So that would be 9:38 a.m. Am I right about that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At 9:38 a.m., we see an individual in a yellow shirt. Can you please point to that person first of all? And who is that person?
That is a brother Argenis, either Argenis or Argenis Ibarra.
And how did this person appear in this video? What happened?
He, while speaking with Diego and waiting for resources and other things, he walked out with a trash bag, like a 5-gallon plastic white trash bag that you would buy at Kroger.
Was he detained as well?
Yes,
And did you photograph him that day?
we did.
And I don't need to toggle over, but states 185, who is that?
That's our Hennis.
At some point, did you obtain consent to enter the apartment from Arhenis?
Yes,
And did you in fact enter the apartment?
I did.
What was your purpose of entering the apartment?
Well, he informed us that something was on the stove and that he was very adamant about going in to turn the stove off, I believe because of a fire hazard. So that was what we asked for consent to do.
And prior to going in, did you look to see if there are residents inside?
I did what we call a threshold evaluation, so I kind of peeked around from an angle because the door was already open. When Arhenis left, he left the door open. So I could kind of see what the environment inside looked like. And when I didn't see any obvious threats, that's when I got closer to the doorway.
In States 177, we're now playing the second video for the record, and we're at 1442. Could you show the court where the open door is in the frame? All right. I'm going to fast forward a little bit to the time where you made entry. And at this point, I am going to play, so we're at 1455 for the record, and I am going to play this video with volume because there's no statements of individuals. But the officers, and there is no confrontation issue here. But now our video is not working. Our audio is not working. There we go.
And that's back by the bedroom. I don't know if that's an exigency for me to go in there for a suit. Just a normal thing. I'd rather go into the other. That's true. Yeah. So I'll do it. There's a guy right here. There's a guy right here. Yeah. Hola. 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 Policia. Mano, hey. Policia, manos. He said he left something on the stove, so I'm going to try and cut it off. Hey, I need you to translate one at a time. Come here. Come to me. Come here. For you. Tell him I need to see his hands. I need to see his hands. Tell him to slowly get out. Ask him to get anybody else. That's a match, man. See it slowly. Pull me in. There's nobody else in here? No. He said no.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it at 14:58 for the record. Were there people inside the apartment?
Yes.
How many?
2.
What were they doing?
Laying in bed.
Could you see their hands or their bodies?
No.
You had Bridges translate for you at some point, and when you went in, we could see a light. Were you holding a flashlight in your hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there, in fact, beans on the stove?
There were in
Okay.
a crock pot, the ceramic part of a crock pot.
All right, and you turned those off?
I tried.
The individual, first of all, the 2 individuals was one male and one was female.
Correct.
Okay. The female, what was her name?
Her name was Rosbely, and I can't remember her last name at the moment.
The other male that was in the apartment, what is his name?
Jose Ibarra.
And do you see that person that you pulled out of the apartment at 14:58 in this screen?
Yes, you do.
And what color clothing is he wearing?
Red shirt, black shorts, and like black and red sandals.
And the person that you pulled out of the apartment on the 23rd day of February 2024, do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Please point to him and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing for the record.
He's wearing a striped button-down shirt.
May the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. Did you, at some point, have the opportunity to observe Jose Ibarra, the defendant, on scene?
Yes.
How close were you at times to Jose Ibarra?
Your normal conversation distance, maybe a foot and a half.
Did you observe any injuries to Jose Ibarra?
I did.
What injuries did you observe?
While speaking to him, I noticed on his right arm, his bicep, there was a scratch, which I identified as a potential defensive wound. On his left arm, he had a forearm scratch that was very similar, which in my mind looked like fingernail scratches to me. While he was sitting there speaking to us, I also noticed on his left wrist, just below the palm, he had a puncture, maybe a half an inch wide, that through my experiences of playing sports in high school and receiving the same injury from fingernails in football, I could see like wet flesh, like almost like it was fresh. It wasn't very old, possibly still irritated. And as he moved his wrists, when I was looking at them closely, I could actually see the liquid, or I guess body fluids that would be in that cut, kind of reflecting with light.
Did you observe, I'm going to publish a few of the photos. Court, would you please toggle over it, Your Honor? States 186. Who is that?
That's Jose Ibarra.
And how would you describe his beard and mustache situation?
It's thicker than Diego's, if I remember correctly. Not well maintained. He had sort of a neck beard. Wasn't very long, but it was definitely an established beard. I wouldn't consider it like a 5 o'clock shadow.
Did Jose Ibarra have any tattoos on his neck?
No.
As far as height and weight differentials, you were with both Jose Ibarra and Diego Ibarra?
Correct.
How would you describe their height and weight differential?
Jose at the time weighed more through my observations and was shorter.
And when you say at the time, does he look thinner in court today?
He does.
Okay. Is that the way he looked on February 23rd as far as weight? When I say he, I mean Jose.
No.
States 188, what's that?
That is the back of Jose's head.
187?
That is a close-up picture of Jose's mouth and lips. We were concerned. It looked like his lips were red and irritated.
189?
A side profile picture. That's the right arm with a scratch.
191?
That would be the left lower wrist forearm area with a scratch, as well as the palm.
192.
That is his left palm that had some bruising on the thumb palm area, and if you kind of look below that area, you'll see an irritated red area, which is where I saw that fingernail puncture mark.
Okay, the one that was pussing or oozing, you said?
Yeah, it was.
Could you please point to that in 192? At the middle of the screen, thank you.
Right.
193.
That's another picture of his right arm with a tattoo, but also you can see the fingernail scratch.
And 194.
That is a scratch on his forearm.
At some point, did you question Jose Ibarra about his injuries?
I used a translator, yes, we did.
Who was that translator?
That was Officer or Corporal Rafael Sayan.
And is that the individual, Rafael Sayan? Did we just see him in now 1519 in your body cam video? Hold on,
Correction.
I'll back it up a little bit. Is that Rafael Sayan?
Correct, yes.
And may I have one moment with counsel?
Yes.
Sergeant Epps, at this point in your day, how would you describe the legal status of Jose Ibarra?
He's detained.
And in that detention, did Officer Sayan, and did you ask Officer Sayan to advise him that he had been detained?
Correct, yes we did.
And did you ask Officer Sayan to advise him that he was not under arrest?
Yes we did.
And did you ask Officer Sayan to advise them that you were obtaining a search warrant for their apartment?
We did.
Okay. So during this detention of the defendant, first of all, tell me, were they allowed to move freely around in y'all's presence?
Yes, I think mainly Rosbely was standing up the whole time. She was walking around freely. They were talking to each other. They started smoking cigarettes. We heard people laughing. I even made the comment to my officers of let's make sure we're listening to what they're saying in case we get some utterances. But so yeah, we weren't restricting their rights to talk to each other or anything like that.
And who specifically did you see smoking?
I believe at one point I did see Jose smoking a cigarette.
So he was allowed to smoke a cigarette.
Yes.
Is he handcuffed in any way?
No.
And their conversations amongst, I guess the four of them were talking amongst one another? You said you heard laughter about how many times?
I only heard it probably once, and it was from, I think, Rosbely, maybe Arhenis. I didn't know what they were talking about. From what I understand, talking to Officer Sayan, they thought it was amusing how many police cars we had, and that the mobile command center was showing up in the parking lot.
During this time period, did you ask Officer Sayan to ask Jose Ibarra how he got his injuries?
We did.
Okay. And was that captured on your body cam video?
I believe so.
And if I were to continue to play this, would that be the part that we're about to see?
Yes,
what I'm going to do is wait till Officer Sayan is here so he can translate what was being said. And I think, Your Honor, that completes my questions except for this. Sergeant Epps, did you ever search the apartment yourself that day?
No.
And who did the search of the apartment?
To my knowledge, GBI agents.
Did you arrest the defendant for anything that day?
No.
And at some point during this day, did you learn or did you see him get arrested by ACCPD for a bench warrant that was outstanding for Athens-Clarke County?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, all of that evidence has already been admitted through the stipulation of Sergeant Johnson. Attached to Sergeant Johnson's stipulation are the exhibits from his testimony, including the bench warrant that this defendant was arrested for that day. So I just want to close the record on that. And I'll pass the witness.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
When you first saw Diego Ibarra, he was wearing the hat that you had seen your suspect wearing in his picture. Mr. Ibarra, Diego Ibarra.
On Diego, initially or throughout my interactions with him?
What's the closest you got to him, I guess?
Very close, a foot away.
And when you looked at the hat, on the back of the hat, on the brim, you could see dirt.
What I believe to be dirt.
Is it fair to say that it looked like red clay dirt?
I think initially that's what I thought it was.
You also at some point saw that Diego had a UGA employment ID.
Correct.
And that ID allows him access to some of UGA's campus, right?
Yes, yeah.
And you were informed that Diego was first seen walking towards the Rogers Road bus stop.
Correct.
And that bus stop is specifically a place where UGA buses can come and pick up students, right?
Yes.
And you also were able to confirm through investigating your internal UGA database that Diego did work for a UGA department, is that correct?
Correct.
He worked for the Bolton Dining Commons?
There were some issues figuring out exactly where, because it doesn't necessarily say their place of employment. It'll say he's in that division. So once we kind of figured that out later on. But yeah, we knew he was an employee for dining.
So you did eventually establish that he worked at Bolton Dining Commons?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also noticed that Diego was wearing dark, long pants.
Yes.
And we know that the dark, long pants are similar to the ones that were in the video of the man walking toward the dumpster.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
When you first saw Jose Ibarra, he was asleep, right?
Yes, I believe so.
You had trouble waking him up.
I wouldn't say trouble waking him up. I just had to talk very loudly.
Okay. And you also had to kind of rap on the door frame.
Yeah, to wake him up.
And you would agree with me, he was a little slow initially getting up and out of bed.
Correct.
But you believe that was because he was confused having just woken up.
I didn't know what he was doing. I couldn't see his head. I said there's a guy asleep right here because he was in a sleep posture under covers. I couldn't see his hands. So he was slow. I could see the possible confusion because I'm not very good at speaking Spanish. I'm sure that to a Spanish speaker I have a foreign accent like a Spanish speaker may have a foreign accent with English to me. So that's why I could see why there may have been some confusion for him.
But to be clear, you felt that his slowness to respond was due to your Spanish speaking, his having woken up, rather than passively resisting.
Possibly, yes.
And that's what you put in your report.
Yes.
When Officer Bridges came in and delivered the command to show his hands, Mr. Ibarra immediately put his hands in the air.
Correct.
Now, when you detained all the individuals, they were detained outside of the apartment.
Correct.
And it was February morning, right?
Correct.
It was a little bit chilly.
It was kind of similar, honestly, if I remember correctly, the weather now, about 50s, 60s.
At some point, Rosbely asked to get a jacket, and she was cold.
As I was leaving the apartment, I was informed by, I believe, Bridges, or maybe it was an Athens officer, that she wanted a jacket.
When you observed the markings on Jose Ibarra, you did not observe any blood in the wounds.
I didn't see blood, no.
They did not appear deep enough to draw blood.
No, the only one that I think could reasonably draw blood, which obviously the scratches that I wouldn't say would be dripping blood, there could have been blood present, but that left puncture on the wrist that I described, I could see there being more blood coming from that than his scratches.
Did you observe any scabbing?
No.
Okay. Just one moment, please.
No, sir.
Any excuse?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
You're excused. I'm gonna call your next witness.
State calls Rafael Sayan. You can raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be, in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please take a seat, state and spell your first and last name.
My first name is Rafael, Rafael, and my last name is Sayan, Sayan.
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
5 years.
What are your current duties and responsibilities?
I'm a patrol corporal, and my duties are to train new officers so they're ready to be on the road.
As a patrol corporal, you wear a uniform like you are today in court,
Yes, ma'am.
and do you also drive a patrol car
Yes.
and wear body cam videos as well?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you, Corporal Sayan, can you speak Spanish?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
How do you know how to speak Spanish?
I've been speaking it for 34 years. I'm bilingual, fluent. Parents are from Peru. Went to Peru many, many times. My wife is also Latina, so we speak Spanish at home very often.
Okay. And your wife is from what country?
Colombia.
So you speak Spanish, and your parents are from Peru.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the South American type of dialect of people who speak Spanish?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Tell us a little bit about that.
South American Spanish?
Yes.
Yeah, it's, well, it has its own dialect. It's very different from Central American Spanish and what I would call Mexican dialect too. So it's easy to pick up when you hear it, especially living within those communities for many, many years and growing up with it. But there is a different dialect to it.
Do you believe you're well versed in South American Spanish?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you read in Spanish and write in Spanish?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
And do you speak Spanish in your household still?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on February 23rd of 2024?
I was.
Did you get a call from Sergeant Epps and asked to come and help translate at an apartment complex?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And about what time did you get there?
I would say it was right before 9 in the morning, so 8 in the morning.
Okay.
Right, 8:45ish.
8:45ish. When you got there, what were you asked to do?
Once I arrived, once they pulled everybody out of the apartment, I was requested to observe and to translate.
Did you do so?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
I want to ask you about all 4 individuals out there. First of all, did you have the opportunity to converse in Spanish with a Diego Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you have the opportunity to converse in Spanish with a Rosbely Flores?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have the opportunity to converse in Spanish with Hipkiss Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have the opportunity to speak in Spanish to Jose Ibarra?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any difficulties understanding their Spanish?
No.
Did they seem to have any difficulties understanding your Spanish?
By them responding to my questions and us conversing, I would say that no, they understood me very well.
The person named Jose Ibarra, did you question him that day and ask him some questions about injuries that were observed on him?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What language did you ask him those questions?
It would be in Spanish.
And what language did he respond back to you?
In Spanish.
And at this point, before we get into the statements, Your Honor, just for the record, defense counsel has not filed for a Jackson Deno, and I'll let her take it from there.
We will not be raising Jackson Deno issue at this time.
Thank you. When you were conversing or speaking with Jose Ibarra that day and asking him about injuries, about how close were you to him?
I would say roughly between 3 to 4 feet.
And prior to, and if you could sit a little into that microphone, thank you. Prior to you asking him questions about his injuries, were the 4 residents of that apartment allowed to kind of move around, and were they talking to one another?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, they were speaking to one another, laughing. Yeah.
And how would you describe the vibe between them and what was going on at this time?
It seemed very relaxed. There was a lot of laughing, giggling, especially when they were talking about how they were woken up, pulled out of the apartment, smoking. So I would say the vibe or the atmosphere was very relaxed and calm.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 177, and have you seen it? And you know what, it's already admitted, so I'm going to show you something from it. Sorry, it's had it. But you have seen 177?
Yes, I have.
And what is it?
It's going to be axon footage.
From your conversation with Jose Ibarra
That's correct, yes.
on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes, ma'am. And it would be Sergeant Epps' axon footage.
Okay. So you had footage and he had footage, right?
Correct.
All right. And do you see yourself in this footage? I'm going to publish the 3rd video in States 177. Do you see yourself right there?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry. We got to toggle over. And this may be a little difficult to do. Hopefully you're going to be able to hear it. But what I would like you to do for the record is translate to us exactly what you asked him and exactly what he said back to you. And if you have problems hearing it and you need to hear it again, just let me know and we'll rewind it.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Hold on a second. Well, we have no volume at all, so hold on just one moment. I'll start it over.
What happened?
All right, I want to start it over. There we go.
My friend, can you do me a favor?
All right, let's say that again.
My friend, can you do me a favor?
Okay, so you said, my friend, can you do me a favor? And why did you ask the question in that manner?
It's just my mannerisms when I speak Spanish. I'm very respectful to folks. It's just the way I was raised, and it's Latin American culture.
All right.
I asked them, I have a question, why, and then I point to my left knuckle, why is this red? He responds by saying that because of the cold.
Because of the what?
The cold.
What happened to his arm? What happened there?
I asked him what happened there, and he...
And for the record, we're at 15:20 of the video, and you are, or he is pointing to his left arm?
It would be his right bicep.
His right arm, sorry.
Mhm.
I was a little backwards. His right bicep. Okay, and you asked what?
I asked what happened there, and he said that he had a scratch, but he didn't exactly explain from where or how.
What happened there? Keep it up. What happened there?
I asked him about another scratch on where his left wrist meets his left forearm. If you could actually just repeat that portion right there.
Keep it up. What happened there?
I asked him what happened there.
Okay, what you said what?
What happened there? Pause it, please. He says, I don't have anything there, there's nothing there, and then he starts pointing at it again, saying that, oh, it's just a scratch.
Okay. So when he said that there was nothing there, could you see something there?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
What could you see?
It looked like I don't know exactly the time, but I could see there was still a little bit of pus in it.
Pus?
So it didn't look very old.
Okay.
But I could see that there was a scratch on his wrist. I asked him to raise up his sleeves.
Okay. Reading enough of the red knuckles to the bone. And the scratch over there is, do you hit the face or anything? What's it, that thing on the over? No.
I asked him, were you struck in the mouth? He responded to me that, no, he was not struck in the mouth and that it's the cold air on his lips, that he uses chapstick. I asked him to raise up his hair. I also asked him to raise up both sides of his hair.
What did you observe when he raised up his hair?
I could see that there was a red mark going across, like as if he had been wearing a hat. He explains to me that he wears a hat, a gorra, a hat, and continue.
What kind of hat does he wear?
I ask him what type of hat, and he motions over to Diego, who's sitting to the right of him, that it's a hat very similar to that one that was on Diego's head.
Thank you.
And does that complete your conversation with Jose Ibarra about his injuries?
Correct, yes ma'am.
I want to ask you, at some point, does he use the word for nail in Spanish?
Oh, no, he doesn't.
Okay. Do you use that word?
In Spanish?
Yes.
The nail, so the word in Spanish for nail, as in like a fingernail, would be, excuse me, sorry, I apologize, I'm drawing a blank right now.
Yeah.
But it would be uña.
Okay.
But I didn't hear that.
Okay.
When he didn't respond that to me.
He did not.
Mhm.
What was the question that you asked with uña that he did not respond back to?
Well, I had asked him how did he receive those scratches, and he didn't give me a clear answer at all.
Hold on. Okay. I want to have you hear this one section, Corporal Sayan. Okay, come on.
Okay.
Reading enough of the red knuckles to the bone. And the scratch over there is,
Do you hit the face or anything?
what's it, that thing on the over?
Sorry, there we go. We're back at 15:19. If you could just listen to this again.
What happened to his arm? What happened there? What happened there?
All right. Did you use the word uña in those questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What word did you use?
It sounds like I didn't really use a word. I asked what had happened there.
Okay.
Keep it up. What happened there?
And his answer to the specific one about the left wrist was what?
Well, at first he said where. I mean,
Okay.
the way it looked like he was acting as if there was nothing there, but I could clearly see there was a scratch.
Okay.
Mhm.
At first, that's what he said, where, and then what?
And then he pointed at it, and again, he doesn't really tell me how he got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. One moment, Your Honor. One final thing. Corporal Sayan, the phrase in Spanish, yo tengo, what does that mean literally?
Yo tengo would exactly translate to I have.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, ma'am.
This all occurred on February morning,
Yes, ma'am.
and I believe you said you arrived around 8:45 in the morning.
8:45-ish.
And this was a little bit after that, but still in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Ibarra was wearing a short sleeve shirt
Yes, he was.
and shorts
Yes.
and slides,
And I would say so.
and he didn't have any sort of jacket or other covering.
No, ma'am.
All right, just a moment. And when you asked him about a hat, and he gestures towards, Mr. Diego Ibarra, he doesn't say, I wore that hat. He says, I was wearing a hat like that.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I heard.
All right. No further questions.
Redirect.
No, sir.
Can you be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
You're excused. You call your next witness.
State Clause Special Agent Annie Mormon. If you could raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth, and the matter of State of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Would you please take a seat, spell your first and last name.
My name's Annie Mormon, A-N-N-I-E, Mormon, M-O-O-R-M-A-N.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you worked for the GBI?
4 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities?
I currently serve as the crime scene specialist with the Region 11 GBI office.
What do you do as a crime scene specialist?
Collect evidence, process scenes, send evidence to the crime lab.
And tell the court a little bit about your training for your job.
Sure, so we participate in a GBI Special Academy, which is 13 weeks. And then on top of that, we participate in a lot of extensive training to become a crime scene specialist, which includes advanced training in blood stain pattern analysis, reconstruction of crime scenes and such.
Were you asked to assist the University of Georgia Police Department in searching an apartment on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what was the address of that location and about what time did you get there and what you did when you got there?
Sure. The address was 2085 South Millage Avenue, the Argo Apartments, apartment D126. I had been in that apartment complex from approximately 11 a.m. Helping do neighborhood canvasses, specifically to search that apartment. We didn't start that until approximately 3:30 in the afternoon.
Tell us a little bit about the canvassing process. What was going on with the canvassing of the apartment and about what time did that start?
I believe it started around 10:30 or 11 a.m. There were many GBI agents on that property, probably somewhere between 40 and 50 of us. We had broken down into smaller groups to speak to each individual apartment occupant to try to get any sort of information we could.
And then at some point you turned your attention to searching the apartment.
Yes.
Prior to searching that apartment, was a search warrant obtained?
Yes, it was.
Tell the court, first of all, in general terms, describe the apartment, D126.
Sure. The apartment was approximately 700 square feet, maybe 20 by 35 feet. It was one room essentially. It was kind of an open space living area that had 2 beds and a couch with a small closet, a small kitchen in the northwest corner, and a bathroom in the northwest corner.
When you searched the apartment, did you take photographs?
Yes, I did.
And did you also do a crime scene sketch or a sketch of the apartment?
I did.
I'm going to hand you a series of photographs. They are marked for the record as states 195 through 235, with the exception of states 209 through 215 and 225 and 226. Those numbers will not be used. So handing you this stack, and then I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
Do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
The 235, can we start with that? What is it?
This is a crime scene sketch I created after searching the apartment.
Is that an accurate sketch of the apartment?
Yes.
So we would admit 235.
No objection.
235 submitted.
And then the remaining of the exhibits that I handed you, what are they?
These are photographs that I took during that search.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the apartment and the items inside the apartment as you saw them on the 23rd day of February 2024?
Yes.
State would move to admit state's exhibits 195 through 234, with the exception of 209 through 215, also accepting 225 to 226. Those numbers will not be used.
No objection.
Admitted.
And may I request permission to publish?
No.
I've set some gloves in front of you. I don't think you're gonna need them. I don't know, just in case if you need to use them, go ahead.
Okay.
First of all, in searching the apartment, let me come back and grab those exhibits. And I'll give you these if you might need them.
Okay, thank you.
And it's starting first with 235, could you tell the court what we're looking at here?
Sure, this is a sketch of the apartment, D126 that I searched that day.
How many beds were in that apartment, and did you note them?
There were 2 queen-size beds along with a sofa.
Okay, where are they noted for the record? If you could use, there's a pointer, there should be a pointer next to you.
Am I pointing at this TV?
Yes, you
okay. Sure. So this is the west wall. There was a queen-size bed here with the head towards the kitchen. And then there was another queen-size bed located on the south wall here with the head towards the west wall, and a sofa here between the closet area and this bed.
Where's the front door in that image, 235 then?
The front door is here. It's catty-cornered in the apartment.
At the bottom of the
Yes,
the exhibit?
the southwest corner.
States 195, what are we looking at there?
This is the front door of the apartment here. You go into an alcove. There's an apartment on your left and an apartment on your right, and this is the door to D126.
And that's the blue door that we see in States 195 for the record?
Yes.
States 197, what does that depict, and where's that photograph taken from?
So this is taken from the doorway of apartment D126 looking into the apartment. This is the bed located on the west, the head of the bed is located on the west wall there, and this is the front of the apartment to the south.
199.
So this is looking into the apartment. This is the bed located along the west wall with the kitchen area here and the bathroom in the back right corner in the closet
And
area.
was this photograph taken from the perspective where you're actually standing at the front door?
Yes, the door is to my left here.
States 200.
So this, I'm standing in the entrance to the kitchen area, looking back at the front door. This is the south wall of the apartment with the queen size bed on the west wall and the other queen size bed here on the, I'm sorry, yes, that one.
States 200. 202.
Sure, I'm standing in the middle kind of the open living space, and this is the closet located in the apartment.
204.
This is the bathroom located in the northeast corner of the apartment.
206.
That's from inside the bathroom, the tub that was located in that bathroom in the apartment.
208.
That is the kitchen area located in the apartment.
Now, when you were in this apartment, first of all, how long did it take you to search the apartment?
I believe I was there for approximately 8 hours.
Were you looking for, well, what were you looking for?
A number of things that were listed on the search warrant, specific clothing, any sort of blood, any sort of blunt object that could have been used to create Ms. Riley's injuries.
For blood, how did you search for blood?
So we visually search for blood, anything that looks like it may be blood, or even if it doesn't necessarily look that way, if it just looks odd, then we can do tests to see if it is blood.
And did you find any items with blood inside that apartment?
No, we did not.
Did you at some point seize some gloves?
We did.
Tell me about the gloves and where were they and why did you take them?
So in the search of this kitchen area, specifically this left-hand top drawer, there were located 3, I guess what I would describe as utility type kitchen gloves, plastic in nature, looked like restaurant style, like you would use in a kitchen, gloves.
Showing you 216, what does that depict?
So upon opening the drawer, the gloves were located here. It's kind of dark, but you can see the outline of the gloves there.
Why were those gloves of interest to you?
Earlier in the day, officers had located gloves that had been described as looking sort of like these from a bush at the apartment complex.
Did you seize these gloves?
I did.
And when you seized them, how did you collect them?
They were collected and placed into an evidence bag.
And did you seal it?
Yes, I did.
And was it eventually transported to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for analysis?
I transported it to the UGA Police Department and turned it over to their evidence personnel, Daniel Saunders.
And when you transported it to him, did you deliver it to him sealed?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked. Right here, sorry. As State's Exhibit 244 for the record. recognize 244? If you could look inside that for me.
Would like me to remove it? From the
Yes,
bag.
if you could to look at it.
Yes.
Do you recognize those items inside the bag?
Yes.
What are they?
These are the gloves that I collected on the night of the 23rd, excuse me.
The statement moved to admit states 240, what is it? Sorry, 244. And request permission.
244 is admitted.
I'm just gonna take one of them out,
Okay.
all right? And then I'll put the rest back in. Okay. Those are the gloves. At some point, did you observe or see any electronic devices in the apartment?
I did, yes.
How many?
I believe there were 2 tablets and 7 cell phones that we seized.
I want to talk to you specifically about State's Exhibit 219. What does that depict?
So those were 2 cellular devices that we found and seized.
On what bed were these 2 devices? And I'm going to go back to your crime scene sketch for that. So the 2 devices that we see in State's Exhibit 219, going back to your crime scene sketch of 235, what bed were those devices seized from?
So they were on the bed along the west wall here at the head of this bed near the kitchen.
All right, thank you. And while you were searching this apartment, were 2 of the residents who resided inside that apartment outside?
Yes.
Who were those 2 individuals?
Rosbely, Flores, Bello, and Hipkiss.
If you could adjust your microphone a little
I'm
bit
so
more
sorry.
closer, yes. Just if you could scoot up a little bit, because
Sure.
when you speak, I'm having a hard time hearing you. And I need to make sure they can hear you over here as well. So those 2 individuals were who?
Rosbely, Flores, Bello, and Jose Ibarra.
And those individuals were outside.
Yes.
At some point, did you gain permission from them, and did you identify electronic devices that belonged to both of those individuals?
Yes, we did.
Rosbely and Hipkiss.
Yes,
And were those devices inside the apartment as well?
they were.
With those devices, what did you do with the 2 devices that belonged to Hipkiss and Rosbely?
So I did not have a conversation with Rosbely, but there were additional agents on scene, Agent Cameron Karate and Special Agent in Charge Trent Hillsman, who had a conversation with Rosbely and determined which phones belonged to she and Hipkiss. Those phones were removed from the apartment, and they processed those phones on scene.
And did those 2 give y'all consent to process their phones?
They did.
Were they waiting for you all to finish your search?
Yes.
So how long were they waiting for you? Like how long? You told us you were there 8 hours, 9 hours?
Yes, I was there approximately 8 hours, from 3:30 in the afternoon until 11:30 at night.
At some point, did Rosbely identify 2 devices that belonged to Jose?
Yes.
And did you seize those 2 devices?
Yes, we did.
Are those 2 devices the 2 devices that we saw on the bed in the photograph that
They
we've just
are.
shown?
Yes.
Well, there won't be a confrontation issue because she's going to be our next witness. And I would offer that only for, to explain the officer's conduct about why she seized the device, but any confrontation issue will be cleared up by the next witness, or will be cured by the next witness.
So I will overrule the objection at this time. If it needs to be made later, I'll reconsider.
Yes, sir.
Handing you now what has been marked as State's Exhibits 245 and 246. Ask that you recognize those 2 devices, or do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
What are 245 and 246?
These are the cell phones that were located on that bed on the west wall of the apartment.
And are those the cell phones that you seized that evening?
Yes.
What did you tell us about the seizure of those two devices? But before I do that, I want to move to admit 245 and 246.
Your Honor, we're still maintaining our objections that have already been heard in motion to suppress, but subject to those objections we don't have any other.
Those objections are noted, and I will admit it. 245, 246.
Tell us about the seizure of 245 and 246, these two cell phones.
So they were located, like I said earlier, on the bed along the west wall. We believed that exigent circumstances existed to seize those, even though they were not specifically written within the search warrant. We believed we would be covered because we would not be searching those at that time. We knew that search warrants would be obtained later to search those. We were fearful that had we left them, the phones could be destroyed in any type of manner. We were also worried about the evidence located on those phones possibly being disturbed. I'm sorry, my word just left me, but being able to be wiped should we not take those with us.
Could you put those two phones in airplane mode? Were you able to do that?
So we were not able to put them in airplane mode. We did not have access to them. We didn't know the codes to them and were not able to get into them.
And so if you were not able to get into them to put them in airplane mode, were you able to search those phones at all?
No.
How much clothing did you look through in that apartment?
There was a lot of clothing.
And did you look at all of it?
Yes.
And were you looking for specific items?
We were looking for specific items.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that I will link up with FBI agent. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 247. Do you recognize the person and those items inside that exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Who do you recognize in that exhibit?
So that is Mr. Ibarra.
Okay. And then Mr. Ibarra in this courtroom?
Jose, yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Jose Ibarra.
And those items that you see in that image, were you looking for those items that evening in apartment D26?
Yes, we were.
Okay. I would move to admit 247, and I'll link it up with the next second witness.
Your Honor, my understanding is that is a photo that's derived from the forensic review of the phone. So I'm not certain. This witness says she wasn't able to search the phone. I don't think she's the proper witness to lay the foundation for it.
Well, that's why I'm going to complete the loop with Special Agent Hipkiss, but she's at least identified the defendant and the clothing that she was looking for. So I believe it's a proper thing to ask her about, and then I can, when Special Agent Hipkiss testifies, I can complete the loop of this photo.
Well, I will reconsider the admissibility once we hear the further testimony from another witness.
Thank you.
So I'm not admitting it at this time.
Okay. The items that we see in States 247, Jose Ibarra carrying and wearing, did you ever find those items inside your search of the apartment D126?
No, we did not.
I believe that's it, Your Honor. I'll pass the case.
May I cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Before you conducted a search of the apartment, you were involved in the neighborhood canvass.
I was.
And without telling me what you said, you spoke with an individual named Jennifer Slonaker.
Yes.
And while you were speaking to Ms. Slonaker, another individual kind of voluntarily joined the conversation.
Correct.
And that individual was Stephanie Slayton.
Correct.
And while you were speaking with Ms. Slayton, you were up on the second floor balcony of building D in the apartment complex.
Yes.
So you were a balcony above where the police had secured the apartment residence below.
Yes.
And you and Ms. Slayton and Ms. Slonaker could occasionally hear snippets of conversation from below.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Slayton was acting very fearful, was she not?
Yes.
And she told you that she was fearful of.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is not hearsay because we're not using it for the truth of the matter asserted, but for their state of mind.
Whose state of mind? Not of the declarant who's not present.
It's for the effect on the listener, Ms. Slayton, her state of mind.
But that Ms. Slayton is not present, so that makes it hearsay and not relevant what her state of mind is. Until they get the declarant here, that is hearsay.
Both.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, Your Honor, just one moment. I'll proffer that we are calling Ms. Slayton. She's under subpoena. We'll be here tomorrow. This is primarily for efficiency's sake. I just want to get some demeanor testimony and statements from this Agent Mormon so we don't have to recall her.
The demeanor questions are appropriate. Anything that Ms. Slayton said, I maintain is hearsay. If Ms. Slayton takes a stand and denies saying those things, then they will have to recall this witness. But that's just that does not make these statements admissible. They have to call the declarant first.
The objection is still overruled, but I agree that demeanor questions are appropriate.
Okay. So after Ms. Slayton acted fearful, you ended up moving her across the street.
No, we did not move her across the street. We finished our interview with her there and then conducted a secondary interview when we found her across the street at the gas station.
And this was across the street from the apartment complex?
Yes.
And it was later that same morning?
Yes.
When, now let's turn attention to the search of the apartment. Basically, all of the apartment is one room, right?
Essentially barring the bathroom.
And you would agree with me that it was pretty messy when you arrived?
Fairly.
There were piles of clothes everywhere?
Yes.
The apartment only had one closet.
Correct.
And the closet was partially filled with some boxes and other detritus.
Correct.
Okay. And you spent 8 hours, you said, searching the apartment?
Yes.
At what time into that 8 hours did you notice the cell phones on the bed?
I guess we noticed them. I started at the front door with the search. We started at the end of the bed on the right-hand side as you walk in the door. And we were going through there were several pieces of luggage that were filled with clothing that we were going through. So it wasn't until I finished the search of all those clothes that we ran into the first cell phones on the floor next to that bed.
And what, was that an hour into your search? Can you estimate how long that was?
I would have to look at the timestamps on my photographs to be for sure, but it may be an hour or two.
And then you mentioned that you did some tests for blood. Can you explain what those tests are?
Sure. So it's a presumptive blood test. So it's a phenolphthalein presumptive blood test. There was only one area in the apartment that I questioned that looked like it could possibly be blood. When you take a sample of that substance, you add different chemicals to it, and if it were to show pink, then it confirms that it is an area of blood, and then if it does not turn pink, then it's not, and it did not.
Now, in the apartment, you would agree with me that there were 3 units somebody could sleep on?
Sure.
There was the couch on
And
the
2
right
beds.
side, and 2 beds.
Yes.
And you were aware that there were 5 residents that lived in that house or apartment?
I was only aware of 4.
Okay. Were you aware that the queen side bed on the left side of the apartment was being shared?
On the left, are you talking about the west wall?
Yes.
Where we found the phones?
Yes.
I did not know if it was being shared.
No further questions.
Briefly, you had the opportunity to interview Ms. Slayton that morning, correct?
I did.
And without telling us anything that she said, did you observe her demeanor?
Yes.
Were you able to get close enough to her to see if you could smell or determine if she was under the influence of alcohol?
Yes.
What was your impression of her, of being, whether she was under the influence of alcohol at the time that you were talking to her?
I would say that she was. She smelled very strongly of alcohol.
And your test for blood, you did only one presumptive test in the apartment.
Yes.
Is the first part of the process a visual examination?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because what you see tells you information that you need.
So is there any way for you to like spray the entire apartment with something to see if there's blood, or do you actually look for blood first and then test it if you suspect it?
We actually look for it first.
With your eyes?
Mhm.
That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Batch?
No, Your Honor.
Should be excused.
Yes, sir.
No objection. Subject to recall for the miscellaneous judgment.
Take direction, if you would, from Ms. Ross.
Yes, sir. I'll bring her back if she's needed, and I'll keep in contact with her.
Very well. This is probably a good time to take a recess. We'll take 10 minutes. Before the next witness is called, let me announce that this next witness is not to be filmed or photographed. So I'm going to ask the video to turn away from this witness, and I've already spoken to the still photographer about that. All right? You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Rosbely, Flores, Bello. And, Your Honor, we will also be using interpreter Carlos Flores.
All right. That's fine. If you'll raise your right hand, you swear that you will truthfully and accurately translate English to Spanish and Spanish to English to the best of your ability.
I do, Judge, to the best of my abilities.
State your name, please.
Carlos T. Leres, Leres, and state certified court interpreter.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Leres.
Yes.
All right. Come on.
All right.
You may have to bend it down some. All right.
Will you raise your right hand?
Levante, por favor, la mano derecha. Como pueda.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to present in the state versus Jose Antonio Ibarra shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Juras decir la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad en el caso del estado de Georgia contra Jose Ibarra. ¿Y lo jura por Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
Judge, if we could just have just a second, we're just trying to figure out the interpreter situation so that it's not 4 different times of translation. I just like to
Okay.
explain to Mr. Ibarra.
That'll be fine.
How we-
Take a moment. You may continue.
Vamos a
Will you
proceder.
state your name for the record?
Por favor, tu nombre para que conste en la acta. Rosbely, Lisbel,
Flores Bello.
Flores Bello.
And can you spell that?
¿Puedes deletrear tus nombres y apellidos?
R
R
O
O
S
S
B
B
E
E
L
L
I
I
E
E
L
L
I
E
S
S
B
perdón
B
B B
E
A
R
R
Flores
Flores
Bello.
Bello. Rosbeli. Second word Elis. Bar. Flores. Bello.
And where are you from, Miss Flores Bello?
Señora Flores Bello, ¿de dónde es usted?
Venezuela.
Venezuela.
And how long have you been here in the United States?
¿Cuánto tiempo ya tiene en los Estados Unidos?
Un año.
A year.
Un año y 5 meses.
A year and 5 months.
Okay, and when did you, what month did you come here?
¿En qué mes llegó usted aquí?
En septiembre del año pasado.
In September of last year.
And who did you come here with?
¿Con quién aquí se mueve? ¿Con quién está?
Aquí ahorita.
Here right now?
And when you came to the United States, who did you come here with?
¿Con quién vino a los Estados Unidos cuando vino la primera vez?
Con mi pareja.
with my partner.
Okay. And where did you live first before you came here to Athens?
¿Y dónde vivió usted primero antes de llegar a Athens?
En Queens, Nueva York.
In Queens, New York.
Okay. And while you were there, did you meet the defendant, Jose Ibarra?
Estando entonces allá, ¿conoció usted al acusado, el señor Jose Ibarra?
Sí.
Yes.
And how did you meet him?
¿Cómo fue que lo conoció?
Por medio de la suegra.
Through a mother-in-law.
Did you get to know him well in New York?
¿Lo llegaste a conocer bien en Nueva York?
No, duré como un mes conociéndolo. Cuando me vine aquí a Athens era como un mes conociéndolo.
No, a month knowing him. When I arrived in Athens, I have known him for a month.
And what do you call him?
¿Y cómo lo llama usted a él?
Víctor.
Victor.
Is that the nickname that other people call him as well?
También otras personas lo llaman a él por ese nombre, ¿sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
So tell us about coming to Athens. Why did you leave New York to come to Athens?
Cuéntenos sobre el venirse a Athens. ¿Por qué dejó Nueva York para venirse aquí a Athens?
Porque él me dijo que aquí había posibilidad de trabajo, pues el hermano.
Because he told me that there would be a possibility of finding work here. The brother, el hermano.
El hermano de él lo llamaba constante de que aquí había trabajo y por eso fue.
His brother called him constantly, telling him that there was work here. That was why
Por eso fue que nos dirigimos acá.
we decided to come here.
And when you said his brother told you, who are you talking about? Which one of his brothers?
Cuando te refieres a que el hermano les dijo, ¿a cuál de sus hermanos te refieres?
Diego Ibarra.
Diego Ibarra.
And did he have any other brothers that you got to know?
¿Llegaste a conocer a otros hermanos que él tenía?
Argenis Ibarra.
Argenis Ibarra.
And was there anyone else that you got to know that you lived with while you were here in Athens?
¿Alguien más que llegaste a conocer que vivió con ustedes aquí en Athens?
Giancarlo Hernández.
Giancarlos Hernández.
And how did you get to Athens?
¿Y cómo llegaron a Athens?
En Nueva York pedimos en Manhattan.
In New York, we asked in Manhattan,
En el Hotel Roosevelt.
and Hotel Roosevelt.
De Manhattan pedimos un vuelo humanitario aquí hasta acá, hasta Atlanta.
In Manhattan, we requested for a humanitarian flight to come here to Atlanta.
And when was that?
¿Y cuándo fue eso?
Como de 9 a 10 de septiembre.
Around the 9th, 10th of September.
And where did you go when you arrived in Athens?
Y cuando llegó a Athens, ¿a dónde fue?
Al aeropuerto Airport.
To the airport.
Al aeropuerto de Atlanta.
Airport.
Jackson Airport.
Atlanta Airport, Jackson Airport.
And then you came to Athens?
Y luego llegaron y se vinieron a Athens.
Nos fue a recoger un amigo de Diego Ibarra.
A friend of Diego Ibarra came over to pick us up.
And where did you live when you were in Athens?
¿Y dónde entonces terminaron viviendo cuando llegaron a Athens?
A donde a él lo arrestaron.
Where he was arrested.
Was that the Argo Apartments?
Interpreter requires a repetition.
Was that the Argo Apartments?
En los apartamentos Argo. ¿Sí o no?
Sí, a donde a él lo arrestaron. No me sé el nombre de...
Yes, where he was arrested. I do not know the name.
Do you remember if it was apartment D126?
¿Recuerda si era el apartamento D126?
Sí.
Yes.
So who got the apartment? Do you know who secured the apartment for everyone?
¿Quién consiguió el apartamento? ¿Quién lo alquiló para todos?
Argenis Ibarra. Estaba a nombre de Argenis.
Argenis Ibarra. It was under Argenis.
So when you arrived, when you and Jose arrived to Athens, who was already living in the
Cuando
apartment?
usted llegó con José, ¿quiénes ya estaban en Athens en ese apartamento?
Diego solamente.
Only Diego.
Okay. And then when did Juan Carlos join you at the apartment?
¿Y cuándo fue que Giancarlo se unió a ustedes en el apartamento?
Como a mediados de noviembre.
like around the middle of November.
And did you work while you were here in Athens? Were you able to find work?
¿Trabajó usted cuando estuvo aquí en Athens? ¿Pudo conseguir trabajo?
Sí.
Yes.
And where did you work?
¿Y dónde trabajó?
En Wendy.
In Wendy's.
And how many hours did you work every day? Did you work every other day?
¿Cuántas horas? ¿Trabajabas todos los días? ¿Trabajabas un día sí, un día no?
No, que en Wendy tenía 2 días libres.
No. In Wendy's I had 2 free days.
Okay. And that was the only place that you worked when you were here in Athens?
¿Ese fue el único lugar donde trabajó usted aquí en Athens?
No.
No.
Where else did you work?
¿En qué otro lugar
En un
trabajaste?
restaurante coreano.
In a Korean restaurant.
And did any one of your roommates work with you at the Korean restaurant?
¿Y algunos de tus roommates trabajaron contigo en el restaurante coreano?
Sí.
Yes.
Who worked there with you?
¿Quién más trabajó allí contigo?
Argenis Ibarra y José Antonio Ibarra.
Okay.
Argenis Ibarra and Jose Antonio Ibarra.
And you mentioned Jose. Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Mencionaste a José, ¿lo ves aquí en la sala de audiencias?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell us, can you point him out telling us what he's wearing?
¿Puedes señalarlo, decirnos qué lleva puesto?
Una camisa de rayas, gris,
A gray striped
y
shirt
un pantalón negro, creo.
and I think a black pants.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant, Jose Antonio Ibarra, as her roommate. And then can you describe the apartment that you lived in?
¿Puedes describirnos por dentro el apartamento en el que vivían?
No era muy grande.
It wasn't too big.
Todos dormíamos en la misma área.
All of us slept in the same area.
José Antonio compartía la cama con Diego Ibarra, el hermano.
Jose Antonio will share the bed with his brother Diego Ibarra.
Mi persona compartía la cama con Argenis Ibarra.
Myself shared the bed with Argenis Ibarra.
Y Giancarlito dormía en un sofá que estaba allí.
And Jan Carlitos slept in a sofa that was there.
And where was your bed? What wall was your bed on?
Su cama. ¿En qué pared? ¿Dónde estaba su cama?
Entrábamos al departamento de mano izquierda.
Entering the apartment on the left.
Okay. That's where I'm sorry, I didn't hear what she said.
Repítele que no te entendió lo que dijiste.
Entrando al departamento a mano izquierda.
Entering the apartment on the left side.
Antes de llegar a la cocina estaba su cama.
Before making it to the kitchen was the bed there.
The largest bed.
La cama más grande entonces.
Uh-huh. Que
Okay.
tenía dos colchones.
It had 2 mattresses.
Okay. And then who slept on the sofa?
¿Quién dormía en el sofá?
Giancarlo Hernández.
Giancarlos Hernández.
And who slept on the bed closest to the window?
¿Y quién dormía en la cama cercana a la ventana?
Mi persona con Argenis.
Myself with Argenis.
Okay. And did you guys, did you use nicknames when you talked about each other or talked to each other?
Cuando se hablaban ustedes, conversaban entre ustedes, usaban apodos para referirse a ustedes.
No, él me llamaba gorda.
No, he called me Gorda.
Okay. What did they call Diego?
Y a Diego, ¿cómo lo llamaban?
Diego.
Diego.
Did you ever hear Diego called El Gocho?
¿Escuchaste a Diego ser referido como el Gocho?
Ah, sí, el ocho.
Ah, yes, el Gocho.
And did you ever hear Argenis called Manny?
Y oíste a Argenis llamarlo Manny, o Manny.
Many.
Manny.
Manny.
Sí.
Yes,
Manny.
Manny.
And then Juan Carlos, was he called Carlito?
Y a Juan Carlos lo llamaban Carlitos.
Giancarlito.
Giancarlitos.
Giancarlito.
Giancarlitos.
And who were you closest to when you were living in the apartment?
Viviendo en el apartamento, ¿con quién tenías más intimidad, más cercanía?
Argenis.
Argenis.
And I'm going to talk about the February 22nd, the day of the murder of Laken Riley.
Vamos a hablar entonces del asesinato de Laken Riley que ocurrió el 22 de febrero.
Do you remember what time you woke up that day?
¿Recuerdas ese día a qué hora te despertaste?
Yo me levanté como a las 10, 11 de la mañana.
I woke up around 10 to 11 in the morning.
And what did you do?
¿Y qué hiciste?
What were you doing that day?
¿Qué hiciste ese día?
El día antes o cuando que los arrestaron.
Which day? The day before or the day that they came to arrest us?
The day before.
El día anterior.
El día anterior, bueno, me paré como a las 10, 11 de la mañana.
Un momento. The day before I woke up between 10 and 11 in the morning.
Ajá, me puse a hacer comida con Argeni.
I began to cook with Argenis food.
Nos fuimos al trabajo Argeni y mi persona.
Argenis and myself went to work.
Y quedaron Diego y José Antonio quedaron en la casa.
And Diego and Jose Antonio remained at the house.
Were they awake or asleep when you woke up?
Interpreter requires a repetition.
Were they awake or asleep when you woke up?
¿Estaban
that day?
ellos despiertos o acostados cuando?
Sí, cuando nosotros nos fuimos a trabajar ellos estaban en la cama acostados.
Asleep, yes. When we left to work, they were in bed sleeping.
And then where was Carlito and Juan Carlos in the apartment that day?
¿Y estaba Juan Carlitos en el apartamento ese día? No.
Okay. And then what time did you return home?
¿A qué hora entonces regresaste a casa ese día?
Como a las 10 de la noche.
Around 10 p.m.
And who was there when you got home at 10 o'clock?
¿Quiénes estaban allí cuando llegaste a las 10?
Todos.
All of them.
And at what point did you learn that someone had been killed near your house?
¿Cuándo fue que te enteraste que alguien había sido asesinado cerca de la casa?
Esa noche.
That night.
And how did you, without saying what they said, how did you find out?
¿Cómo te enteraste de lo que había ocurrido?
Porque yo siempre cuando llegaba de trabajar me sentaba afuera fumando un cigarro.
Because every time I came back from work, I would sit outside to smoke a cigarette.
Y estaba un vecino del frente, un puertorriqueño.
And there was a neighbor from across, Puerto Rican.
Y vi mucho policía.
And I saw a lot of police.
Y le pregunté yo a él qué estaba pasando.
So I asked him what was happening.
Y él me dijo a mí, no, hay un muerto.
And he said to me, no, there is a dead person.
We'll move on. So you,
Sustain the objection.
we'll move on. And so you learned that someone had been killed near your apartment.
Entonces conoció que habían asesinado a alguien cerca del apartamento. ¿Sí?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. So then you went to bed that night, and when did you wake up the next day?
Entonces se acostó esa noche y al día siguiente, ¿a qué hora se despertó?
No, ese día yo entré y le dije a Argeni, le comenté a Argeni.
Un momento. No, that day I came back in and I mentioned to Argenis
Lo que estaba pasando.
what was happening.
Argenis le publicó, o sea, lo dijo en voz alta ahí en el departamento.
Argenis mentioned it in a loud voice in the apartment.
Wait, you can't say what he.
Un momento, no puedes decir lo que otra persona dijo. Un momento.
I'll consider that when given instruction.
We'll
and he'll interpret the instruction.
Okay, we'll clean it up.
Thank you.
Okay, you can't say what Argenis said.
No puedes decir lo que otra persona dijo, ¿ok?
Okay, but listening to him, you knew that Argenis knew that something had happened at the apartment.
Entonces, the interpreter requires a repetition.
Listening to Argenis, you knew that something had happened at the apartment.
Entonces, escuchando de Argenis, enteraste que algo había ocurrido en el apartamento.
No.
No.
Yo fui la que le dije a Argenis.
I was the one who told Argenis.
Okay.
Y Argenis comentó en el departamento.
And Argenis mentioned it inside the apartment.
Okay, without saying what he said. But he told everyone else.
Él entonces hizo la mención a todos los demás. ¿Sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then what did you all do next?
¿Y qué fue lo próximo entonces que hiciste?
Me metí al baño y me acosté a dormir.
I
Was-
went into the bathroom and then I slept.
Okay, was there any reaction from any of your roommates? Not what they said, but did anyone act strange or concerned when they found out that a murder had taken
¿Hubo
place?
alguna reacción sobre tus compañeros de habitación, no sobre lo que Argenis dijo, sino sobre lo que habían conocido, que había ocurrido?
No.
Okay.
No.
And what woke you up the next morning?
¿Qué fue lo que la despertó la mañana siguiente?
Los oficiales.
The officers.
How did that happen?
¿Cómo ocurrió?
Entraron y dijeron que nos levantáramos todos.
They entered and they told us, for all of us, to wake up.
Primero agarraron a Argenis,
They first grabbed Argenis.
y luego a Diego. No, primero a Diego, luego a Argenis.
No, first Diego, later Argenis.
Y luego entraron al departamento. José Antonio estaba dormido y mi persona también estaba.
Then they entered the apartment. Jose Antonio was asleep and I myself was too asleep.
Y a nosotros dos nos levantaron que saliéramos del departamento.
They awoken both of us, asking us to walk out of the apartment.
After a certain time, did you go down to the Athens Clark County Police Department and give a statement?
Después de haber pasado cierto tiempo, terminó usted siendo llevada al departamento de la policía de Athens Clark y dio usted una declaración.
Sí.
And was
Yes.
that on February 23rd, that same day that they woke you up in your apartment?
Eso fue el mismo día, el 23 de febrero, el que vinieron al apartamento. Yes.
And did you also give a statement to Officer Sayan on March 4th at
También,
Julio Maldonado's apartment?
usted también le dio una declaración al oficial de la policía Sayan el 4 de marzo en el apartamento de Julio, dice Julio Maya,
Maldonado.
Maldonado.
Sí. And did they show you some photographs and video?
Le mostraron algunas fotografías, algunos videos.
And were you able to identify anyone in any of the videos?
¿Pudo usted reconocer en esa fotografía o en esos videos a alguien?
En un video.
En el video,
Okay, I'm going to show you some photographs.
te van a mostrar ahora unas fotografías aquí en la pantalla.
First, I'm going to ask you about your roommates.
Son preguntas que ya te va a hacer ahora sobre tus compañeros del apartamento.
Okay. Starting with State's Exhibit 179. If you could look at the
Mostrando ahí
screen.
entonces la fotografía marcada como 179, prueba de la fiscalía.
Do you recognize that person?
¿Usted puede recuerda esa fotografía?
Do you recognize that person?
¿Reconoce usted a esa persona?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, who is that?
¿Quién es?
Diego Ibarra.
Diego Ibarra.
Thank you. And is that who you called El Gocho?
A él es a quien llaman el gocho. El gocho.
And State's Exhibit 185.
Estoy
Who is that?
Estoy mostrando la fotografía de la fiscalía 185. ¿Quién es él?
Argenis Ibarra.
Okay.
Argenis Ibarra.
Is that Manny?
Menes.
Ese es Manny.
And who is that?
¿Quién es él?
José Antonio Ibarra.
José Antonio Ibarra.
Okay. And Your Honor, if we could toggle over, I'm going to show her some video.
Te van a mostrar ahora un video.
I'm going to toggle over to, let's see. 30 seconds. Do you recognize anyone in that video?
¿Reconoce usted a alguien en ese video?
Who do you see in that video?
¿A quién ve usted en el video?
José Antonio Ibarra.
José Antonio Ibarra.
And how do you recognize him?
¿Cómo sabes que es él? ¿Cómo lo reconoces?
Por la gorra
The cap
y las cholas.
and the loafers.
Okay. When you say cholas, how can you describe them?
Cuando dices la palabra cholas, ¿qué son?
Sandalias.
Like sandals? Chanclas?
Okay. Can you translate the word chanclas?
The interpreter only can translate the word that she is referring to. Chanclas.
Would you say the word flip-flops?
Serían como las chancletas que usan aquí. Yes.
And do you remember talking to the officers and thinking about something that you saw in that video that I just showed you?
¿Recuerdas haber conversado con los oficiales sobre el video y lo que habías visto? How?
Okay. Did you remember? Oh, let me rephrase my question. Did you notice or recognize an article of clothing in that video?
Ella te rehace la pregunta. ¿Reconociste algo de la ropa de la persona que llevaba en ese video puesta?
Sí, la gorra,
Yes.
las chanclas.
The cap, the sandals.
Did you see what he was putting into the dumpster? Did you see
¿Viste
an
lo
item?
que estaba poniendo en el contenedor de basura?
What did you see?
¿Qué vistes?
Un suéter.
A sweater.
Okay. And had you seen that sweater before?
¿Habías visto ese suéter anteriormente?
Tell us about that sweater.
Sí.
When did you see it?
Yes. Dinos sobre el suéter. ¿Cuándo lo vistes?
Desde que me vine de Nueva York.
Since I came from New York.
Had you seen Jose Ibarra wear that sweater?
¿Habías visto a José Ibarra ponerse ese suéter?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have any thoughts about him throwing that sweater into the dumpster?
Objection.
Did you mention anything?
So I'll sustain the objection.
Did you mention any to the law enforcement officers anything about that sweater that you thought strange?
¿Le hiciste algún comentario a los oficiales policiales sobre ese suéter que vistes en el video? No.
Okay. When you saw Jose throwing this sweater into the dumpster, what did you think about that? Or what did you notice?
Judge, I'm also going to object because I don't know that this witness was not there to see the activity that's depicted on the video. The court is equally able to interpret the video shows.
I'll overrule the objection as to what she might have noticed.
Did it seem strange to you that Jose was throwing that jacket away?
¿Te pareció extraño a ti que estaba José botando, tirando esa chaqueta?
Sí.
Yes.
And you called it the item a sweater. Was it worn as a sweater or as a jacket?
El suéter se lo ponía a él más que como un suéter, lo usaba como una chaqueta. Okay. Like a jacket.
And then talking about the hat, was it unusual for the brothers to exchange clothing?
Hablando sobre el sombrero o la cachucha, era inusual que los hermanos, you said, interpreter requires the end, you said.
Was it unusual for the brothers to share clothing?
Era inusual que los hermanos intercambiaran, se pusieran la ropa.
Sí, sí, se intercambiaban ambos, Diego y José Antonio.
Yes, they would interchange it. Diego and José Antonio would.
They would wear each other's clothes?
Se ponían entonces la misma ropa. Yes.
And Your Honor, for the record, I did want to identify that video as the UFB 32 dumpster video from Exhibit 172. And with that, I will pass the witness.
Can I cross-examine?
Te van a interrogar ahora ellos.
While he's doing that, let me, some of this has been cleared up, but if you would instruct the witness that she needs to answer out loud, yes or no, not shake heads.
El juez quiere aclarar algo, ¿no? Cuando te pidan que respondas, no respondas con mover la cabeza. Siempre responde verbalmente, sí o no, siempre. Okay. Excuse me for that. No problem.
Good morning.
Dice, señor, buenos días. Good morning.
I want to follow up with just a few questions, please.
Quiero entonces hacerle solo algunas pocas preguntas, por favor.
So you were asked a minute ago about when you first came to the U.S., right?
Hace unos minutos le preguntaron cuándo fue que vino por primera vez a los Estados Unidos, ¿correcto? ¿Sí o no?
Sí.
Yes.
And am I right that you came in the summer of 2023?
¿Es correcto decir que usted llegó en el verano del 2023?
En mayo.
In May the 3rd.
Thank you. And that was, you went directly to New York City?
Y fue directamente a Nueva York.
No, estaba en El Paso.
No, in El Paso I was.
Okay. But you didn't stay there long, is that what I understand?
Pero yo entiendo que no se quedó allí mucho tiempo.
No.
No.
And so the first place that you stayed for any period of time was New York City, is that right?
Entonces es correcto decir que el primer lugar donde estuvo por algún periodo de tiempo fue Nueva York.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And then during the summer of 2023, you met first Maylene Franco, is that right?
Y durante el verano del 2023 conoció usted primero a Maylene Blanco, ¿es correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And Maylene's daughter is Laken Franco, correct?
Y la hija de Maylene es Leili Franco, ¿correcto?
Laylin Franco.
¿Perdón?
Laylin.
Lailín Franco.
Laylene, thank you.
Gracias.
And Laylene was married to Jose Antonio Ibarra.
Y Lailín está casada con José Antonio Ibarra. ¿Sí? Yes.
And I'm just trying to establish how you met Jose Antonio.
Yo
Is that
solamente estoy tratando de establecer cómo fue que conoció usted a José Antonio. Okay.
but it was first through his mother-in-law, Maylene Franco, right?
Así que primero fue a través de la suegra de él, Maylene Franco, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And the way I understand it, your friend and Laylene lived in a hotel that was turned into an apartment for immigrants.
De la manera como lo he entendido es que usted y Laylene vivieron en un hotel que luego fue transformado allá como en un complejo de apartamentos. No.
Where was Laylene living at the time?
¿En dónde vivía Laylene?
En el Crown Plaza.
En Crown Plaza,
Queen.
Queens.
Crown Plaza, that had been a hotel but was now an apartment.
El
Or was
Crown.
used to as a place for migrants to live.
El Crown Plaza, que después fue transformado como un lugar de apartamentos usados para entonces darle vivienda a los inmigrantes que llegaron.
Sí.
Yes.
And at some point during that summer, you and Jose Antonio, well, first of all, let me interrupt. Did you call him Jose Antonio or did you call him Victor?
Entonces, en algún momento en ese verano, usted, José Antonio, discúlpeme que le interrumpa, ¿usted lo llamaba a él José Antonio o usted lo llamaba a él Víctor? Víctor.
So at some point during that summer, did you and Victor end up living in a car for a few weeks?
Durante ese verano, por algún tiempo, terminó Víctor, ustedes viviendo dentro de un carro por algunas semanas.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. And the car was parked near the Crown Plaza.
Y el carro estaba estacionado cerca del Crown Plaza.
Sí, al frente.
Yes. Across.
across the street.
Cruzando la calle.
No, la acera estaba ahí estacionada.
No.
Saliendo del Cron.
Right by the sidewalk, the car was parked there, just walking out of the Crown.
And through Victor, you learned that his brother Diego was in Athens.
Y a través de Víctor conociste que Diego, su hermano, estaba en Athens.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Excuse me. And Diego had invited Victor to come to Athens to get out of New York.
Y Diego había invitado a Víctor que se viniera a Athens para salir de Nueva York.
Porque aquí había oportunidades de trabajo.
Because here there were work opportunities.
And then Victor also mentioned to you, why don't you come also?
Y también Víctor te lo mencionó a ti para que también diciéndote, ven también tú.
Sí.
Yes.
And so that's how the two of you ended up flying down to Atlanta and then getting a ride over to Athens.
Así que así fue como entonces y terminaron volando a Atlanta y de Atlanta consiguieron una carrerita hasta Athens.
Sí.
Yes.
And at that time, in D-126, it was just Diego there at the time.
Y en aquel momento, para interpreter requires a repetition, you mentioned a date?
It was only Diego who was living in the apartment when you first arrived?
Diego, entonces era la única persona que vivía en ese apartamento cuando llegaste allá.
Sí.
Yes.
Argenis was living in Florida?
Argenis estaba viviendo en Florida.
Yes.
Yes.
How was your English?
¿Cómo era tu inglés?
Muy poco.
Very little.
So that you got a job at Wendy's at first?
¿Y tu primer trabajo te lo dieron en Wendy's?
Yes.
Yes.
And Victor also?
¿Y Víctor también?
Yes.
Yes.
Argenis came maybe in October, September, October?
Argenis se vino como en octubre, septiembre, octubre.
Noviembre.
November.
And then Argenis, the three of you got the job at the Korean restaurant?
Y los tres de ustedes consiguieron trabajar en el restaurante coreano.
Yes.
Yes. And was the name of it Utachi?
El nombre Utachi.
En realidad no recuerdo el nombre.
In reality, I don't remember the name.
Queda aquí atrás.
It's right behind here.
And you didn't use any gloves when you worked there, did you?
¿Tú no utilizabas guantes cuando trabajaste allí?
No.
No.
And then it was a little bit later after Argenis came to live in D-126. John Carlos came.
Un poquito después de que Argenis llegó a vivir en el apartamento de 126, llegó entonces Giancarlos.
No, primero llegó Giancarlitos.
No, Giancarlitos first arrived.
Después bajó Argenis de Florida.
After Argenis came from Florida.
And is John Carlitos, is he related to the brothers?
Giancarlito está relacionado, tiene parentesco con los hermanos.
Bueno, que se conocían desde allá, desde donde vivían en Venezuela.
Only that they knew each other from where they all are from in Venezuela.
Más allá no sé.
More from them, I do not know.
And Diego, you identified Diego in a picture, but let me just ask you, he is a little bit taller than Victor, correct?
Tú identificaste a Diego en una fotografía, pero déjame preguntarte, él es un poquito más alto que you said Diego is a
Diego
little
is
bit
a
taller.
little taller than Victor.
Más alto que Víctor.
Sí, un poco.
Yes, a little bit.
And at the time, anyway, Diego was thinner than Victor.
Y para aquel momento Diego era más flaco.
Sí.
Yes.
And that morning, you testified that Thursday morning of February 22nd,
Esa mañana de febrero, el jueves 22 de febrero,
you woke up after 10 but before 11, as I understand it.
entiendo que se despertó después de las 10, pero antes de las 11, ¿correcto? ¿Sí o no?
Yes.
Yes.
And when you woke up in your bed, Diego and Victor were both asleep in their bed, correct?
Y cuando usted se despertó, estando en su cama, Diego y Víctor estaban dormidos todavía en sus camas.
Sí.
Yes.
And you didn't notice anything that morning as far as anyone leaving the apartment.
Y usted esa mañana no se dio cuenta con respecto a cualquiera de alguien salir del apartamento. No.
That's all, thank you.
Esas son todas las preguntas que le quiere hacer. Pregunta a la señora Jackson si te va a hacer otras preguntas.
Nothing further.
No hay ninguna otra pregunta. Estás excusada.
Any objection to excusing her, Mr. Donovan?
No objection.
Okay.
Ok, no hay ninguna objeción.
Go down.
Ok, eso es todo. Entonces puedes salir.
Gracias.
You're welcome.
Now call your next witness.
State call Special Agent Jamie Hipkiss. And while Special Agent Hipkiss is entering the room, Your Honor, we do have another stipulation of the parties. It has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 267, and we are going to move to admit State's 267. It is a stipulation of fact regarding FBI agent Candace Hunter. FBI Digital Forensic Examiner Candace Hunter testified at a motion to suppress in the above referenced case on November 1st of 2024. All parties agreed to admit her testimony and exhibits from that testimony at this trial, and they will be made a part of this trial record. Furthermore, the parties hereby stipulate that Candace Hunter extracted the data from the cellular telephones with the FBI evidence labels of 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11 using Cellubrite Premium. It is signed by myself and counsel for the defendant, and again, we're moving to admit 267. I will say that transcript is not in our possession at this time, but when the transcript is complete, we will go ahead and mark that testimony of Ms. Hunter's, or Agent Hunter's, excuse me, and move to admit that and make that part of the record. But we have agreed to accept her testimony and stipulate to her testimony.
I concur with Ross.
Very well. It's admitted based on the stipulation.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please state and spell your first and last name for Madam Court Reporter.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jamie, Jamie. Last name is Hipkiss, Hipkiss.
What do you do for a living?
I'm employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a special agent, and I'm assigned to the Athens, Georgia office.
How long have you worked for the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
It'll be 11 years in February.
At the Athens office, what do you do? What types of crimes do you investigate, and what do you do there?
I'm assigned to the Middle Georgia Safe Streets Gang Task Force. That's a task force comprised of several different agencies, FBI, obviously, as well as the GBI, the Athens Clark County Police Department, the Oconee County Sheriff's Office, and the Georgia Department of Corrections. as a member of that task force, our primary mission is to focus on investigations that involve violent criminal activity or violent gang activity or major organized crime investigations. So as a part of that, we oftentimes assist our state and local law enforcement partners with investigations such as this that involve violent crime or a murder or armed robbery or something of that nature.
When and how did you get involved into the investigation into the murder of Laken Riley?
I got involved on the day that it occurred on February 22nd, 2024. I was actually contacted by another member of our task force who's a sergeant with the Athens-Clarke County Police Department. When the incident happened, I was actually in Atlanta dealing with another matter, and I was informed by Sergeant Frost, who's on our task force, that he was involved and had responded to the murder of a college student that had occurred on the University of Georgia campus, and advised that he would be meeting with other law enforcement partners to obtain information to see if there was any assistance our task force could provide.
Did you at some point provide assistance to the local authorities in this case, and specifically, what was the focus of your investigation?
Yeah, so initially on February 22nd, there were no suspects when the incident occurred. So at that time, we took the role of helping out with some cell phone analysis. We did what's called tower dumps in the area, or I assisted with that in writing search warrants to essentially capture all cellular devices that were in contact with the towers that served the area where the crime scene was located at. So that was our initial involvement. From there, it evolved into other technical assistance. Once University of Georgia Police Department and the GBI and Athens-Clarke County Police Department had identified a suspect and executed a search warrant, they had collected a total of 11 electronic devices. At that point in time, they asked for the FBI's assistance in downloading those particular devices.
And is that when you got involved?
Yes.
For the devices. So specifically, did you review the downloads of devices 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11 in this case?
Yes, I did.
If you could first tell us what are 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11, why are they numbered that way, but whose devices are they?
1B7 and 1B8 are devices that belong to Jose Ibarra, the defendant, seated at the table over there in the gray dress shirt.
And may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
1B11 is a device that was collected from Jose's brother, Diego Ibarra, when Athens-Clarke County Police Department encountered him on the morning of February 23rd at approximately 8:32 in the morning.
Who extracted data from those devices?
Special Agent Candace Hunter, she's assigned to the FBI CART team, that's a computer analysis and response team. She's a certified digital forensic examiner, so the phones were taken down to her in Atlanta, and she extracted the data from all three devices.
And then you reviewed that data?
That's correct. And to answer your question about 1B7, 1B8, and 1B11, so that's just a naming convention used by the FBI when it comes to evidence. So in this case, 1B7 was a Samsung 14 phone that was located in the apartment of Mr. Ibarra, apartment D126, during the execution of the search warrant. 1B8 is a Samsung 13 phone that was also located in the apartment, and then 1B11, as I mentioned, was collected from Diego Ibarra.
I'm handing you three pieces of evidence. One is marked 263, one is marked 264, and one is marked states 265. Do you recognize all three of those items?
Yes, I do.
What are they? And just take them by number, please.
Yes, 1B7 is a copy of the cell phone extraction that was generated by Special Agent Hunter. I know that this particular exhibit is a copy of that because I personally reviewed it and created it. 1B8 would be a copy of the Samsung 13 cell phone collected from Jose Ibarra's apartment, and then 1B11 would be a copy of the Motorola cell phone seized from Diego Ibarra. And again, I created these thumb drives, these copies, so I'm familiar with all three of them.
State would move to admit 264, 265, and 266.
I'm going to object. I need to approach Your Honor about this issue with Ms. Ross.
All right. Let me.
Discussed is that I do not object to these exhibits being admitted just to preserve the entire cell phone extraction for the record. However, we are objecting to the entire cell phone record being used as a fact finder in this case. And so Ms. Ross is going to go through with Agent Hipkiss the parts she wants you to consider, and I will maintain my objection to considering the other parts of the cell phone extraction.
That is, excuse me, Your Honor, that is correct. There are many items on these phones that will not be, that we do not want the fact finder to consider in this case. And from the state's perspective, the only parts of these phones that we would like the court to consider and that the fact finder should consider are contained in a PowerPoint, which we're going to admit, which would be State's Exhibit 266. So 266 will contain only the data and information from the phones that the state wishes the fact finder to consider. The full extractions were just admitted to perfect the record of the
All right. So 263, 264, and 265 will be admitted based on the announcement made for the purpose of preserving the record, but I will only review or consider what is going to be contained in 266.
Yes, Your Honor.
And any exhibit that the defense may produce on those records if it's admitted. Yes.
All right.
So I'm going to hand you a bunch of other items, and we're going to just go one at a time so that the record is clear. Can I have those back?
Yes, ma'am.
$266, what is that?
266 is a copy of a PowerPoint presentation that I created that summarizes the downloads of several different records involved in this investigation. The first being the download of Jose Ibarra's cell phone, which has been named FBI evidence item 1B7. It also involves the T-Mobile subscriber records for phone number 347-358-3978, and that is the phone number assigned to 1B7. The PowerPoint also includes records for Cash App account Jose Antonio 251998, which is a Cash App account, used by Mr. Ibarra. It also includes Snapchat records with the username user 374159156, which is a Snapchat account used by Mr. Ibarra. Google account records with the Gmail account or the Google account, Jose Ibarra 251998@gmail.com, and that is a Google account used by Mr. Ibarra. Additionally, the PowerPoint includes records from TikTok for account Victor Franco 4, as well as a summary of the download of FBI evidence item 1B7, which is a summary of the Motorola cell phone collected from Diego Ibarra on February 23rd.
Hold on, let me stop you right there. You just said 1B7? What's the Motorola?
Excuse me, 1B11.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
And then also additionally, Verizon and track phone records for cell phone number 404-416-5213, which was the phone number that was associated with FBI evidence item 1B11, the Motorola cell phone.
Which was identified as belonging to Diego Ibarra?
Yes, sir.
And is that a report that you created yourself?
Yes, it is.
Based on the records and the information that you just told us?
Yes, ma'am.
The state would move to admit States 266.
Your Honor, I don't object to most of the PowerPoint. I do have an objection to some slides, and I will specify for the record that is slide 22, and in addition, slides 25 and 26. These 3 slides contain lyrics from songs that were supposedly being played, and I think there's a couple problems with this. Number one, I don't think they're relevant. Number 2, we've got a confrontation clause issue here. I don't know who translated these lyrics from Spanish to English. I don't think it was a Hipkiss. And then number 3 is, a hearsay issue with that as well.
Your Honor, the translation was done by an analyst who will be testifying this afternoon right behind this particular agent. So if he wishes to question her about how well she can speak Spanish, then that's the issue will be solved, because she's going to be here. I'm sorry, I missed the last thing you said.
The first thing was relevance, and then confrontation and hearsay.
Well, the relevance of it is that it goes to the defendant's state of mind, and this is the one. Can you show me the picture? That up with this agent, but those are basically statements of a defendant. These are defendant's lyrics out of the defendant's phone right before, within hours of the murder.
I disagree that lyrics on a song that was not written by the defendant, even if it was located on his phone, can be considered statements of the defendant.
Well, he's posting them, so he's adopting them. So yes, these are statements or posts done by this defendant hours before the murder that go directly to his state of mind. And so it's an adoptive admission because he's adopted them and posting them.
And I think you'll be able to argue that. So I'm going to overrule the objection on confrontation and relevancy, and I will continue the objection matter related to translation. I'm going to approach again with a bunch of the documents that you mentioned are in States 266, and now that 266 is in, I'm going to take that back, and we're going to publish 266 on the Elmo, Your Honor. If you could toggle over, we'll just do it from the PowerPoint slides one at a time. But before we get into the publication of 266, I have a bunch of other documents to show you. So States 248 through 259, let's start with those. Look at those for us. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
And in general terms, what are they?
They're business record certifications provided by the respective respective either cell phone or social media providers that I referenced.
And for the record, Your Honor, the state did file 2 different pretrial notices of our intent to rely upon certain business records. Those business records, those are the certifications of those records that the state provided pretrial notice on, not all of them, but the ones that are at least contained within States 266, which is Special Agent Hipkiss's report. So we would move to admit the certifications at 248 through 259 at this time.
I don't have objection other than preserving my objections from the motion to suppress, Your Honor.
248 through 259 are admitted. Objections noted.
States 260, what is that?
I'm not recognizing it since it's not labeled. It's a thumb drive, I'm
Look at
assuming.
that.
Okay.
That's your label on the back.
Oh, yeah.
Look.
Yeah, that's from some.
Yeah.
What
Is that your label on
yes,
the back?
Yes, okay. This is going to be a thumb drive containing Snapchat, TikTok, Google, and Cash App records that accompany the business record certifications that we just discussed.
And are those records that you obtained pursuant to your investigation?
Yes.
In this case, and did you obtain all of those records with either search warrants or subpoenas?
Yes.
Either state or federal,
Yes.
depending on what the record was?
Yes.
Okay, the state would move to admit States 260.
Similarly to earlier, Your Honor, I don't think everything on these records is relevant or admissible, but if they're just wanting to publish the parts that are in the slideshow, I don't have an objection that they be entered for the record.
She's correct. We do not believe everything in these records would be admissible for the fact finder to consider. They're to preserve the record of all the records that were received by the FBI and this agent, and what we would like the fact finder to consider are only the records that will be talked about in States 266.
So the 260 will be admitted with that reservation.
261 and 262. What are those items one at a time?
Government's Exhibit 261 is a thumb drive containing Verizon records that are associated with the cell phone, the Motorola cell phone that was seized from Diego Ibarra.
And the state would move to admit that. Again, those records, States 261.
Sorry, just one moment, Your Honor. We don't have objection to the record for 1B11.
Which is 261.
Those are actually just the records, the CDRs from 1B11. 1B11 itself is a different exhibit.
Yes, we don't have objection to the CDRs for 1B11. And that's, I believe, 262 or...
That is 261 for the record.
All right, 261 is admitted.
262.
Government's Exhibit 262 is a thumb drive containing the CDRs for the phone number as well as location information for the number that was assigned to FBI evidence item 1B7, so Jose Ibarra's Samsung 14 cell phone.
And state would move to admit States 262.
I'd like to preserve my motion to suppress argument, otherwise I move.
So, preserving that objection, 262 is admitted.
And for the CDRs, first of all, what is a CDR?
CDR is call detail records, so that is information that's provided by the respective cell phone company that essentially breaks down the details related to a call. So for instance, if it's an incoming call, it's going to say the time that the call occurred, what number called the target phone number, at what time, and how long the duration is.
What is timing advance data, and did you obtain timing advance records from Verizon, who was the provider for the cell phone 1B7?
Yes, we did. So we obtained records from T-Mobile and Verizon. So timing advance records are essentially engineering data that's captured by the cell phone provider. So on top of timing advance, we will get cell site records, right? So a lot of people are probably already familiar with those because they've been around for a long time. And so cell site records, each tower is generally broken up into 3 sectors. And so the cell phone company is able to tell us pursuant to legal process, like, hey, the respective phone that you're looking at is hitting this particular tower and is located within this sector, which is generally like a pie shape. Timing advanced data takes that a little bit further. Like I said, it's engineering data collected by the phone company. And the purpose for the phone company collecting this information is to essentially make it better signal for the user. And so it sends a signal from the tower to the phone, and then from the phone back to the tower, and the cell phone provider captures that information. And based on the time that it takes for the information to be sent to the phone and then back to the tower, they're able to further narrow down that pie shape to essentially, we call it like a hot dog or a rainbow shape. So it's more precise information on the location of that phone than the traditional cell site information.
Did you obtain timing advance data for the cell phone number associated with Jose Ibarra, also the cell phone number associated with 1B7?
Yes.
And who was the provider for that particular timing advance data?
T-Mobile.
And is that the data that was contained or is contained on stage 262 that we just admitted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So now let's turn to your exhibit 266. And I apologize, we're just having a little PowerPoint issue, so you'll have to bear with me. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. We'll try to do it in PowerPoint format. I know it's not ideal. Can the court see it and can counsel see it? Thank you. Let's start with 266, page 1, slide 1. What are we looking at here?
Again, this is what I covered earlier. This is just a summary of the records that were used to create this PowerPoint. So it's highlighting the fact that we used records from the download of FBI evidence item 1B7, as well as the T-Mobile records that we just discussed for the phone number assigned to 1B7, Jose Ibarra's Cash App records, his Snapchat records, and his Google account records.
Slide number 2.
Again, this is just further information related to the records that are contained within this PowerPoint presentation. This is showing that we also use TikTok records for Jose Ibarra's account with the screen name Victor Franco 4, as well as records from the download of Diego Ibarra's phone, evidence item 1B11, and additionally the Verizon and Track phone records for the phone number that was assigned to 1B11.
Did Jose Ibarra use a different name at times in social media?
Yes, he did. A
What's that name?
common alias that we saw Mr. Ibarra use was Victor Franco.
And how do you spell Victor Franco for the record?
Victor is V-I-C-T-O-R. Franco is F-R-A-N-C-O.
Thank you. So now looking at your slide number 3, what is that?
That's just a highlight to the court for 1B7, so the Samsung 14 cell phone seized from Mr. Ibarra's apartment that was used by him. The records, when they were produced and then when they were extracted from the phone, they are in UTC time. So this is just showing to the court how you would translate UTC time to local Eastern Standard Time. And on February 24, 2024, the day that the murder occurred, as is highlighted in this slide, you'll see that you have to subtract 5 hours from what's shown in the record. So for example, this particular text message is showing February 22nd, 2024 at 11:36 p.m. That would translate to 6:36 p.m. local time.
Slide number 4, what are we looking at there?
This is just highlighting the device identifiers associated with Mr. Ibarra's 1B7 phone. So as I stated, it's a Samsung Galaxy phone 14 with the actual model number being SM-A146U. It was assigned cell phone number 347-358-3978, as well as IMEI or a device identifier of 35295-824-449-1604.
What is an IMEI?
It's an international mobile equipment number, so that'll be specific to the actual cell phone itself. It's essentially like the equipment number, so it's essentially like a serial number related to the cell phone.
And we see that sadly, the PowerPoint that we have, a copy of it is in black and white, so we can't see the colors. What color you've seen the color image of this?
Yes.
Of this photograph that we see on slide 4?
Yeah, so since it is in black and white, I can provide further description. So the actual image.
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think we are going to have a best evidence objection to this. I sympathize with the state's technical issues, and I'm happy to take a break for them to fix it. But I think rather than having the witness describe the content of the photos, the court should just see the photo.
I think it is best for the court to view the photos so we can take a break to fix our technical issues. But for the best evidence rule, that's why the records are in. So the records themselves are in. So that the records are part of the record. But if you could give us a moment to try to fix our issue, perhaps it would be better for the court and everyone to see the images in color.
So, I don't know the nature of the problem. Is this something we'll
So
take
we're
5
missing,
minutes, or-
it's 5 minutes. We're missing one thumb drive that was recopied this morning, and I think I have the old version of it. I need the new version of it that was recopied. And so if you could give us 5 minutes to either find it in our, again, 17,000 thumb drives that we have, or we can recopy it very quickly. Because I know he has it, and so he can give me a new copy of it because the recopy version is lost.
I'll let you do that.
Thank you. May the witness step down.
Yes.
Okay, so we now have on a thumb drive for the record the PowerPoint.
So we're back on the record. Sorry, good.
I'm ready. I want to show you. Yes, we're ready.
Ready? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. So we have the PowerPoint format for the record of States 266. We're going to now show this in PowerPoint form because it's in color, correct?
Yes.
All right, so for the record, I gotta keep it consistent. We're on slide 4 of States 266. Go ahead, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so the photo depicted on the right is an actual image that we'll discuss as we get further into this that was captured on Jose Ibarra's cell phone, FBI evidence item 1B7. It depicts Mr. Ibarra wearing a navy blue jacket that is consistent in appearance with the jacket that was discarded after the murder, as well as you can see the black brim with an Adidas logo to a hat underneath it, which is consistent with the hat that's observed in the surveillance footage when Mr. Ibarra discards the jacket after the murder.
What is was this image found in the phone 1B7?
Yes, it was.
And what was the timestamp associated with it?
So there were 2 variations of that image where he had his face positioned in different angles, and that image was captured at 5:37 a.m. local time on February 22nd, 2024.
Okay. What are we looking at now, though, in slide 5?
What we're looking at here is this is a screen capture of the actual records provided from T-Mobile for the phone number assigned to FBI evidence item 1B7, and that is a record for cell phone number 347-358-3978. And so I'm just highlighting here various things on the record. So, again, the first thing that popped up was the phone number that's assigned to evidence item 1B7. Below that is the IMEI number, which matches the IMEI number on the device, confirming that the two correlate, the phone records correlate with the phone. And you can see that the device, or the T-Mobile records show that the device is subscribed in the name of Jose Ibarra, and the account was activated on August 10th, 2023.
Did you make a determination whether Jose Ibarra was the user of 1B7?
Yes, I did. Based on my analysis and the frequent use of accounts that belong to Mr. Ibarra, as well as I've shown here numerous selfie-style images that are contained within the phone, based on my training and experience in reviewing many phones involved in criminal investigations, it's common for the user of a phone to take pictures of themselves. And so what I'm highlighting here is that over a period of time from August 2023 up until the day of the murder, we have multiple images of Jose taking selfie-style images using that phone.
And one of the images that's dated 2/18/24, do you see that image?
Yes, I do.
And what is Jose Ibarra wearing in that image?
So he's wearing a black T-shirt with a very distinct white pattern, which appears to be consistent with the T-shirt that Mr. Ibarra was wearing underneath the navy blue jacket when he discarded it. So when we review the surveillance footage and we see him removing the navy blue jacket and stuffing it into the recycling bin in his apartment complex, he appears to be wearing that exact same shirt there. And also reviewing the surveillance footage captured that day in relation to the Rogers Road Peeping Tom incident, you could see in the picture that's depicted on February 18, 2024, he's wearing a gray style sling bag, which appears to be the bag that's worn in that surveillance footage.
This is not a great image quality, I warn you, but the States 247, do you see that same image in States 247 that you see in your PowerPoint?
Yes.
And can you point to the court, and now that it is time you're on the state, move to admit States 247.
No objection.
247's admitted.
And I'm just going to publish that to the court so he could see it. That image that's in States 247, do you see that behind you?
Yes, I do. It's in the bottom row. It's the second image from the left. with the date February 18, 2024 below it, and that was the date that it was captured on the phone.
Thank you. Your screen or slide number 7.
Yeah, so this is, again, just showing user attribution to confirm that Jose was in fact using the phone. You can see that there's an image of his New York identification card, which presumably he would only have access to. It documents his name, Jose Antonio Ibarra, with his date of birth of January 5th, 1998. Also lists his address at the time in Jamaica, New York. And that particular image was obtained from his WhatsApp account on evidence item 1B7, and it was captured on September 9th, 2023, as highlighted there. I've then blown up the address that's located on the identification card. As you can see, it reads 16520 Archer Avenue, room 111, Jamaica, New York, 11433. And so when we take that address and we go back to the T-Mobile subscriber records, we see that that same address is listed on Jose's subscriber records provided by T-Mobile for the cell phone number assigned to 1B7.
Do you have a time frame in which this cell phone number 1B7 was being used by Jose Ibarra?
Yeah, I believe that it was being used from the time of activation, which would have been on August 10th, 2023, that particular cell phone number. We were able to verify, aside from it being assigned to the phone that belongs to him, we were able to verify that cell phone number through other methods, too, that it was being used by Mr. Ibarra.
And until what time?
I'm sorry, can you?
So you said beginning, my question to you is beginning in what time frame and ending in what time frame was he the user of 1B7?
Ending at the date that it was seized from his apartment on February 23rd, 2024.
Right, thank you. What is this that we're looking at here, which is now your slide 8?
This is a screenshot of Mr. Ibarra's WhatsApp account that was taken from evidence item 1B7. It highlights his username, which is LR, and then 2 smiley face emojis with wearing sunglasses. But it shows that his WhatsApp account is assigned the same phone number as the actual device. It also, at the bottom, it showed that his profile name was Victor, which I mentioned earlier. He also goes by the name Victor.
Next slide, which is 10.
Yes, this is again WhatsApp, captured from WhatsApp on 1B7 on September 13, 2023. And this is just documenting a photograph that was taken of a direct deposit form for Expectations MasterCard account. Important just to note that, one, it's in his name, Jose Ibarra, with his address in Jamaica, New York. And it captures the routing and account number, which will be important in the next slide.
What is WhatsApp, by the way?
WhatsApp is a service that's commonly used by people. It doesn't necessarily have to run off of a cellular signal. You can use it as long as you have an internet connection. It's frequently used by individuals who maybe have relatives in other countries. It's a very easy method to communicate. So it's a common method of communication that we see.
What are we looking at here in your next slide, which is 10?
So this is a photograph on Jose's WhatsApp account that was recovered from his phone, where he appears to be editing in his bank account. You could see in his name of Jose Antonio Ibarra, and the routing number and the account number match what was shown in the previous slide.
Your slide 11.
This is an actual image, a screenshot that was captured on evidence item 1B7 on September 21st, 2023, and it's just highlighting the fact that the main Google account assigned to the device is in his name, Jose Ibarra, and the Google account is Jose Ibarra 25 1998 at gmail.com.
And you said the main Google account associated with this device. Are there other Google accounts associated with this device?
Yes, there are.
So first of all, how many different Google accounts can you have associated with any device?
I don't know that there's a limit. I mean, you could have multiple on there. In the case of his phone, he did have several, and I was able to tell through Google records that we received that 5 accounts were active on the day of the murder that were associated with his phone.
And how does a person get more than one Google account associated with the device?
You can log in. I mean, you can go into your phone and log into Google and you can pull up multiple email accounts on your phone. So and I'm not aware of there being a limit. There could be, but you could definitely have multiple on there. It's not unusual to see.
And this main Google account that you activate or that you notified or discovered, when was it activated?
I'd have to refer to my report on that. I don't recall the actual date. Give me 1 second. This particular account was activated on August 27th, 2023.
And did you find in the 1B7 device another Google account that was associated with Diego Ibarra?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was that? If you remember the account name, if you do, if you don't, let me know.
I do. If I could refer to my report, I could give it to you.
Great.
It was Diego, D-I-E-G-O, Jose Ibarra, I-B-A-R-R-A, all one word, and then the number 95 at gmail.com.
Was that Google account active in February of 2024?
No, it was not.
Okay. When tell us about that Google account. When was it deactivated?
So we received records related to that particular account because it did show up on 1B7 with no other activity associated with it in the extraction. But we went to Google with a subpoena and court order, and we were able to determine that the account was deleted on January 16th, 2024.
So in February of 2024, that account did not exist?
That's correct.
And when you say associated with the device, what did you mean by that?
So when the cell phone extraction was completed on 1B7, one of the things that it extracts is the user accounts, or various accounts like social media accounts, email accounts, WhatsApp accounts, things of that nature that have been accessed at some point in time on the device.
And if you could adjust your microphone a little bit, did you see any evidence that 1B7 ever accessed that Diego Google account?
It just populated as a user account. However, when I looked at the data associated with it for that particular Gmail account, it said it was associated with the Google Drive, but there was no activity related to that account to support it being actively used on the phone.
All right. So now your slide 12, what are we looking at?
Another image located on the WhatsApp account on September 29, 2023, and this is just depicting a boarding pass showing that Mr. Ibarra flew from New York City to Atlanta on September 28th, 2023. And that just blows up showing his name and then the details related to the flight.
Oh, sorry, I started it too soon. We're looking at your slide 13. What is this?
This is a video. It's going to contain several images that were saved in the video section of 1B7, Mr. Ibarra's phone, particularly on...
Oops, hold on. Go ahead.
On October 15, 2023. Of the images, the only one of real relevance is this first image that we're looking at here. You can see, again, that he's wearing that gray sling-style bag that's consistent in appearance with the gray sling bag that was seen on the surveillance video on the day of the murder in the area of Rogers Road Apartments.
And is this what's the music associated with this every time I touch the enter button?
That's just some music that Mr. Ibarra would have put as a background to the particular video that he created.
What is slide 14?
Again, this is recovered from Mr. Ibarra's WhatsApp account that was backed up to his cell phone, and this is just depicting his Cash App account. He had taken a screenshot of it, and it appears that he had sent it to somebody, and it shows that his Cash App account is in his name, Jose Antonio Ibarra, and it shows that his Cash App handle is $ Jose Antonio 25 1998.
And is he accessing Cash App through this cell phone?
Yes, and we, in this next slide here, we went to Cash App with a subpoena to request subscriber information related to that particular Cash App account, and they were able to confirm that that account is associated with his phone number that ends in 3978 that's assigned to evidence item 1B7.
Your slide 16.
Again, this is another image of Mr. Ibarra's identification from New York, found on his phone. The relevance on this one is that it was an image saved to 1B7, but it captures what we call metadata, which is basically information about the file. In this particular instance, if you see below in the metadata section, you could see that it lists Samsung and then the model, which matches 1B7. And it also provides geolocation information, meaning it gives us a latitude and a longitude where you can map out where that image was taken. So if you look to the right, and this is from the phone itself, that was the phone plotting where the particular image was taken. And based on my knowledge of the area, it's in the area of his apartment on 2085 South Millage Avenue.
Next slide, 17.
Again, this is the image we discussed earlier from February 18, 2024. This is an image of Mr. Ibarra wearing that distinct black with white patterned shirt that he appears to be wearing when he discards the jacket on surveillance video following the murder, and again, the gray sling bag.
Your slide, I guess this would be 18.
This is, so the phone sometimes will capture money transfers that occur in this particular instance. This is on February 21st, 2024. This occurs on the evening before the murder. And it's just showing the fact that at 9:30 p.m., there was a charge made from Mr. Ibarra's account at Tall Boy Beverage, which is a liquor store and it sells liquor, wine, and spirits. And that's a picture of it there. That's located walking distance from his apartment.
And what is the date and time of that?
That was on February 21st, 2024 at 9:30 p.m.
I'm moving on to your slide 19.
Yeah, so now we're getting into information as it relates to the date of the murder on February 24th, 2024. Here in this slide, I'm depicting from his call log a missed call that was placed by Mr. Ibarra using his WhatsApp account to an account used by his brother Diego Ibarra. And as you see below, it'll highlight in a second, you can see that Diego Ibarra's uses the WhatsApp screen name Gocho Hermano. Gocho was an alias that he used, Hermano translating to brother, so essentially Gocho, my brother Gocho. And when we recovered evidence item 1B11 and downloaded that, we were able to tell that that same WhatsApp account that ends in 965 was in fact being used by Diego on that phone.
So then this would reflect, this slide would reflect Jose Ibarra calling through WhatsApp Diego Ibarra on the 22nd day of February 2024 at 2:31 in the morning?
Yes, and the call was not answered.
Okay. What is it that we are looking at the next slide, 21?
Yes, so this is the phone documents in this instance when an image is uploaded from the phone to his Snapchat account. So this image here is showing that at 4:30 in the morning on February 22nd, 2024, this particular image to the left is uploaded to Jose's Snapchat account. It's particularly interesting to us because he's wearing the Adidas hat, which appears to be the same Adidas hat that is worn by the subject or worn by Mr. Ibarra when he discards the jacket in the dumpster. It also is him wearing that same T-shirt that he appears to be wearing under the navy blue jacket.
Okay, I want to go back really quickly because the image that we just looked at on your slide 21, the hat looks blue, correct? Well, it does to me. My eyesight may be a little different. But you've seen this image in the returns that are in evidence, correct?
Yes.
What is the color of that Adidas hat?
It's black.
Okay, let me go back to the very first one and we can do it.
There you go.
Okay, so you have several different images of the hat. Would that be right?
Yes.
At this exact time period, at 4 to 5 a.m. on the
Yes, in the
22nd.
hours leading up to the murder.
Some of them would be on his phone itself, 1B7, and then that image was uploaded to Snapchat. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the Snap returns and in the phone itself, what color is the hat?
Black.
Okay, and is that what we see here on your very first slide, or slide 7, I think, or second slide?
Yes, it's emphasized more in this photo because it's obviously up against the navy blue jacket.
Okay.
But yes, it's black.
Thank you. And it's a better depicted, like right here, they're side by side on this slide, 222, 24, 222, 24. Do you see them side by side?
I do, and that image to the left was taken at 4:30 in the morning, and then the image to the right was at 5:37 in the morning on the date of the incident.
So these two images are separated by how much time?
So from 4:30 to 5:30, a little bit over an hour.
And in the return itself, the image that we see, just the shirt, not the jacket, the hat is what color?
Black.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Now what are we looking at, which is your slide 22?
This is going to be a video that was captured on February 22nd, 2024 at approximately 5 in the morning, and it's going to contain images of Jose as well as a Latin style song played in the background with the lyrics of the song being posted or being essentially placed on the images by Jose.
Okay, so the video was posted on what day?
On February 22nd, 2024 at 5 a.m. local time.
But we see is that Jose depicted in this image?
It is, and this video here, it wasn't posted, it was a video that was saved on the device itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then how is it associated with the modified date of 222? I mean, was he wearing that we just saw a photograph of this.
No. So
Okay.
why it's relevant is there's going to be several images that are posted there, and it's going to show these images that we just saw of him wearing.
I'm going to play it. So what is it that we just viewed when we hit that video?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What is it that we just saw? If you could just tell us for the record, because we played.
Yes, that is a video that was created by Mr. Ibarra, and he has taken obviously that image and another image, and he's created a video, and he's placed words that are essentially the lyrics of the song over the video as it plays.
And I'm sorry, there we go. I'm going to wait for it to play again. Okay, so did you have those words translated?
Yes, I did.
And who at the FBI did that for you?
A basis Ramirez.
And who is a basis Ramirez?
She's a staff operations specialist, for short, SOS, that's assigned to our office in Athens. She's essentially an analyst.
And does she speak Spanish fluently?
Yes.
And what was going on then at about 5 o'clock in the morning with this video? Well, if you could just translate it for us or tell us the English version.
Yeah, based on her translation.
Is this not what we talked about? We're going to wait on this?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Thank you. I will wait on that.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll skip by that and we'll wait for Miss Abasis.
I didn't read it for that reason.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Slide 23.
So again, this is showing another upload from the phone to Snapchat, and it shows that on February 22nd, 2024 at 5:37 a.m. The image depicted to the left, which is Jose Ibarra wearing the black Adidas hat with the navy jacket with the hood pulled up. That image was uploaded to his Snapchat account. And then this is a second image that was uploaded at seconds later at 5:37 a.m. Very similar image. His face is just angled a little bit differently, but as you can see, he's wearing the same clothing.
Sorry. Okay. We're going to skip this over until Miss Obasis is there as well, Ted, okay? Miss Ramirez, I'm sorry. So we're skipping all of these, and we're going to device events. If you could, we are now on, I believe, your slide number 27.
Yeah, so when Celebrite downloads the phone, it has the capability sometimes showing the device events that occurred on the phone. So for example, when the phone's plugged in or when it's unplugged. In this particular instance, what we're showing here is that the device was plugged in at 9:58 in the morning on February 22nd, 2024. And why this is important is we have the murder of Laken Riley, and then of course, after the murder occurs, we see Mr. Ibarra on surveillance footage at 9:44 in the morning, discarding the Navy jacket that ultimately contained a mixture of Mr. Ibarra and Ms. Riley's DNA. We then see him walk towards his apartment and discard some gloves and some shrubs and then continue on towards his apartment. So that was at 9:44 in the morning, and then 14 minutes later, he's in his apartment and he's plugged, or we believe he's in his apartment based on location data associated with the phone, and he's plugging his phone in at 9:58 in the morning.
Your next slide.
So in the next couple slides, we're just going to show the actual user-initiated activity from the device, meaning the outgoing communications that happen on the device on February 22nd, 2024. So the last outgoing message that is sent from 1B7 is a group message. It's a video that had been deleted, so I'm unsure of the content of that video. But at 6:20 in the morning, you have an outgoing WhatsApp message from 1B7. We don't see any other outgoing calls, text messages, messages over social media again until February 22nd, 2024 at 1:55 a.m. And that's when he responds to a WhatsApp message sent at 11:14 in the morning from Laken Mendoza, his wife. He responds to that message at 11:55 a.m. So essentially, we've got no outgoing communications on the date of the murder from 6:20 in the morning until 11:55 in the morning.
And that's outgoing communications by the user of 1B7. Now let's talk about the phone itself. If a person is not using 1B7, is the phone still collecting data?
Yes.
And what is Rubin data?
Rubin data is personalization data, and I'll just read what I have written here because it summarizes it. Samsung Rubin data is a service provided by Samsung that collects information about your devices, such as their settings, status, and stored applications. It's designed to log valuable data such as call log, text messages, contacts, and other user activity, including the device's location, from your phone, which in this case we were able to access through our Celebrite Premium forensic tool. So we were essentially able to download this data. And according to Samsung, we spoke with representatives from Samsung to learn more about it. They stated that the user of the device would have to opt in.
Yeah, that's a.
There's objections over
Yes,
said.
you're saying confrontation.
Yeah, I'll cover that with our next witness, who's an expert on this issue. Let's go to Snapchat.
So, of course, we saw those images that were uploaded from the phone to Snapchat. So then, to be thorough, our next step was to go to Snapchat with a search warrant just to be able to corroborate what we were seeing and get the records directly from Snapchat.
And were you able to corroborate the things you saw on the phone through Snapchat?
Yes, we were. We were also able to identify other images of importance, again, showing Mr. Ibarra wearing that black and white T-shirt that was on February 17th in the sling bag, and then again on February 17th, we see that image that we've already seen several times.
Yep.
And then we're able to corroborate the fact that at 4:30 in the morning, he posted that image to his Snapchat account, which matches what we saw on the phone. Snapchat's able to give us geolocation information associated with that. When we map that out, it appears that the image was posted when he was at his apartment, or in the area of his apartment. Again, what we just covered at 5:37, the same images that we're seeing on the phone are in fact in the Snapchat records. And those are the two images of him wearing the navy blue jacket and the black hat. And in both those images geolocate to the area of his apartment, apartment D126.
And that's what you just told us. Am I going the wrong way? No. Google records.
Yeah, so as mentioned, we did obtain Google records on multiple accounts. And so this particular account here, the Jose Ibarra 251998 @gmail.com, was connected to evidence item 1B7, the phone. And through these records, we're able to see that the account was created on August 27, 2023, is subscribed in the name Jose Ibarra, and it also shows that this particular account was logged into on the date of the murder at 3:07 in the morning.
TikTok.
So we went to TikTok to obtain records from them as well, pursuant to a search warrant, and the records here are in relation to an account used by Mr. Ibarra in the name Victor Franco, which, as I mentioned, is an alias used by him. And so these records are showing that the account is in that name. It shows that it was created on February 13, 2024. And it also shows an associated Facebook account with the same name. And then when we look further into the records, we see this is just a sampling of a selfie image, which is a profile picture providing further evidence he's the user of the account, as well as a video from that particular account showing that he's using it.
And does that complete your review of 1B7?
Yes.
And was there any evidence that anyone other than Jose Ibarra was using 1B7 in the phone?
No, and on the particular day of the murder, he was logged into multiple accounts and was communicating using multiple accounts, that being WhatsApp, TikTok, Snapchat. So no, there was no evidence of anybody else using the phone.
Did you also review 1B11, which is Diego Ibarra's phone?
I did.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about that phone and what was in it.
Yeah, so it's a Motorola Moto G Play phone. It was assigned cell phone number 404-416-5213. And I listed the device identifiers. I could read them in the record if you need me to.
No, that's okay.
Okay. And so what we were able to do, before we get into it, so these particular records, when the extraction occurred, when the Celebrite that extracted the records, when it produced them, they were actually produced in local time, so there's no need to do that 5-hour conversion. So what we see on the records is real time here in Athens, Georgia.
Did Diego Ibarra have service to that phone?
No, not at the time. On February 22nd, 2024, there was no cellular service to that device.
So because of that, what are we looking at here for the next slide, which is your slide number 47?
This is just showing the outgoing activity from that particular device. So as I mentioned, it did not have cell phone service, but he appeared to be using the internet on it, or he had an internet connection somehow. And so that shows that at 3:19 a.m. he sent an outgoing email was sent from that device to hello@poweredbypercent.com email address. There was no content associated with that email, but that is the last outgoing communication on the date of the murder. And then the next outgoing communication would be a WhatsApp message that was sent at 3:24 in the afternoon on February 22nd. So we have no outgoing communications on February 22nd between 3:19 in the morning and 3:24 p.m. in the afternoon.
And is there any, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's fine.
I was going to ask you, are you able to get any geolocation data off of 1B11?
No, so this is a Motorola cell phone. It's a phone that you would typically buy at Walmart with a prepaid service, so it wasn't a very, what I would call advanced phone. A Samsung, like we saw Mr. Ibarra had, is a far better phone than a Motorola phone. So it did not collect the same amount of information that the Samsung phone collected as far as location information.
What about cell phone records for that phone, 1B11?
Yeah, so we went to Verizon with a search warrant in an effort to get location records associated with the number assigned to 1B11. We were able to get some records related to that particular phone number. However, we were able to see that it was not active on February 22nd. There was no service provided to the phone, and the last activity appeared to be between February 10th, 2024 and February 12th, 2024. So no activity after February 12th.
No cellular activity?
No cell phone activity, no IP activity. And we also went to TrackPhone, because TrackPhone is a prepaid service that uses Verizon's network. We went to them, and they essentially provided the same information.
So there was just no service to that phone?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? I'll pass the witness.
Your Honor, before I begin, I want to enter into the record a stipulation between the parties. This will be admitted as Defense Exhibit 1. The stipulation covers basically how the cell phone data was extracted, how the defense counsel gained access to that data, and it addresses my motion to reconsider and motion to suppress, as well as listing the various accounts that were found on phone 1B7. May I approach and... May I approach that? May I approach?
Stipulated by prosecution of the defense, B1 is admitted.
Agent Hipkiss, in your testimony, you stated that there was no evidence that anyone other than Jose Ibarra used phone 1B7.
Yes.
You are aware that...
On the date of the murder.
Okay, that was kind of where I'm glad you said that. You are aware that there actually is evidence that other people used his phone on prior dates.
There's no substantial evidence to indicate that anybody used his phone for any significant period of time, but as we highlighted on direct, Diego did have an account associated, 2 accounts associated with that phone that had been accessed at an unknown time. However, in relation to the period leading up to the murder, Jose Ibarra was using that phone.
Following up on your substantial use, you're aware that the phone 1B7 was used to access the app Grindr?
Yes.
And you're aware that Grindr is an application, a way for people to communicate, and it's particular to the homosexual community?
Yes.
And you are aware that Detective Norris and Raboud followed up on some of those contacts that were obtained from this phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that other people identified different users of that phone besides Jose Ibarra?
Objections to characterization of that testimony.
I can rephrase to make it clearer, Your Honor, but there is evidence that we're just trying to get on the record. When they said there's no substantial use or no substantial evidence of anyone else using the phone, it opened the door to this impeachment evidence.
I would disagree that it's impeachment. I'm going to object to the form of the question, and maybe it could be broken down in a different way.
Yes, Your Honor. I guess I'll start by saying, have you read the detective's report in this case, Detective Norris and Detective Raboud?
No.
Okay. Are you aware at all of their investigation?
Yes, I've worked with them on this investigation, but obviously I'm more aware of what my personal involvement was.
Sure. You're aware that Detective Norris and Raboud followed up on some of the contacts obtained from Grindr on 1B7?
Yes, I am aware that they went out and interviewed people. I was not present for those interviews, so I'm not aware of what was said.
Sure. You're also aware that some of those contacts from Grindr also texted through WhatsApp this phone number?
Right, to Jose's WhatsApp. So essentially, several of those messages transitioned from Grindr to the WhatsApp account used by Jose.
And you're aware that when asked who they were communicating with WhatsApp account, they identify someone other than Jose Ibarra?
I'm not aware. I wasn't present for that interview, so I'm not. I haven't read their reports. I'm not aware of what was said.
Okay. On the list of Gmail accounts that you saw, I want to just kind of talk about a couple of them. One of them was mendomailing26@gmail.com.
Yes.
And you're aware that Jose's mother-in-law, her name was Mailing?
Yes.
And for the record, Mailing is spelled M-A-Y-L-I-N-G. You're also aware that there was a Gmail account on there, Franco, F-R-A-N-C-O, LOLO529@gmail.com.
Yes.
And you're aware that Layling, his wife, that was maiden name was Franco.
Yes.
And Layling, for the record, spelled L-A-Y-L-I-N-G. Besides Diego's Gmail account, there also was data on 1B7 suggesting that his Facebook account had been logged into.
Yes.
And he had two separate Facebook accounts that he logged into on 1B7, or that were logged into Diego Ibarra's Facebook on 1B7.
I'm aware of just one, and that being Gocho Franco account. I'm not aware of two. I'm aware of two total accounts that are related to Diego, one being the Gmail account, what we discussed, which was deleted on January 16th, 2024, so over a month before the murder occurred. Additionally, I'm aware of a Facebook account, yes, and that being with the screen name Gocho Franco. And I did do additional research on that particular account, and we received records from Google pursuant to a subpoena and a court order, and the records reflected that that Facebook account had not been logged into since January 25th, 2024.
So what
also,
year that we're talking about, in 2024, Diego's Facebook account was logged into?
yes, but it was never logged into in any. That was as close to the murder as we were able to see any sort of. And to be frank, we don't know that he logged in from that device on January 25th, 2024. That was the last activity on that account.
Sure.
The Celebrite report does not reflect any information of when those accounts were logged into.
So you can't say for certain when the last were logged into on 1B7?
No, but based on my experience, I've reviewed a lot of phones. If somebody was actively using those accounts on the phone, like we would see some sort of messaging or emails to.
He's permitted to explain his answer.
Normally, we would see additional information of those accounts being used if they were being used in relation to the murder. There was no evidence to support that. It just, all that it showed was at some point in time that device would have accessed those accounts. And again, both those accounts, one was deleted on January 6th, the Gmail, or 16th, excuse me, the Gmail account, and then the Facebook account had not been logged into from any device since January 25th, 2024.
But to answer my question, the dates on the phone didn't tell you when they were logged into the Facebook account for Diego Ibarra?
No, the only information that was associated with those accounts was the actual account names, and that was it.
Also in the user account section of the cell phone, there was a user account for Rosbely, Flores Facebook. Do you recall seeing that?
Can you give me the account name, please?
Yes. Your Honor, may I approach and retrieve the stipulation on
You may.
It's not in the stipulation. Do you recall, you can say yes or no, do you recall seeing?
No, I don't recall any account with Rosbely, Flores Bello, by that name being on the phone.
Your Honor, I'm going to request, consider taking a lunch break right now. I do need to print out the information that the agent is requesting to see. I don't have it printed, and I apologize about that.
You want to be heard on breaking out? I don't know what
No, sir,
schedule is or anything like that, so
I'm at the court's pleasure.
That's
That's
not
the
reasonable.
break now.
Sure. All right, we'll go take lunch back in an hour, 1:30.
Agent Hipkiss, I'm gonna pick up right where we left off.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you take a moment and glance at those documents that we did?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you're looking at the Cellbrite reader, where all of the data from the phone is located, one way you can sort the data is by data type. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so if you look at the user accounts section of data, it will show you anytime a user account was associated with this phone. Is that right?
Yes, it doesn't say exactly when, but it just associates that a particular account with the phone, meaning that it was likely accessed at some point in time.
Right. And as you testified earlier, you could then go and do further research elsewhere or on other places on the phone or external records to figure out when it was used. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to direct your attention to Defendants 3. Can you please describe what we're looking at Defendants 3?
Yes, Defense Exhibit 3 is a screenshot of a Facebook Messenger account for Rosbely, Flores.
And is this an accurate copy of what you would see on the reader when you're looking at the cell phone extraction?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move Defense Exhibit 3 into evidence.
No objection.
3 is admitted. You skipped 2, correct? I
Yes,
didn't miss 2.
you-
Okay, that's fine.
I skipped 2, and in fact, thank you, Your Honor. Defense Exhibit 2, which one is that?
That is the Facebook account for Gocho Franco.
Gojo Franco. And does this appear to be an accurate screenshot of what information is captured on the Cellbrite Reader Report?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd like to move Defense 2 into evidence.
No objection.
2 is admitted.
And then lastly, Defense 4, can you describe that for us?
It is a Facebook account associated with Diego Jose Ibarra.
Okay. And does this appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the information contained on the Cellbrite Reader Report?
Yes.
This time we'd like to move Defense 4 into evidence.
No objection.
4 is admitted.
Now, Detective, I'm going to hand you a document for you to review, but don't say anything in the record about it just yet.
Thank you.
So, Agent Hipkiss, I don't want you to go into the content, but can you validate the Defense 5's report that you wrote?
Yes.
And everything in that report is accurate to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, this time we're not admitting Defense 5. It may become relevant later in the trial, but I just wanted to be authenticated while the agent was here. The last questions I have for you, Agent Hipkiss, are about Diego's phone 1B11.
Yes, ma'am.
That phone took the longest for agents to get into, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain why that was?
Because we did not know the passcode for that particular device, and it was originally seized by University of Georgia Police Department, and they attempted to extract it on their end initially using a gray key, which caused the device to essentially power off and power back on. In that particular instance, it becomes more difficult to crack the passcode, which would ultimately be the reason why it took longer to get into the device.
Okay. And you eventually were able to get into it using the software that the FBI has available to it?
Yes, our digital forensic examiner, Special Agent Candace Hunter, was ultimately able to get into the device in August.
And you would agree with me that 1B11 doesn't have much, if any, location data on it?
No, but as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't surprise me in that particular model of phone. It's a Motorola cell phone. As I mentioned earlier, when you compare them, I would compare, in layman's terms, I guess, if you were comparing that particular Motorola cell phone to a Samsung Galaxy phone, that's like comparing a go-kart to a race car. You know, so it wouldn't surprise me that there isn't as much data. It's not collecting as much data as a Samsung Galaxy device would collect from the user.
And I believe you also testified that it was a Wi-Fi phone. like it only had the capacity to hook up to Wi-Fi?
That's correct. So there was a SIM card in the phone with a phone number that was assigned to it, which was provided service by Verizon. And so we went to Verizon with a search warrant, and yes, it showed that the service had been discontinued or hadn't been used since on or about February 12th, 2024. So at the time of the murder, no, there was no service on that device, cellular service.
Which means you also can't get cell tower location for that device on the day of the murder.
Yes.
And are you aware if Mr. Ibarra was ever asked for passcode to make his phone cracking easier?
I'm not aware. I never personally interviewed him, so I'm not sure if he was or wasn't asked.
Okay. Thank you, Agent.
Thank you.
Briefly, in your analogy you gave us, which phone, for the record, so we can be clear, would be the go-kart?
The go-kart would be the Motorola Moto G phone, which was seized from Diego Ibarra.
And which phone would be the race car?
The Samsung Galaxy 14, referred to by us as FBI evidence item 1B7, that was associated with Jose Ibarra.
You are the one who notified UG, I always put an A in it, UGPD, University of Georgia PD, about the Grindr messages?
Yeah, actually our analyst did, because the messages were in Spanish and I don't speak Spanish, so she had done a more extensive review of those messages. But yes, I mean, I was involved in some of those communications.
And your analyst would be Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
And the timing of when those messages were relayed would have been October of 2023?
Yeah, so the content of those messages were between October and November of 2023, with like it appearing to be the last any sort of activity with Grindr on that device being on January 25th, 2024.
The accounts, the Google and the Facebook accounts of Diego that were found on the device 1B7, for lack of a better term, could not have been accessed after February 10th of 2025 for the Google, is that right?
Yes.
And is that because the account ceased to exist after that point, correct?
Yes, his account was deleted on January 16th, 2024.
And then the Facebook account was deleted January 25th of 2024?
Yes, the Gocho Franco. It wasn't deleted. It just didn't have activity, IP activity, indicating it was being used after January 25th, 2024.
And that is all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
Can you be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
State calls the basis Ramirez.
Before we get to Ms. Ramirez, I've got a motion to eliminate that I feel like we need to just take up before we get to the testimony.
Okay.
My understanding is that the state intends to introduce phone calls. Is this right, between Jose Ibarra and Laken Franco, and well, just one. It would be for one or for 50, because I don't think that my understanding is that Ms. Franco is not coming to testify in this case. Obviously, there would be two parts of the conversation. My guess is that the state intends to introduce these phone calls under the theory that they would be admissions by Mr. Ibarra. However, without Ms. Franco here to testify, certainly they would be hearsay, and so we would make an objection on those grounds. We would also make an objection on confrontation grounds. We cannot confront Ms. Franco about the substance of those phone calls and whether or not what is being relayed by the FBI in this case, the FBI translator in this case, would be her sense of what was going on or her intentions as part of that conversation. In fact, in this particular case, we know from some of the evidence that when the police did speak with Ms. Franco, that she had differing views of her intentions of conversations. And so without her here, that would violate Mr. Ibarra's right to confrontation. We also have some information that she was working for the FBI. We would not be able to confront her about any potential biases or favor or threats that she received in that sense. And in addition to that, we believe that Ms. Franco would have the ability to assert her marital privilege as it related to these conversations. And without her here to testify about that, we would not know what the answers to those questions would be. I will save, if we will, a foundation for any, an objection to the foundation for any introduction of those phone calls, but I think that confrontation, hearsay, perhaps marital privilege, and in addition to that, best evidence, if the state intends to introduce simply the translation by Agent Ramirez.
Ms. Jackson, you want to respond?
Yes, I'll start first with the issue regarding the spousal privilege, and I will call the court's attention to the case of Chadwick versus the state. The site on that is 176 Georgia App 296, and in that case, the Court of Appeals held that the marital privilege does not apply to jail calls because they are not private conversations. The state would be introducing testimony or foundational element showing that those phone calls are actually preceded by notice that the phone calls are being recorded and they are not private. And as we well know, once a third party or someone else listening into a privileged conversation is introduced and those parties are giving notice, that privilege no longer exists. Regarding the issue around hearsay and the confrontation clause, we call the court's attention to Carter versus the state 302 Georgia 200. That's a 2017 case. And in that case, the Supreme Court addressed the issue of hearsay and confrontation clause arguments in the context of jail calls. And in that case, the Supreme Court actually held that when that testimony or that recording is being offered, both sides of a conversation need to be offered, one side being the admission of the party opponent, the second part of that conversation being used to provide context so that the fact finder can truly evaluate the content of that call. That would be an exception to the hearsay rule and does not violate the confrontation.
Okay. I'll give you a last say if you want it. I missed the part about it being a jail call when you made your motion.
Well, Judge, I think that there are still issues with confrontation that should be addressed. However, in addition to that is the best evidence rule. And my understanding is that the state intends to offer this conversation through a translation by Agent Ramirez. And if the state is intending to do that, we would ask to be heard on foundational elements, as well as the problem with not having a court certified interpreter to play that. If they were going to play the phone call and have you listen to it, like they would if they didn't need an interpreter, I think that would be one thing. If we were listening to it contemporaneously and having a court interpreter interpret it, that may solve one of their problems. I still don't think that would solve the confrontation issue, but we would ask that it be done like that, not an introduction of a translation by a third party.
Okay. We'll take up that objection as it develops, but I'm going to, at this point, deny the motion in limine. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you raise your right hand? Yes. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to present to this court on the state of Georgia versus Jose Antonio Ibarra shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Will you state your name for the record?
My name is Abesis, Abeissis, last name Ramirez, Ramirez.
And how are you employed?
I am a staff operations specialist / tactical specialist with the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and I'm assigned to the office here in Athens.
And how long have you been employed by the FBI?
I have been with the FBI since June of 2019.
And what do your duties include?
My duties include providing analytical assistance to drive cases forward for FBI and law enforcement partners.
What does that mean for those of us who don't work in that field?
That can mean anything from maybe listening to jail calls. If they have some people that they're looking into for a case, I'm able to try to find as much information that I can on those individuals so that the agents can make decisions on how to proceed forward.
And do you have any special training?
Yes, I attended a 6-week training in FBI Quantico.
And does part of your duties include translating jail calls or any other content
Yes.
for the FBI? Can you tell us about that process?
So since I speak Spanish, I requested to be tested for reading and listening through the Language and Assessment Unit at headquarters. Once I take my tests, they score and they will deem whether you're proficient or not, and I received my scores and I was marked as proficient.
And are you a native speaker?
Yes, I am.
What where are you from, or where's your family from?
My dad's from the Dominican Republic and my mom's from Costa Rica.
And do you speak Spanish regularly?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand different dialects of Spanish?
Yes, I do.
And what does your proficiency rating allow you to do for the FBI?
My proficiency rating allows me to monitor Title IIIs, review jail calls. I can also review like phones or any documents and provide translations for those.
Okay, and what is a Title III?
Title III is when like a wiretap on a phone.
Okay. And I understand that you were assigned to work on the case involving State of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties what were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to monitor his jail calls and then provide any assistance translating anything that was in Spanish as needed.
Did you, by any chance, were you called upon to translate some videos made by the defendant on February 22nd? Early
Yes.
morning hours of February 22nd?
Yes, I was.
And for whom did you do those translations?
I did those translations for Special Agent Jamie Hipkiss.
And, Your Honor, if I may play the videos.
Give me just a moment. Jackson, is the state's position that Ms. Franco's side of the conversation is being offered for the truth of the matter?
Our position is that the side of the conversation is offered to provide the fact finder with the context and setup of the conversation. Because if you were just listening to the words of one person as part of a conversation, it would be difficult to have an understanding of what that person's intent was.
So your answer is no, it's not being offered for the truth?
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes,
I'm not
my
trying
answer
to,
is no.
I'm not trying to lead you. I'm
No,
just
the
trying
answer
to
is no,
figure
Your
out
Honor.
the answer to my question.
The answer is no. It's being, like I said in my argument, it's being provided for the purpose of showing the context of the conversation.
Okay, and I thought that's what you said the first time. I saw you standing up. I'll hear from you.
Judge, I think inherent in that would be a requirement of the fact finder to believe that what one side of the conversation is saying is true in order to put any meaning on the other side of the conversation. The whole point of understanding it is that you have to believe that both sides are true or neither side's true unless we were able to confront the witness that was making those statements.
So typically, this is where it becomes interesting with me being the trier of fact, because as we know, typically I would be listening to the motion in limine and hearing the recording outside the presence of a jury and making a decision. But as we sit here at this point, I haven't heard it. So here's the way we're going to proceed. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to hear it, and then I'll consider whether or not I'm going to consider it. I think that's all I can do.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Right now, we will go forward and play the slides from Agent Hipkiss's presentation that were translated by Specialist Ramirez. Okay, let's start first with slide 22. There is Spanish on the, can you see the slide?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and what do those words say?
It's saying, one time, Ozuna said.
Excuse me, Judge. Just for clarification purposes for Ms. Beck's previous witness, I believe that she had made a relevancy objection to those lyrics being intended to prove anything as it resulted, or as it happened in this case, or any material fact in this case. And so I don't know if we had gotten a ruling on that relevancy objection before she went there.
We did. I did rule on that. Go back and see. I indicate that I did, but I am finding it relevant for denying the objection based on relevance.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Okay, let's go to slide 20. And the translation.
Yes, that is accurate.
And can you read the translation for the court?
Yes. It says, they want to see me fail, but I won't let them. My heart is that of a warrior. That's how the game rules are, and whoever breaks them will pay.
Okay, let's go on to the next one. Okay, did you translate this one as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what does this, how did you translate that music?
It says, I need motivation, not wanting to win. And if one day I lost my fear of losing, it hurts to have run, not to arrive. Now I know that the journey is also the goal. I've grown fears that I never educated, and I know the answers for not asking.
Okay, thank you. Is that the last one? Okay.
This one says, I started, gave it all, fought, I trusted, but in love I didn't do so well. I kept going, I tried, I fell, I got up.
Thank you. So now let's talk about you monitoring jail calls. You mentioned that that is part of your duties and that you were assigned to do that as part of this case.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you start monitoring jail calls?
I started monitoring Jose's calls March of 2024.
Okay. And then how do you get access to the jail call system?
I was provided a login, a username and password from an administrative officer with the Clark County Sheriff's Office.
And what system is used to monitor and record jail calls by the Clark County Sheriff's Department?
Securus.
Okay. And essentially, how does it work?
So normally I would log on to Securus. I am able to search for someone who's incarcerated at the jail by name or their ID. I'm also able to search by numbers that are dialed, and this helps me narrow down the calls that I'm listening to.
So how would someone from who is incarcerated in the Clark County Jail, how would they go about making a jail call? How does the system work on that end?
They normally would use the wall phone, or they can use their tablet.
And then what would they do to log into?
I've never had to make a call, so I'm not sure.
Are they able to call specific numbers?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And do you know whether or not they have, most inmates have access to the jail call, Securus jail call system?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And once you get your ID, you log into the system, what happens next?
For me?
Yes. You log into the system, and then what do you do next?
I will go to communications. I can search an inmate's name. Usually if there's someone incarcerated, I usually search by last name. So if there is someone else that is incarcerated with the same last name, I will search by the inmate's associated PIN number. That way I can just focus on their calls.
How do you ensure that the inmate number being used is the person that you think you're monitoring?
In the system, each number is assigned a name, so I'm able to see the inmate's name as well as their PIN number.
Is it ever possible for inmates to allow other inmates to use their PIN number or their calls?
Yes, I have seen that before.
And in that instance, how do you verify that you're listening to the right calls from the right person?
So, for example, in his case, if someone is talking in English, then that is a good projection that it's not him. I'm also able to see the numbers that are being dialed, and those numbers are not numbers that he dials on a regular basis.
And in this case, were you able to identify certain callers by their phone numbers?
Yes, I am.
Who were you able to identify?
I was able to identify Laken Franco.
Okay, and what phone number did she use?
I cannot recall the phone number off the top of my head.
And approximately how many jail calls have you listened to in this case?
I have reviewed approximately 2,000, and I have listened to approximately 400, due to most of them being marked no content.
And who were the talkers or the speakers on the majority of these jail calls?
Jose and Laken.
And did you get to be familiar with their voices?
Yes,
after
I
listening
did.
to 400 calls? And then how did you classify the calls once you listened to them?
So anytime I would listen to a call, I would either mark it as pertinent, non-pertinent, or no content.
And did you isolate some pertinent calls for this case?
Yes, I did.
And was one of those calls, let's get a little happy on the computer here, made on May 11th?
Yes.
Of May 11th on 2024 at 6:41 p.m.?
Yes.
And how were you, did you translate the language in the calls?
Yes, so normally I listen to a call, I will write a summary in English, and then we will send it to linguists to get it officially translated.
And did you send this call out to a linguist to get translated?
Yes, I did.
And did you review that transcript for accuracy?
Yes, I did.
let me show you this jump drive. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 243. I've already shown it to the defense. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is contained on this jump drive?
That contains the call from May 11th, 2024 at 6:41 p.m.
Did you review the transcription in this case?
Yes, I did.
Is that also contained on this jump drive?
Yes, that is also on there.
And did you have a part in helping to create a demonstrative exhibit for the court?
Yes, I did.
And is that also contained on this jump drive?
Yes, it is.
And do you agree with the translation of the transcription of the language as done by the FBI linguist? Is that consistent with what your translation is?
Yes, I do.
And were you able to identify the speakers on the call?
Yes, I was.
And who were the parties to this particular call on May 11th?
The parties on this specific call were Jose and Elaine.
And did you initial this?
Yes, I did.
State will move State's Exhibit 243 into evidence at this time.
Judge, I'm going to renew my objection and add on to that objection. Apparently, especially as it relates to the demonstrative aid and the translation, that this wasn't even done by agent basis. It was done by, now we've got one more level of people who are not going to be here to testify. And so I would add that on to the hearsay and the confrontation.
Agent Specialist Ramirez testified that she listened to the call herself. She reviewed the transcript of the transcript that was created by the FBI linguist, that she reviewed it for accuracy, that she agrees with the transcript, and we would be permitted to assist the court. We have created a demonstrative aid so that the court can, it's essentially what it is it is a rolling exhibit of the transcript.
Well, I hear you, but I also agree with Mr. Kirby that, I mean, we now got another layer. I think those were his words. I'm not going to admit it as at this time this way. I mean, y'all can perhaps figure out something else. I don't know, but we've got the linguist. That's the first I've heard about that when you started talking about that. That actually did the translation, approved by this witness, and now we're here. So I am going to sustain the objection at this point.
The other option, Your Honor, the other Specialist Ramirez listened to the call. She's already testified that she's listened to the call, that she's translated it herself, and we would have her testify as to her translation of this particular call. It's in quiet. Which she's a certified, we've already established that she's a certified translator for the FBI. She listens to jail calls. She was able to authenticate the authenticity, identify the speakers, identify the method of recording the calls, and based on that, we would submit that she can testify as to what the call said.
Can it be heard further?
Judge, the only thing that I would add, I don't know if we're getting into expert testimony here, or if agent of basis is being offered for that. I think you need a court-certified interpreter to do that, where you can play the call. As it relates to agent of basis, it sounds like that went to someone who was a specialist in this, and I would proffer that she is not qualified for that.
Well, I'll let you inquire further. You can void her on her qualifications if you want to, but what I've heard so far, they've at least put up a prima facie case that she is qualified. So I'll let you inquire about that. So here's where we stand right now. I'm not going to admit it as it's coming from the linguist to Ramirez to hear. However, if I am going to consider it, if there's a foundation laid by this witness as to the translation, I don't think the certified court interpreter, as we know them here, is required in this situation, but I don't believe so.
And I apologize to Agent Ramirez, saying agent basis, and that's
Okay.
not it.
So with that, do you want to void eye her on her qualifications, or? I'm just offering it.
Well, just unless they're offering Agent Ramirez as an expert in this, in which case we didn't get any of the stuff that we should have gotten, because I don't know that she was originally thought to be offered as an expert. I think it would be more appropriate on cross-examination.
That's okay.
The defense keeps changing the standard. Specialist Ramirez has already testified that she's a native speaker of Spanish, that she has completed the FBI's certification program, which allows her to do work as a translator for the FBI, and that the translation of this particular jail call and all the other ones was done in the course of her duties as a specialist at the FBI.
Are you offering her as an expert?
I am offering her, I could offer her as an expert. I could ask the court to qualify her as an expert in this area, given her qualifications.
Has she testified in court proceedings before?
Actually, she has not. This would be her first time. But if not, she could still testify as the person who translated the call in the course of her duties as a native speaker of the language. And the law does not require. It's a better practice to use a certified court interpreter, but it's not what the law requires.
Want to be heard any further now? No? Okay. I'll let you go forward, and I'll leave it to you if you're asking for her to be allowed to testify as an expert or not.
Did you have an opportunity to listen to the translation?
Yes.
Listen to the jail call?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times did you listen to it?
I have probably listened to that jail call more than 10 times.
And did you make a translation of the jail call?
Yes. When I listen to a call, I normally type up a summary.
And did you type up, did you make notes in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
And in that jail call, who were the speakers on the jail call?
Jose and Laken.
And what was the context for their conversation?
In the conversation, they were continuing a conversation from a previous call, discussing how he had went to UG.
Do you want to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, you've already stated that, or you've already overruled their objection to our admission of the content of the conversation, in that it's being offered for the admission of a party opponent, and also as in context. This is about the same call on May 11th.
Did I misunderstand your objection?
Yes, Judge. I again, and I apologize for perhaps my confusion. I thought that this was related to the whether or not they were going to offer Agent Ramirez as an expert or not.
I just told her to proceed. Okay. So I'll overrule that objection as stated.
This is going back to the call, you identified the parties.
Yes.
And you were giving the court the context of the call.
Yes. So they were discussing how he had went to UGA to look for work. In the call, they also discussed, Laken had asked him where.
Again, this is if we're going, we can play the phone call, I guess, if we can authenticate this. But if we're just going to talk about what Laling said, then it's hearsay, and she lives up in New York. This isn't a, you know, my guess is that the FBI has the ability to get her.
So I've overruled the objection based on the reference and the playing of Ms. Franco's and the interpretation of Ms. Franco. So you can continue. It's overruled.
At this time, I'm going to play the call. And Specialist Ramirez, can you listen to the call and then give the court a summary of what the call says?
Yes, I can.
Estados Unidos. Después del tono, por favor, diga Estados Unidos. Gracias. Esta llamada no es privada. Será grabada y podría ser monitoreada. Si cree que debería ser una llamada privada, juegue y siga las instrucciones del centro para registrar este número como un número privado. Es posible que usted no oiga ningún sonido durante la aceptación de su...
Okay, can you tell us what that was?
At the beginning of every call, there's usually an automated message letting the parties know that their calls are being recorded and that if this call should be private, they should hang up and follow the instructions provided by the jail on how to set up that number.
Llamada, por favor, no cuelgue.
Whoops. Okay, there we go.
Hola, esta es una llamada con cargos y despidos prepagada de un individuo encarcelado en Athens Court County Jail. Esta llamada no es privada. Será grabada y podría ser monitoreada. Si cree que debería ser una llamada privada, juegue y siga las instrucciones del centro para registrar este número como un número privado, para aceptar cargos y dar su consentimiento para grabar esta llamada, oprima 1 para no aceptar gas y pulsa secures.
Okay, what is that?
That is an automated voice saying that the person that he's calling is receiving a prepaid call from an inmate, and then usually they can say their name, they don't have to, and then the call will ring so the other person can pick it up.
¿Puede comenzar la conversación ahora?
Okay.
He asked her if she's able to hear him okay, and she said yes, that it sounds better. He asked her where were they in the conversation, and she says we were talking about him going to look for the job.
So what is the, I'll move on to the next. Okay.
He says that he went inside, he spoke with the girl, she starts yelling, saying that she's fed up.
Okay.
She's saying that she's fed up, that he has her tired, and if he can just tell the truth.
Okay.
She says, are you going to or are you not going to say the truth? He tells her that he went over there to look for a job.
Okay. Okay.
She continues to ask him what happened with the girl.
Okay.
She tells him, don't wait for me to come and see you because they will not let me see you. Immigration told me that if I step foot over there, I will be in trouble.
Okay.
Can I make an inquiry? Is Ramirez reading off of something?
I am not. I'm only
Okay.
able to see the audio that she's playing.
I apologize.
Okay.
She continues asking that she wants to know what happened with the girl.
Okay. Okay.
She tells him that he has to know something, and he just continues to tell her, like, Layling enough, Layling enough.
Okay.
He just continues to say, okay, okay, okay.
Okay.
She asked him if he had smoked that day, and he said no.
I'm just asking, is there a noise in the background? Is that them talking or?
No, usually it can be background noise from a TV or just other inmates in the background.
Okay.
He asked her if she's writing, and she's like, writing what? And he's like, are you writing? And she said, no, I'm not writing, I'm just fed up.
Okay.
He said, you're fed up, okay, okay.
Oops. Okay, can you?
She said, oh my gosh, and then you cut off mid-sentence, so I can't.
Let me go back a little bit.
Yes.
Okay.
He's telling her, yeah, you're fed up, and she's saying, yeah, I'm fed up, and it's your fault.
Okay.
She said that she thinks it's crazy that they don't have anyone else's DNA, they only have his. And she said she doesn't understand how someone can see someone dying and not call 911.
Okay.
He's saying, enough, Layling, that's why I'm telling you. And she's saying, no, 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 no. She's saying that you're not going to come here and lie to me. I know you. You know something. And he's like, okay, Lily.
Okay.
She asked him where was El Gocho when he was out, and he states that he's either in the house or in the bed. Due to the call being a little bit muffled, it's hard to understand which word he's using.
Okay, and I'll stop it right there. Nothing further of this witness.
Am I cross-examined? No question, Judge. Should be excused.
Yes.
Any objection? Judge, if I can have this a second. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Wesley Durkirk, D-U-R-K-I-T. Do you swear affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat, state your name, spell the first and last name from Madam Court Reporter.
It's Wesley Durkit, W-E-S-L-E-Y, D-U-R-K-I-T.
Where do you work?
University of Georgia Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
I've been there since 2012.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
Title is an IT security analyst. I'm also an officer with the department. I serve as the lead digital forensics examiner for our investigations.
If you could adjust that microphone into your mouth, I just want to make sure that they can hear you over there and Madam Court Reporter can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, security, say that one more time.
IT security analyst.
Okay.
And I'm an officer with the department, and I serve as the lead digital forensics examiner for the investigations.
What is a digital forensic examiner?
Specialized training and role to specifically examine any kind of digital evidence, computers, cell phones, any kind of electronic storage medium to support the investigations.
Tell the court a little bit about your training and education.
Education, I have a bachelor's degree in management information systems, a master's degree in information technology. I'm a post-certified police officer, so Georgia standards for peace officer certification. I have gone through specialized digital forensics training, starting with the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glenn County, Brunswick, Georgia. Completed the 8-week curriculum there to go through courses and certifications in mobile device investigations, digital evidence acquisition, Windows computers analysis, and Macintosh forensics analysis for Mac computers. I've completed vendor-specific training for the tools and analysis software that we use in our unit, specifically with magnet forensics and their Axiom software for analysis. I'm a magnet-certified forensics examiner. What was Gray Shift for the Gray Key device, for the use of the Gray Key device to extract and analyze cell phones. Gray Shift is now owned by Magnet Forensics, that's why I say it used to be Gray Shift, as well as the Compelson Mobile Edit Forensics Pro software, which is a specialized software and analysis that's specialized in wearable devices, smartwatches, and stuff like that.
Were you asked by your department to do two things. Number one, extract data from a cell phone that belonged to Laken Riley, first of all.
I was.
And were you also asked to extract data from a Garmin watch that she was wearing at the time of her murder?
I was.
And did you do both of those things?
I did.
I'd like to start first with the extraction of Laken Riley's cell phone with Kreski. Tell us, what is Kreski and what did you do to her phone?
So Kreski is a specialized device. It was specialized and created to access iPhone devices originally that we were not able to obtain access to. So it has specialized capabilities to be able to unlock iPhones. In this case, we were provided with the passcode for her phone, so I did not have to use the forced unlock feature of it, but it still has advanced features within it to obtain as much data as possible from the phone. So we used it, extracted her phone, and then entered all that into Magnet Axiom for our analysis and reports on her phone.
I'm going to hand you a few documents. Let's do it all at once since I'm up there, but may I have one moment, Council? So I'm handing you a few exhibits. One is 268. Let's do it one at a time.
Okay.
What is 268?
268 is it's a flash drive containing the Kreski extraction data of Laken Riley's iPhone.
And did you learn that yourself?
I created this flash drive myself and handed it to you.
Thank you. And at this time, Your Honor, the state would move to admit States 268, but as with the previous phone extractions, we are not asking the fact finder to consider all of the data on this phone. There is a separate PowerPoint presentation that will be done by another witness, and that will be the data extraction for the phone, for the fact finder to consider. 268 is merely for the record.
Do you, any objection?
No.
It will be admitted for those purposes.
269, what is 269?
So this is a flash drive containing the extraction of the Garmin Forerunner watch used and created by the Mobile Edit Forensic Pro software, extracted directly from her watch. That report was copied onto this device by me and given to you.
And the state would move to admit States 269.
269 is admitted.
Did you create smaller reports from 269 of the Garmin data log?
I did.
And how did you do those reports?
So from the extraction of the watch, we get basically the entire dump of data. So I was able to pull data points from the last run that was being tracked on her watch. And I entered all of that data into the SPSS analysis software, which is just a statistical analysis, produces charts and data analysis visuals.
And the Garmin, did it collect her heart rate?
It did.
Did it collect her speed?
It did.
And did it collect her location?
It did.
The location data, was that also sent to the FBI for their analysis as well?
It was.
I want to talk to you about States 270, 271, and 272. Do you recognize those documents?
I do. These are the charts that I created.
From Laken Riley's Garmin data?
From the Garmin watch data.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit 270, 271, and 272.
Any objection? Thank you. 270, 271, 272 are admitted without
And
objection.
Would the court please toggle over so we can publish those documents? If you have a difficult time seeing that, let me know because I can come back up to you.
Okay.
Can
I
you
have a copy myself as well.
Oh, you have
Yeah,
a copy?
Yeah.
Do you have a copy of 270?
I do.
All right. Can you see States 270?
I can.
It's a little hard for me to read, and I'm afraid to touch this thing to make
Sure.
it zoom. Your Honor, can you see States 270? Okay, and defense counsel, can you see 270? Yes? Okay. So in States 270, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
So on the top graph, that is charting the heart rate logged by her watch. This is from the time frame of 9:08 and 30 seconds on February 22nd, 2024 until the time 9:15 and 30 seconds. And the bottom chart is graphing the location tracked speed of her movement during that time frame.
And why did you break it down into just this basically 7-minute time frame?
Simply for visual purposes. During the entire run that was logged on her watch, it tracked a data point every second that day. So there were over 33,300 data points set and recorded and extracted. So if we put that entire data set in a chart like this to fit on this one piece of paper, it would essentially be a flat line. So we basically just select a time frame that shows some pertinent data. That way we can visually see the peaks and valleys included in the chart in the data set.
So in looking at States 270, can you tell us, first of all, what was Laken's speed and her heart rate at 9:08 a.m.?
So at 9:08, so right at the start, okay.
Yes.
It's hard to read on mine as well. So heart rate at that time was 156, so that's beats per minute for the heart rate. The speed was at, and it tracks in meters per second, to be clear. It's 2.65 is what's logged on the chart. For conversion's sake, that'll go over to 5.9 miles per hour, and for running purposes, that's a 10.2 minute mile.
What about the next data point for speed, which is 2.97? Is that faster than the previous one?
That is moving faster than the previous data point. So 2.97 meters per second. Again, comes down to up to 6.6 miles per hour, or just over a 9-minute mile.
And that particular speed, 2.97, is that the fastest that you see on her run that day?
The fastest was right at the beginning of the run. So that was around just after 9:03. You'll see that on the
States
next.
271?
Correct. Yeah.
So her fastest was 3.45?
3.45, 7.7 miles per hour, about a 7-minute 47 mile.
So going back to States 270, we were at, is that at 9:09 a.m. that it is at 2.97?
A little bit after that. I could give you the exact time if I had a minute to dig through the log, but it's shortly after 9:09.
At some point, we can continue to go along this track.
Okay.
But in States 270, did you also note at the time that Laken Riley called 911 from her phone?
Yes, and that's the vertical reference lines you see. Those
top?
are, yes, those are reference lines that we pulled over from the phone log data. So at the time the 911 call was placed, that was at, the actual call went out at 9:11:06. That's that third vertical line you see on the graph.
That's when the call went out, but did she attempt to make it sooner than that?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about two things. At some point in States Exhibit 270, did Laken Riley come to a complete stop?
Yes.
What was the time that she came to a complete stop?
So the speed went to 0. I think that's notated on the third. Yeah, so on the third chart we have here, 272, is that what it'd be? It comes to a complete stop. Oh, nope, sorry. That was the heart rate.
How about States 271?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I thought I had it written down. Yep, wrong chart. So yeah, 9:10:44 was the time the speed went to 0.
What time did she attempt to start making that 911 call?
So the phone logged the phone call application, so the internal phones application started to recognize an attempt to place a call at 9:10:50. That's the second vertical line.
So for record purposes, 9:10:40 to 9:10:50 is how much time?
That'd be 6 seconds.
No.
40 or 44?
Right, it's 9:10 and 44 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So that's the speed 0.
Okay.
And
Tell
then-
me the 911 SOS application. I want to ask you questions about that too, but tell me that time.
So the SOS, we initially saw that occur at 9:10 and 39 seconds.
All
and
right,
that's
so-
not referenced on this chart.
Okay, so how much time differentials between those two events, from the time that she comes to a complete stop and the time that she does the SOS function?
So the SOS function was actually initially applied prior to coming to a stop.
Okay, so tell us about that.
So
I'm just looking for the time between the two.
Right.
All right.
And I'm just trying to figure out exactly from what point you're talking.
All
So
right.
yeah, 9:10:39, we saw the SOS feature on the phone initially be activated. And by activation, the phone is just recognizing some way to initiate the SOS. There's multiple ways to do it. Long press or 2-button side press, so the side button is a volume button. You can long press that, it'll initiate. From the lock screen, you can hit the emergency call and it'll bring up a dial pad. Then there's other features that have to be enabled that we did not see enabled on her phone. So when you see that SOS folder created at 9:10:39, we believe and we understand at that time is when we saw the SOS starting to become manipulated. Then what we see after the speed went to 0 with the phone call app intent to call, that's when the phone application is starting to recognize, hey, I need to start waking up to place a phone call. So from the 9:10:39 when SOS was activated to 9:10:50 when the phone application recognized, you're looking at 11 seconds from those 2 points. The 9:10:50 was 6 seconds after she stopped. So that was the phone call the phone being recognized that it needs to place a call occurred 6 seconds after she came to a complete stop. And then the phone call finally went out at 9:11:06, which would be, what's that, 44, 20, mental math, 44, 54, 22 seconds from the speed 0 to phone call out.
So it took the phone a minute, not even
Correct.
a minute, a few
Yeah,
seconds to recognize the SOS function and actually make the call.
Right.
Do you know how that works on an iPhone to enable an SOS function to make an emergency 911 call?
Yes.
Can you show us if I hand you my iPhone on the stand? Show us how that works. I need to show the cord.
All right,
How
so
do you do that?
So from the lock screen, we would swipe, you get your unlocked dial pad, and then from here, and then from here you would get the emergency button at the bottom. Hit that and that will load a dial pad. From there you would dial 911 and place the call. It's one way.
Okay, what's the other way?
That's the most familiar way for most people with their phone. So from an iPhone, you can select the side button and a volume button, hold, and it brings up the emergency option from that phone, from that display.
And so for the record, did you hold the two side buttons down simultaneously?
Correct.
For that screen to appear?
For this screen to appear.
Okay.
So that's one way. Then if you let go, you'll feel it vibrate. It vibrated in my hand when it brought this screen up. You would slide to place the call. Then on the newer iPhones, hers was a 15 Pro Max, so the latest at the time, if you continue to hold, it will then start a countdown. And it'll go 8-second countdown, and then it'll start vibrating, sounding an alarm, and then place the call automatically. But you have to continue to hold after this screen displays for it to do that.
So there are a few ways that
Correct.
you could do it.
Correct.
Do you know from examining, thank you, I'll take my phone back. Do you know from examining Laken Riley's phone which method of SOS 911 calling she used?
So from what we have seen and been able to determine, it appears that the dial pad was used.
And I want to talk to you about her heart rate continuation. So
Okay.
I'm going to show you back to State's Exhibit 271. Can you tell us the top graph? What does that depict?
So the top graph in red is the heart rate data, and that's from the time 9:03:42, which also occurred, coincided with the beginning of the tracked activity, being the run, and it runs to 9:33:59, and again, this is February 2nd, 2024.
When did her heart rate drop to 0?
So it went to 0 at 9:28 and 23 seconds.
And did it remain 0? And I want to show you 272. Tell us what we're looking at 272.
So 272 is the heart rate from that same beginning time, 9:03 and 42 seconds. And it's tracking all the way to 12:59 and 59 seconds, February 22nd, 24.
And at some point, we see the 0 at 9:28, like you told us.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see what looks like her heart rate going back up at 12:37.
Yes.
What,
So
does that coincide with the CPR?
that coincides with CPR and is tracked based on the body cam footage from our officer arriving on scene.
So if you look at Officer Maxwell's body cam footage, which we've already looked at,
Correct.
at 12:37 p.m., he attempts CPR on Miss Riley. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that caused, you were able to see that in the Garmin watch?
Yes.
All right. Between the 9:28 a.m. and when Officer Maxwell shows up at the scene, is there any movement in her heart rate?
No.
It
The heart
remains
rate,
0.
Correct.
All right. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon. I really just have a couple questions to clarify something. We spoke on the phone a few weeks ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just for the court reporter, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Thanks. And I thought you told me then that you thought that the 911 call had been placed not through the keypad, but through the...
Correct. So in further analysis, finally following up with some forensic consultant solutions with Magnet Forensics, where we use our analysis software, we were able to find some more detailed information in it's called a P list, which is just a stored data file that's holding all of this data. And we found the setting in there that determined that the multi-press that we were originally thinking was, that feature was actually not enabled on her phone. So then a little bit deeper analysis into what was actually loading at the time, we could see that the dial pad for the emergency call was loaded on her phone at the time that the call was being placed.
Okay. And when did you find this out?
2 weeks ago.
So obviously after I spoke to you.
Mm-hmm.
And, but, okay, so caught me by surprise because I'm going by the report that I guess was prepared back. When did you first do your analysis?
We initially started working this initially right after, so February.
Okay, because in that report you indicated that at 9:10 and 39 seconds the call was begun through the SOS process.
Well, the SOS application feature set was activated. The phone call did not occur until that 9:10 and 50.
But in any event, your opinion at the time was that it was not made through the keypad.
Correct.
Okay. And then I also asked you, and maybe you have more information now, but I asked you on the phone that if you could tell who disconnected the call, and you said you weren't able to tell.
Not able to tell from the device.
Okay. And I saw in your report that's kind of this second by second timeline. You indicated that at 9:11 and 59 seconds, ACCPD 911 center showed the call ended. Is that right?
That's what I believe they said. Again, I was looking at phone data and just referencing what the ACC data center provided, but I did not scrutinize that log at all.
Okay, and then you indicate also that so 1 second later, at 9:12 0 seconds, that Riley's phone showed the call ended.
Correct. The phone call, the device logged that the call ended.
So would that not indicate that the call didn't disconnect from Riley's phone's side of it?
If the 911 center said that it ended at 9:11:59, my opinion would be that the 911 center is what disconnected first, and then the phone recognized that the call disconnected and then logged it as a disconnected call a second later.
That's all, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you talk to the 911 call center to ask them if they hung up on Laken Riley?
I did not.
Okay. Wouldn't that be better evidence of what happened?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Drummond?
Any be excused?
Yes, sir. May we approach counsel?
You're excused.
Thank you.
For media, the next witness is not to be recorded. If you will adjust that camera and no pictures. Thank you. Okay, you may call your next witness.
The state calls Taser Sweet Talavani Sarawaki.
Come on.
Just letting the witness know she's not being recorded.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I swear.
Okay, if you could take a seat, have a seat. Scoot way up to this microphone and be sure you speak into it because I know you're soft-spoken. Madam Court Reporter has to take down what you're saying and they have to be able to hear you over there, all right? Okay, please state your name and spell it, your full name.
My name is Tejaswi Tamilmani Saraswati, Tejaswi. Tamilmani is Tamilmani. Saraswati Saraswathi.
Good afternoon. Are you a student?
Yes, I am a student here.
When you say here, what university are you a student at?
University of Georgia.
How long have you attended the University of Georgia?
It's been a year.
What are you studying?
I'm studying PhD in exercise physiology.
Are you a graduate student?
Yes, I am.
And how old are you?
I'm 24 years old.
Were you living at Building S, Apartment 114 on February 22nd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
Tell us a little bit about your apartment. Were you living there alone or with other people, and how big is your apartment?
I live in a one-bedroom apartment, and I live alone there. It's on the first floor.
And by first floor, you mean the bottom floor?
Yes.
And is it on the end, or is it in the middle of the building?
It's all the way to the end.
At some time that morning, first of all, what time did you wake up?
I would say around 7.
And at some point in the morning, did you notice something unusual?
Yes, I did. I heard some fidgeting sounds on my main door, front door.
Where were you when you heard those sounds?
I was in the shower.
Describe to the court what you actually heard.
I was in the shower and I heard somebody trying to open my door. And initially I thought it was coming from upstairs, but when I stepped out of the bathroom, I noticed that it was coming from my front door. When I went to see who it was, I saw someone through the peephole trying to open it.
Could you describe the person that you saw?
The person had a black hood, black hat, black jacket, and black gloves, but I could not see the person's face.
Why couldn't you see their face?
I think it's because of the cap. It was blocking their face.
And when you said they ducked down, what do you mean by that?
So the moment I said, hello, who is it? They ducked down, I think, to avoid being seen through the peephole. I saw them bending and walking away.
Did you see that same individual again?
Yes, I saw them in my living room window.
Okay. And how did you see that individual again, and how much time passed from the time that you saw them at the door till you saw them in the window?
As soon as I saw them at the door, I went to pick up my phone from the bedroom, and I came back to the door again and then tried calling for help, which is when I turned around and looked at the window, and I noticed someone there. Then I could see them trying to look inside.
When you say trying to look inside, what exactly did you see?
I saw the person's cap jutting out through the window.
And did you see them in your window?
Yes.
What did you see them doing in your window?
I could see just their head and the cap part of it, their hat part of it, and they were trying to look inside my apartment.
Okay. And if you could, your apartment had windows, is
Yes.
that right? How many windows did your apartment have in the back?
One in the living room and one in the bedroom.
Your blinds that day, how did you have your blinds? Were they opened or were they closed?
They were 3/4 open.
And by 3/4 open, what do you mean?
It was open almost all the way up, just a little.
And I'm gonna do a few things. Did you eventually call 911?
Yes.
Okay. I'm handing you what's already been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12. Had you have a chance to listen to State's Exhibit 12 prior to today?
Yes.
And is that your signature on State's 12?
Yes.
And is State's 12 a fair and accurate recording of your 911 call?
Yes.
State request permission to publish State's 12.
Nay.
The call is in many different audio files. We're going to just start from the beginning and go down.
Hello, I think someone's trying to break into my apartment. Okay, what's your address? Street and Rogers Road, building at 414. You're on UGA campus or what? Yeah. Let's push it right over. I'm a street and Rogers Road building at. You're at 330 Baxter Street, Rogers Road. Street and Rogers Road. That's 330 Rogers Road? 310. 310, okay. So you're in building Sam? Okay, ma'am. I'm a street and Rogers Road building at. Yeah, 330 Baxter Street? Street and Rogers Road. 330 Rogers Road? 310. 310, okay. So you're in building Sam? Building S? Yes. And your apartment is 310? Yes, 114 is your apartment. What's that? 114 is my apartment number. Okay, and what is your name? My name is Kreski. K-E-G-A-S-W-I. And your last name? Amani. C-A-M-I-N-A-N-A-N-I. Okay, and a good callback number for you. Okay. What's the phone number for you? This is the one. This is the one. 951-536-2830. Okay, and what's going on? I was in the shower and then I heard some noises and I came to check that someone was, I was in a peephole. Someone was trying to open the door. And then I said, excuse me, and then they just ran away and then all the time they kept trying to look through my window. I didn't get to see the face. They had all this cap and stuff on, but I don't know what's going on. Okay. And you're there alone? Yes, I'm alone here. You know if they're still outside? had the black jacket and then they had a hood on.
Do you know if it was a male or a female?
I think it's good news to go because I already talked to the teacher.
Okay, do you know, was it just one person or was it more than one person?
Just one. I said just one.
Are all your windows and doors locked?
There's no window there. There's no lock.
There's no lock on the window?
It's not locked on the door. I think it's on.
Okay, and is your front door locked?
Yes, that door is locked.
Okay. Okay, is there anywhere safe that you can go inside of your apartment? That way if they were to make entry, can you lock yourself in the bathroom?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, go ahead and lock yourself in the bathroom until I get an officer out there, okay?
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna stay on the phone with you until I get somebody out there, okay? You're welcome. I'm gonna mute myself so I can talk to my units on the radio, and if you need me, just because I can still hear you, okay?
At this point, are you in your bathroom?
Yes, I was.
I think that's it to the next wave file.
Okay, and what direction are your windows facing?
The far side, not the road side, the other way.
So they're not facing the road?
Not facing the road.
Okay.
So does that complete your 911 call?
Yes.
And at the end of it, you say, I see them. Who were you talking about that you saw?
2 police officers.
Were they at your front door?
Yes.
And did you open your door to them?
Yes.
And did you tell them what you saw?
Yes.
And what had happened?
They came in, asked me what happened, took my statement, and then they left.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 276. Do you recognize those windows?
Yes.
What are they?
They're my windows.
And is that how your blinds were that morning
Yeah.
of the 22nd day of February?
Yes.
State would move to admit State's 276.
No objection.
276, you said?
Yes, sir.
276 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So show us, and if you could show the court, in State's 276 that we are looking at here, is that how your blinds were open?
Yes.
And can you show us on 276 on what is my right of the photo, which window is this?
That is the living room window.
And which window is the other window on the left side?
Bedroom window.
The individual that you saw when you said they went around back and tried to look in, if you could demonstrate for the court, how did they do that? Were they on the brick? Were they right in the middle of the window? And which window was it, first of all?
So they were on the living room window.
So that would be where my pen is?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And they were to the brick wall side, so their body was there, yes, and they were, their head, I could see their head through the window.
Okay. And can you show us how, could you see their body or their head?
Just their head.
Show us how that person, you were able to see the head but not the body. If you could, stand up with the court's permission, step down, and just using this door frame here, show us. Okay?
So it was like, or I guess, like this.
So their back was to the brick,
Yeah.
and their head was through your window.
Yes.
And you could see their head in your window.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat. When you said, excuse me, through the door, did that person say anything back to you?
No.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have, thank you.
Good afternoon, is it Ms. Saraswati?
Yes.
I want to start with that head you were describing just a second ago. Were you able to see any of the face?
No, I was not.
You only saw the cap?
Yes.
And the hood covering the cap?
Yes.
Okay. And on the 911 call, when you're kind of describing what happened, you say that you're not really sure if it's a man or a woman.
Yes.
And you describe them as wearing a black hat and a black jacket.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Law?
No, sir.
Should you be excused?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're excused, ma'am.
Thank you.
You can call your next witness.
State calls Officer Sayan, and I just need to talk to her about transportation. Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat. State your first and last name and spell it for Madam Court Reporter.
Jonathan Simon, Jonathan, Simon, Simon.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer with the University of Georgia Police Department. I've been doing that for the past 3 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
Primarily answering calls for service, patrolling around, looking for issues of safety, of matter of life and property, and enforcing the state of Georgia laws.
Were you working in that capacity on the 22nd day of February 2024?
I was.
Did you respond to a 911 call made by a student, Tejaswi Sararathi, at 310 Rogers Road?
I did.
Is 310 Rogers Road in Athens, Clark County, Georgia?
It is.
About what time did you get the call, and about how long did it take you to get there?
I got the call at 7:59 in the morning, and I arrived on scene at approximately 8:06 in the morning.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. Were you wearing your body cam that day?
I was.
And have you had a chance to look at the contents of State's Exhibit 277?
I did.
What is State's 277?
This is going to be my body camera footage for this time frame.
And does it fairly and accurately depict those recordings, and is a true and accurate recording of your body cam from the 22nd day of February 2024?
It is.
So we move to admit 277 and request permission to publish.
No objection.
277 is admitted. You may play it.
I am going to speed up a little bit in your body cam so we don't watch all of it. Do you see the counter at the top?
Yes.
13:06 on 2/22 of 24. Is that in UTC time?
It is approximately 5 hours before, so it'd be 8 in the morning, I believe, if my math is correct.
8:06.
8:06, yes.
Do we see in this frame Building S?
Yes.
And what type of building is Building S?
Building S is a University Village housing. It's going to be housing primarily for grad students or international students. It's in an apartment format sort of style.
I want to fast forward to when you get to the apartment door. I'm going to stop you there at 13:07. Is that the front door to 114?
It is.
Tell us about that door. Is there a screen door?
Yes, it's a screen door up front, and then there's going to be a larger metal door right behind it.
So do we see the screen door there in the center of the frame?
Yes.
Hey, I'm Sayan.
The person that we see in the center of the frame now at 13:07, who is that?
That is going to be the caller, Mr. Jose Ibarra.
And how would you describe her demeanor that morning?
She seemed very unsettled, very scared in the moment, understandably so. So primarily I was just trying to use my best customer service voice to try to calm her down in that situation.
And you responded, and did other UGA police officers also respond?
Yes, I was the initial responding officer getting information from her. We had other units around the area searching for a potential suspect going on from there.
I'm sorry, your voice trailed off a little bit because somebody moved in the chair.
I'm sorry about that.
A little louder. You responded, others responded to do what?
They were searching the area for, the call came out as an individual jiggling a door handle, and so that individual looking through the window and left the area. So they were in that surrounding area looking for that individual.
And then when you say that surrounding area, this area around Building S?
Yes.
Hey, can I come in or you? Alrighty.
I want to stop right there. Do you see her back windows to the living room?
Yes.
All right. Can you point to those for the court?
This is going to be the back windows up there.
Okay. The only windows we see in the frame, and there is a pointer.
Oh, gotcha. It's going to be right here.
You got to go up behind you because
there we go.
No, we can't see
Yes.
that. All right. Thank you.
Right there.
And how would you describe her blinds?
They are open at the moment.
So I'm just gonna get one thing over the radio. 6427. I believe it's gonna be the north facing at the end of the building. Hey, so you okay? Oh, gotcha. I understand it'd be a little bit scary. I'm just gonna be asking you a couple questions, get some clarifying information, okay?
And without going through everything she said to you, did she eventually tell you somebody tried to get in her apartment?
Yes.
And did she say that she saw the person on the back of the apartment in the blinds that we just saw?
Yes, she said it was the same individual.
And what did that person do in the back?
Walking by, she stated that he looked into the open window, looking inside the room.
You're taking a shower, correct? And you heard something going on?
Yeah, I heard like something was moving, and I just heard it was someone from upstairs. I usually hear that. And then when I actually came out, I heard it coming from the door.
Oh, you heard it coming from this door?
Yes.
Okay.
So I went to see to the people, and then I saw actually someone was like crouched down and then trying to I just open it. Okay. And then I thought it was just maintenance. I thought of opening, but then I was like, why would they do that right in the first knock?
Yeah.
So, and then I said, excuse me, and as I said that, they tried to that door, and I could see them knocking.
Mm-hmm.
And then they went away, and then after that, I tried to get the phone. Then when I was standing by the door, and then I could see them peeping, trying to peep and take a look.
They're trying to look into that. So at no point did they ever enter your
No, they didn't.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I'm going to stop it there at 1309 for the record. Did she give you a general description of this person?
Yes, she gives me a general description.
And what's the general description that was given?
So a male of an unknown race with a black jacket and a black cap. She didn't give any other details because she stated he was crouching down at the door when she looked through.
And did you put that information out on the radio?
Yes, I did put that in the radio.
And did you and other officers begin to try to search for that individual?
I did not search at this time. The other officers were searching. I searched later on after this call was completed.
And at 1309, we can actually see someone in the back of her window right now. Is that right?
Yes.
And who is that person?
So that is our intern currently. Right in front of her was Corporal Bridges with UGPD.
And in standing in the threshold of, or at the door inside Tasia Lee's apartment, did you have any difficulty seeing out that back window?
No, you can see completely clearly.
Is there camera footage around this building?
Yes, there was camera footage around this building at the time.
And I'm going to take that up with another officer who looked at that. So I believe at this point, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Any questions?
Yes, Officer Simon, just briefly, it looks like so we see that you were there speaking with the caller at between 8:06 and 8:09 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
And then you left shortly after this, but then you came back later, right?
Yes, sir.
At about 9:05? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that you and Corporal Bridges came back about an hour later?
It was just me and Corporal Bridges at 9:05, and then Corporal Bridges did another check at 9:40 roughly.
Okay. And this was, I'm guessing y'all came back those two more times just to walk around and make sure you didn't see the suspicious person?
Yes, we were looking for that suspicious person again, yes.
And neither of y'all saw anyone at either 9:05 or 9:40?
No, sir.
That's all.
Anything else, Ms. Ross?
No, sir.
Can you be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Donnelly?
No.
You're excused. Call your next witness.
The state calls Sally Kreski, K-I-R. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So,
I do.
okay, if you could have a seat, please, and adjust the microphone where you can speak into it. Spell your first and last name, please.
First name is Sally, S-A-L-L-Y. Last name is Kreski, K-I-R-K-L-E-W-S-K-I.
And ma'am, what do you do for a living?
Say again, please.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a staff level researcher in public health research.
Are you a runner?
I am.
And how often do you run?
6 to 7 days a week.
How far do you run when you run?
Anywhere from 4 miles to 20, depending on what I'm training for.
Are you familiar with the trails behind the intramural fields in the University of Georgia called the Oconee Forest and those running trails back there?
I am familiar with them.
How are you familiar with those trails?
I run and walk there frequently.
How many times would you estimate you have ran and walked those trails?
I would say well over 1,000 at this point since I've been in Athens.
I want to direct your attention to the 22nd day of February, 2024. Were you running that morning?
I was.
First of all, what part of town were you living in, and how did you get to the fields? Did you drive? Did you run? Did you walk?
I was living off of South Millage Avenue, and I ran there.
You ran there. About what time did you leave your house?
Around 8:04 in the morning.
And about what time did you make your way onto the running trails?
I would say I got to the trails just after 8:20 a.m.
Were you wearing any kind of digital device that monitored your pace, where you ran, and your heart rate?
Yes.
What were you wearing?
Garmin Forerunner watch.
Were you running alone that day or with someone else?
I was running alone.
And when you were running, what, if anything, did you have on you?
I had the watch, long sleeve shirt, pants, mittens, little warm headband, running shoes, and a heart rate monitor.
And a heart rate monitor?
Mm-hmm.
While on your run, did you see anything unusual?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what did you see?
I would say that morning what was unusual, that there were a number of UGA police cars out, which wasn't quite typical of that area. And that kind of got me a little on edge.
And why did that get you on edge?
I had run past a police officer that had stopped a student on East Campus Road, and he had said to the student, or I overheard there were reports of suspicious activity. I wasn't sure where, but it did make me a little nervous.
About what time was that where you saw an officer talking about suspicious activity?
Let's see, that would have been probably around 8:15 in the morning.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. It might be easier to do it this way. I'm handing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States 278. You recognize States 278?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the map of my run that morning.
And the state would move to admit States 278 and request permission to publish.
No objection.
278 submitted, you may.
So showing you 278, this is a map of your run that morning, you said?
Yes.
And was that made from your digital device?
Yes, it was.
How far did you run that morning?
6 miles.
Tell me where my pencil is, where the green is. What is that?
That is right outside my apartment where I began the run.
All right, and tell us, if you could, using a pointer, there's a pointer right there, if you could show the court which direction did you run and show us your run.
Yes.
Keep your voice up. There you go.
All right, I began my run here at the green dot and went through, there's a break in the hedges between there and an apartment complex that was called Cielo. I ran through there, back to a little bit of this multi-use path, and continued down Millage Avenue Extension, took a right onto East Campus Road.
Yeah, you might have to stand up a little bit. There we go.
And then took a right onto College Station Road, took another right onto Lake Herrick Drive, continued down there to the trailhead here, entered the trails, came down, curved around, took this sharp left, continued down this larger trail that's gravel, took a right at the lake, came out a left, continuing along the lake, and then came back up around the fields here and down, and then around there's the band practice field and some courts here, made a loop in this parking lot, came back out around, down by the lake, out, up, came back, kind of retraced my steps, took a left onto College Station, left onto East Campus, left onto Millage Avenue Extension, came back, did a little lap around the parking lot here to hit 6 miles and ended where I started.
Thank you. At some point in your run on the trails, did you see an individual?
I did.
Okay, if you could, you can have a seat now if you don't mind, and then adjust the microphone if you need to. Where were you when you saw the individual?
I was on the trails where this circle is.
Okay, so where the blue circle is?
Correct.
Is there a retention pond near there?
There is.
Okay, and so where you, did you circle this yourself, this blue circle?
I did.
And does that indicate where you saw this individual?
Yes.
What time was it when you saw this individual at this blue circle?
Around 8:24 a.m.
What did you see?
I saw a person who appeared to be a man just based on stature, average height, wearing a navy blue jacket, black gloves or mittens, hood up, dark pants and dark shoes, and he was standing, I'm assuming he was standing facing away from the trail, away from the retention pond.
So you came around from the direction of, let me do this again, this is where you came around, right, from this way?
Yes.
And when you see that individual, were they ever facing you at any time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you see anything in their hands?
I saw what appeared to be a phone.
Okay. In one of the hands?
Correct.
Did you talk to this individual?
I did not.
Did this individual look at you?
Not that I could see, no.
And did you, what did you do once you saw this individual?
I continued running past this person a little bit faster. I was a little worried. So continued to the running past the pond to make that sharp left.
What about that individual that you observed made you worried?
I would say it would be that this person didn't look at me when I came around, and usually even if someone's just standing there, they hear a noise, they kind of look or make any sort of body motion, and they were really, really still.
Was this person alone?
Yes.
When you ran past them, how fast do you think you were going?
Probably around, an average of like an 8:30 per mile pace, and then, I picked it up after that around there, so probably now like 7:45 pace.
And you continued your path around the lake like you showed us?
Correct.
Did you ever do another loop within the fields to go back to this location?
No, I didn't, no.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? I'll pass the witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
You said you saw this individual around 8:24 a.m.?
That's correct.
And you're pretty sure about that time because your run tracked where you were at different points during that time?
Correct, yes.
When you first saw this person, you said they didn't look at you. Could you tell where they were looking?
They were looking south, away from the trail.
And was that towards or away from the retention pond area?
I was away from the retention pond. Would have been north, my bad.
And were they standing on the path or off the path?
They were just off the path.
And when you ran by them, how close were you to them?
I would say about 6 feet.
But you didn't see them at any point turn to look at you?
No.
When you ran past them, did you ever look back?
I looked back after I had rounded that sharp turn on the map, making that left.
And had the individual moved or come towards you in any way?
Not that I could tell.
And I believe when you were describing what the individual was wearing, you said dark-colored shoes.
Correct.
Can you, like black shoes, or do you know what color they were?
I don't know what color they were.
But they were dark, so they weren't like white shoes.
Not that I could tell.
I don't have any further questions.
Anything else, Ms. Ross?
No, sir. May she be excused?
Any objection, Ms.
No
Beck?
objection.
You're excused. Thank you. We're going to take a break.
Yes, sir.
10-minute recess. ready, Ms. Ross?
Yes, sir. State call Special Agent Jay Burney.
Special Agent Jay Burney. Jay Burney. Oh, God. Well, hello.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
If you can raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat, say, and spell your first and last name.
My name is James, last name Burney, Berni.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a special agent in the FBI.
Where are you assigned?
I'm assigned to the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division, specifically the FBI's CAST, C-A-S-T unit.
What is the FBI's CAST unit?
So CAST, which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team, it's a team stood up by the FBI in 2009 after the FBI noticed an increased use of cell phone records in criminal trials. So CAST team members like myself specialize in both historical and active cell phone mapping and tracking.
How long have you worked for the CAST team?
I started doing CAST work in 2015 and became a full certified member in 2016, so approximately 8 years.
What does it, well, tell us first of all a little bit about your educational background.
Yeah, so I graduated from Auburn University with a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice.
And prior to working at the FBI, did you work anywhere else?
I did 10 years active duty in the United States Army.
What did you do for the United States Army?
So the last 6 years I spent in the intel community working at the National Security Agency, where my job was to track Department of Defense high-value targets in Iraq using their communication devices like cell phones and satellite phones.
Tell the court a little bit about your specialized training in the field of cellular devices.
Yeah, so as a CAST team member, we receive about 400 hours of specialized training in our initial training. Everything from radio wave theory, how does a radio wave move through space. We also get training directly from the cell phone manufacturers. So Apple, Samsung, Google, they come in and teach us how their devices work. But some of the best training we receive is also from the cell phone providers, meaning AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, what used to be Sprint. They come in and teach us how does their network operate and how does a phone operate within their network. So the time you hit the green button to place a call, how does the cell phone providers keep records for all of your activities? How would we use those records to track an individual or a device to historical or active locations?
How many investigations have you conducted using historical cellular telephone data analysis and cell phone location data and GPS location data?
So this has been my full-time job since 2019. So every day I look at cell phone records. I handle all the Amber Alerts for Georgia and also half of the ones for Alabama and the Panhandle of Florida. So I look through thousands of records a year, and probably within those 8 years, on average, close to 1,000 records a year.
I'm going to hand you two exhibits. The first one is State's Exhibit 274. Do you recognize State's 274?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is it?
It is my CV.
And the state would move to admit State's 274.
No objection.
274 is admitted.
The next one is State's 275. What is State's 275?
275 is a printout copy of my analysis for this case.
And the state would move to admit State's 275.
No objection.
275 is admitted.
And Judge, we have 275 on a PowerPoint, and we're going to display 275 in PowerPoint mode for the court. And what we'll do at the end of the day, because our disk, our thumb drive got corrupted, which had both FBI PowerPoints on it, but at the end of the day, we will reburn both FBI PowerPoints. So that would be Special Agent Jamie Hipkiss and Special Agent Jay Burney onto one thumb drive, and just move to admit the PowerPoints for the record so that they can be part of the record.
We won't have any objection to that.
So first then, have you previously been qualified before as an expert in the fields of historical cellular telephone data analysis and historical telephone location data and GPS data?
I have.
Approximately how many times have you been qualified as an expert in those fields?
About 98 different times in 9 different states.
Okay. And that would that also include, have you qualified before as an expert in the superior courts of the state of Georgia?
Yes.
And have you also qualified as an expert in said matters in federal court?
Yes, ma'am.
The state would move to qualify, or excuse me, the state would submit Special Agent Burney as an expert in the fields of cellular historical telephone data analysis, cellular telephone location data, and GPS location data.
The witness will be allowed to testify as an expert in those areas.
And the word I was looking for was tender. We would tender him as an expert.
Very well.
Thank you.
Except that, is there an objection, or do you want to inquire any further?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to talk to you about your analysis in this case. What were you asked to do in this case, and what did you do?
Yes, I was asked to review several cell phone records for several different phones, also extraction location history for several different devices, and also the extraction history for a Garmin GPS watch.
Your slide number 2, what are we looking at?
Yeah, so this just, again, says that I was asked to review specifically these 2 phone records as target phones in this investigation, as they were involved in the homicide of Laken Riley in Athens, Georgia on February 22nd of 2024. And then it discusses the methodology, and that's basically using the call detail records, or the phone bill of a phone plus some additional information listed in the call detail records, putting that together with a tower list. And that allows us to get a general location of where a device is when it has an activity on the network.
And the conclusions we'll discuss as we go along the way. But before we move on, the phone number in blue, 770-778-49.
Yeah, that device was associated with Laken Riley, and that is operated by Verizon.
And the number in red, 34735.
Yeah, that device was associated to Jose Ibarra, and that is operated by T-Mobile.
What are we looking at in slide 3?
Yeah, so this is just various cell phone towers. The most common are the ones on the left-hand side, the monopole, the lattice work. But then we also show the structural tower on the bottom left down there. Again, those are antennas, those white vertical-looking things. That's what your phone connects to route its call or data sessions through there. Everything on the right-hand side is also a cell phone tower. We show that just to say, just because you don't see a tall monopole or lattice work tower in your area doesn't mean there's not cell phone antennas providing coverage in your area.
Slide 4, 5, it's 4, sorry.
Yeah, so cell phone towers, again, are the connection between our device and what we want to do on the network. So we can also connect our phones via Wi-Fi, and we do that. But everything we're going to look at today is from records from the cell phone providers. So these records will show the connection between the cell phone device and the tower itself. And in those records, it lists the cell phone tower, the number of the tower that's used, plus the side or the sector that was also used to carry that call or activity. So what we see here in this is basically, again, the vast majority of cell phone towers, about 95% of all towers in the United States are 3-sided towers. So what we see here on the left-hand side is the cell phone tower in the middle. That's that triangle shape in the middle. And so the providers, in order to provide more space for users, they take one tower and they divide it up into 3 equal parts. And you see that here kind of on the left-hand side. You see sector or side number 1 is the red side, sector side number 2, blue, and the third one being green. But when we get the records and we look at the actual activity on the device, we can then map that activity and show which sector. So in the middle there kind of shows when we see which tower was used for the device and which side or sector. We can then put left or right limits up to each of those sides or sectors to help annotate it on the map.
What is timing advance data?
So in addition to the call detail records or kind of the phone bill with tower information, there's other records kept by a service provider, and those are what we call timing advance records. So I just talked about how a service provider puts in a cell phone tower in an area to provide coverage in that area. And then in order to provide more spots for users, they divide that one tower into 3 equal parts. But then to get even more users, what they do is for each of those sectors, those antennas, your phone doesn't use that antenna for the entire period it's on a phone call. It's giving a time slot. Meaning, when I leave the court today and I call my wife to tell her I'm on my way home, no matter how long my call is, my phone will only use a tower for a short period of time. So it might transmit data for 5 milliseconds. Then someone else's phone, then someone else's phone, then my phone comes back on top for another 5 milliseconds to transmit data. So, and those are kind of like appointment times on the tower. So what timing advance is the synchronization of the network, meaning if all the phones tried to reach the tower at exactly the same time, nothing would happen, right? Interference, everybody kind of crashes together. So they make appointment times. In order for your phone to reach its appointment time, it has to know how far away it is from the tower. So if a phone is right underneath the tower, in order to meet its appointment time, it can send its signal really close to that appointment time. But if that device is a mile away or a half mile away, it has to send its signal earlier to reach its appointment time at the right time. So the network syncs all of its devices, and in doing so determines an approximate distance that the device is away from the tower. And that's what timing advance records are. Some things to note about timing advance records is it's not reliant upon the user doing anything. So the phone just has to be on the network. It can be in my pocket, it can be on the table. It doesn't require me to place a phone call, text message, or data session.
And is that how the timing advance data in some ways is different than a regular CDR?
Yes,
with cell site tower location?
Yes. So
Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the two big differences between the call detail records, again, that's like the phone bill with the tower information versus the timing advance. So the CDRs are reliant upon activity on the device. So for me, if you're looking at my records, on the CDR, you're only going to see when I place or receive phone calls, text messages, or have some kind of billable data. But on timing advance, you're going to see my phone checking in all the time with the network. Sometimes it's several times a minute, and sometimes it's every couple minutes that device is checking in with the network. And again, also with the timing advance, you're getting a general distance that the device is away from the tower.
Regardless of if you're texting or calling or doing anything with your phone just has to be on.
Correct. You could do none of those things as long as your phone is on.
Okay. Your next slide, which is slide 6.
Yeah, so another source of data that we reviewed was Garmin watch GPS location history. So again, the Garmin watch that Ms. Riley had on was activated as a GPS tracker during a run activity or a physical activity. And during that, the watch was recording with GPS accuracy down to 3 to 4 meter accuracy of where the watch was the entire time during the session.
Slide number 7.
So another source of information that we had was also phone extraction information from one of Mr. Ibarra's devices. And some of that information I think has already been recently discussed as Samsung Rubin data. And so again, what that is the device itself, using sensors on the device, Wi-Fi location, sometimes GPS, and other things like Bluetooth, generating an approximate location of where that device is and storing that information on the device, which then can be downloaded.
Is Rubin data like timing advanced data? Does Rubin data require the user of the phone to be doing anything for Rubin data to be generated and captured by the device?
No, it does not. So the device is just generating location information based on settings on the device itself.
And how much the Rubin data in this particular case, it came from a Samsung device?
It did.
And is it the one that we said the phone number to earlier on in your presentation?
It was.
Thank you. Your next slide.
All right, so for the next couple slides, we're going to see mapped activity of the phone devices, the GPS, and the extraction Rubin data. But for each cell phone tower information, what you're going to see is this call out, what we call a call out box. And so the call out box is all the information from the call detail records and the timing advance report. So at the top, it lists that unique cell ID number. So again, that's the tower number, and then the dash is the sector number. And then the date of the activity listed there in this example. And then the target phone number will be listed there. The time of the event will be listed, all in local time. And then it will also show whether it was an incoming or outgoing call or text message. The next part there where it says 60 is the compass direction of the sector used. So remember I said a tower covers 360 degrees, a full circle. So in this instance, the phone used a sector that pointed towards 60 degrees, or basically north and east. And then the other phone number on the far right-hand side is the other number associated with this call or text. One other thing you see on there is the letters RTD. That stands for range to device. And then it says 0.34 MI, so that's 0.34 miles. So again, that's going to be a timing advance activity. So in this instance, at 2:09 a.m., the phone checked in with the network and reported an approximate distance of 0.34 miles.
And this is just a hypothetical not associated with this case?
Correct.
Just explaining how the records look?
Correct.
All right. Your next slide, page 9.
Again, these are just the devices that I was asked to review, both cell phone records, extraction, location history, and also the Garmin GPS watch.
And focusing on the T-Mobile Jose Ibarra number that we see there. So could you tell the court what different types of data did you look at for him and his device?
Yeah, so I reviewed both the call detail records, so again, the phone bill with the tower information, timing advance records from T-Mobile, and extraction location history.
Which is Rubin data.
Which is the Rubin data.
And if you could, just so we're not confused when you say that, can you just say Rubin data?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you looked at all three of those things for his location.
I did.
Thank you. Let's start with Laken Riley. Is that who slide number 11 is dealing with?
It is.
Go ahead and tell us what we're looking at here at slide number 11.
Yeah. Your Honor, may I stand and point?
Yes.
All right, so each of the map slides will look approximately the same. What we'll see here is on the very top will be the date, time period.
I'm just going to move this a little closer to you so make sure Madam Court can hear. Okay.
At the top will be the date and the time period of the map. On the top left-hand portion up here will be any phones or watch information. So again, on this slide, we see it's the blue phone associated with Miss Riley and her watch. On the right-hand side here will be any locations of interest. I was given several locations of interest to compare the locations of the phones and watches to. So we have R being the Ibarra residence here. You see that yellow box here. Blue LR is the Laken Riley residence. We see that with this blue square up here. And then the crime scene where the body was located, we have here, we see that as the red box here. So in this example, or on this slide, we're looking at 9:03 to 9:53. And this is just Laken Riley's timing advance records, call detail records, and her GPS watch. So if we look at the cell phone activity first, we see at 9:03:09, there was a timing advance report of 0.68 miles. So we get the tower, we get the sector or side of the tower, and then what we can see here is that device reported a distance of 0.68 miles. So within this tower and sector, this shaded area right here is that 0.68 miles. So we have the timing advance arc there. We have an outgoing call placed at 9:03, 35 seconds to a phone number 6550. And then the next activity is at 9:10:50. We have a timing advance arc of 0.58, which is this timing advance arc right here. At 9:11:05 a.m. is an outgoing call placed to 911. And then the next timing advance, there's several timing events, but the next one we looked at was at 9:53:11. Same arc right here as this one before, 0.58 miles. And then a next incoming call again to that 6855.
And so go ahead.
So again, that's just the information from the phone data from Verizon in this case. What we also plotted here is the watch locations. So again, when she activated her run session at approximately 9:03 a.m. in the morning, it turned that watch into a GPS tracker. So again, that watch is then constantly recording among lots of different pieces of evidence or lots of different pieces of activity about her, the location. So we could track her location as she was running down here, and at 9:06:42 she went into the woods here, and then we can see she went up, hit this trail about 9:08, and then started moving eastbound, and then about 9:09:42 took that trail that goes north and west in this location here. We'll see on the next slide here, but 9:10 to 9:31, 9:10:31 to 9:26:53, all of her GPS activity is inside of this small area where the crime scene was.
The next page then is page 12.
So this is just concentrating on the GPS locations from the Garmin watch between 9:10:02 to 9:10:36. And again, we can see the GPS moving approximately down the trail here at 9:10:36. It's right here.
The next slide, 13.
So this is the time period between 9:10:37 and 9:14:58. And again, we can see the device has numerous GPS locations all within this small area right here together there.
At some point, does her device move off the trail and closer to the box that we see called crime scene?
It does.
Next slide, 14. What does this depict?
Yeah, so at 9:15:02 is the last time the device reported in the vicinity of the trail. Then that device is seen moving a little bit eastbound and then northbound here, where there's a lot of activity in this general area here, 9:15:20 to 9:26:53. That 9:26:53, the device has been stationary. Heart rate drops now at this point, and so the GPS location history stops coming in on that device at 9:26:53.
Okay, so your last GPS location on that device is at 9:26:53.
For this time period.
And we see in the box that you have drawn there, does that mean the device is moving, or what is with all the different purple marks we see?
Yeah, so again, each of these is a lat and long associated with the GPS device. As we all know, when we use GPS to travel in a direction, when you're moving, GPS is awesome and it tells you, hey, you need to turn, and then you turn. But when you start your GPS, sometimes it thinks you're headed the wrong direction or going this direction or that direction. So a GPS, when it's not moving a whole lot, sometimes the accuracy can be a little bit less. And so some of these hits will be over here, but what we do is look at the aggregate of all of the hits together. And again, all of the hits together put that device in this general area here.
Moving on to your slide number 15.
Yeah, so again, the next several maps will be of the red phone associated with Mr. Ibarra.
So first looking at page 15, what data are you mapping here?
Yeah, so again, what we have is the data directly from this device here ending in 3978. That's a T-Mobile device. And what we have here is the timing advance. So we're looking at, again, the CDRs, which is the phone bill plus the tower information. The timing advance, so the phone just checking in with the network. And then also the Rubin data.
Okay, so all of that is here on this slide.
Correct.
And in looking at all three, or that data, all three parts of data, or all three types of data, were you able to determine at what time Jose Ibarra's mobile device left his residence?
Approximately, yes.
And what time is that?
So during this time period, we can see again, the timing advance shows the arcs of where the phone is, and we can see the Rubin data here shows 11 to 12 meter hits right here on the residence. So on this slide, you can see between 9:30 and 9:45, all of the activity is in the vicinity of the residence.
I'm sorry, you said 9? Is that 9 or 6?
Correct, 6:42.
Okay, so 6:30 a.m. to 6:45 a.m. the phone is at the residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And by residence, you mean Jose Ibarra's residence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Next slide, 17.
So what we see here is continuation 6:46 to 6:59 p.m. Again, we see the timing advance.
I'm sorry, I heard you say p.m., but I'm reading a.m.
A.m., I'm sorry.
Okay, it is a.m., right?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
So what we have here again is the timing advance arcs here. So we see on the previous slide, the phone was just using one tower, one sector with one reported timing advance. Now we're seeing a lot of different timing advance arcs from two different towers here. We also start to see the Rubin data move away from the residence, which we'll see more of on the next page.
Page 18.
So again, this is just looking at the Rubin data. We kind of peeled off the timing advance arcs. And what we can see, again, is at 6:32 a.m. to 6:47 a.m., the device is in the vicinity of the Ibarra residence. And then the first activity we have away from the residence is this one here at 6:52, an 11-meter hit.
And the next one, what is the one at 6:57?
Yeah, so then at 6:57, we see a 35-meter location history here, close to what I've labeled as number 1, associated address number 1, which is 310 Rogers Road.
What is a 35-meter hit?
So what that means is the device is trying to determine the location, its location, and it's using, again, lots of different sensors. Sometimes GPS, sometimes it's using Wi-Fi locations, meaning the device senses other Wi-Fi locations and it says, hey, I see Jay's Wi-Fi location. I know where Jay's Wi-Fi is, so now I know where my device is. And so what we see is based on the signal strength from either the GPS location or the Wi-Fi locations that the device senses, it determines an error radius of the device. So it basically says, provides the latitude and longitude of where it believes the device is, and says that device is within an approximate distance. So in this case, that approximate distance is 35 meters.
Is it your expert opinion that that device left the Ibarra residence at 6:52 a.m. or thereabouts?
Yes, it is.
And is it your expert opinion that at 6:57 a.m. that device is near Building S, the 310 Rogers Road?
Yes, it is.
Next slide, 19.
So here we have 7 a.m. to 7:15 a.m. And again, this is both the CDR's timing events and that Rubin data all piled together. And so again, we see a lot of different timing events arcs from both different towers here. And then we also see some of the Rubin data, 702, 707, and 712, which we'll see more of on the next slide.
And why are there two different arcs for the timing advance data? How does that happen?
Yeah, so again, the phone checks in to determine its distance. And in this case here, a lot of times when a device is in an area of overlap, meaning it is in an area between two different towers, it's checking in with both of those towers to determine its distance. So we see this device had check-ins from this tower located here, as we see some of these arcs here, and it's also checking in with this tower here, these arcs right there.
And is it your opinion that at this time that device is again over Building S?
Yes, during some of this time period, which we'll see on the next slide.
Okay, there we go. Tell me what we're looking at, slide 20.
So again, on this slide, what we're focusing on is the Rubin data here. So we have the first check-in here is at 7:02 from the Rubin data, then at 7:07, and then that device moves southbound and reports location here at approximately 7:12 a.m.
And in between the two concentric circles that are marked 7:02, 7:07, there appears to be a blue icon there. Is that a bus stop?
It is.
Okay. And is that a bus stop outside of or near Building Rogers Road, 310 Rogers Road?
It is. This is 310 Rogers Road, also referred to as Building S.
Okay, where your one is?
Correct.
Okay. So that is the bus stop in front of Building S?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. What are we looking at page 21?
So again, just a continuation here. We have 7:16 to 7:34. Again, a combination of both information from the CDRs and the timing events, plus the Rubin data. So again, now that device, for timing events purposes, was checking in with only one tower, and then we have a Rubin location history here at 7:33. So we go into more on the next slide.
Slide 22.
So again, this is between 7:16 and 7:59. These are your timing advance arcs. That device is checked in with two different towers, which to me says that there's possible movement of that device, which is supported by the Rubin location history here, which we'll see zoomed in on the next slide.
And when you say movement, what do you mean by movement?
Yeah, so if a phone is located in one area, and that one area would be, let's say, if you go back to the next slide, I can
yes.
more explain it here. So let's say that phone was, located down here near the residence or off of this portion down here. Well, the tower that's closest to it would probably get most of the check-in. So that phone may only check in with one tower and have one timing advance arc. It's stationary, right? But a lot of times when we see a device is moving, we're obviously getting multiple distances, check-ins from those devices, that the phone is checking in at multiple locations. Plus, it's pulling from a separate tower in this area here.
So page 23, is that the Rubin data again?
It is.
Okay. And how would you describe the Rubin data in relation to your number one, 310 Rogers Road?
Yeah, so again, this is between 7:16 a.m. and 8 a.m. Again, this is only the Rubin data. The first one we have here is 7:33, an 11-meter location history here. We then see that device move northbound to the area around Building S, or the associated address number 1. And we have several location histories check in, 7:35, there's 2, 7:36, 7:37, 42, 7:47, 7:52, and then that device again has another location check-in at 8 o'clock down this way. So the device was in this general area here, moved up closer to Building S during this time period here, 7:35 to 7:52, and then sometime after that, up until 8 o'clock, the device is now moved again south.
So between 7:35 and 7:52, would your expert opinion be that that device is at Building S, number 1?
Yes, or very close to it. We see some of these location histories being as small as 2 meters, which again is about 7 feet.
And is this data that we see on page 23 also concordant with the timing advance data that you had shown us earlier?
It does. It matches up into the distances from the towers.
Next, screen 24.
So here we have between 8 and 8:59. Again, we see a lot of timing advance here. This would be indicative of some phone movement during this time period. A lot of different distances on each of these towers here. Plus, we have this Rubin data here at 8:12, 8:17, all the way up to 8:55, which we'll see more of on the next slide.
And when you say movement, again, what do you mean by that for this particular slide, page 24?
Yeah, so again, the device, if stationary, the timing advance distance would come back as the same distance. But since we're seeing multiple distances, sometimes on the same tower, but sometimes on other towers, it means that there's been movement of this device during that time period.
And within the range that we see here on page 24.
Correct, between 8 and 9, which is also supported by the Rubin data.
Page 25.
So the Rubin data here, 8:12, 8:17, again, locations down here, 8:34, location here in the vicinity of, again, the location 1, and then 8:55, location here, a pretty large 104-meter location history.
And for Rubin data, can you ask for specific times? Like, can you look at the phone extraction and just say, tell me, Rubin data, where was the phone at 8:24 a.m., for example? Or are you just stuck with what the phone collects?
Yeah, you just have what the phone collects and stores. So depending upon the settings on the device, things going on the device is going to collect and store location history to make a better experience for the users. So we can just testify and review that information.
So from 8:01 a.m. to 8:55 a.m., there's movement around, again, on the phone in that vicinity that we see. What happens at 8:55 a.m.?
So at 8:55 is the last part of the Rubin data. There's not going to be any Rubin data again until 9:40.
And that is a big gap. So 8:55 to 9:40, there is no Rubin data. What explains no Rubin data? How is Rubin data collected?
So Rubin data is collected through a couple different sources. One is GPS. We saw some of our hits beat GPS on the last one. these 2 and 3 meters were GPS collections. Some are Bluetooth collections, but the vast majority of location history from Reuben is from Wi-Fi. So if there is a Wi-Fi and it's turned on, it's sending beacons out to phones or devices saying, hey, on my Wi-Fi location, here I am. Whether it's open or closed, whether you join it or not, your device sees those Wi-Fi beacons. And it says, hey, I know Jay's Wi-Fi beacon, I just saw it, because I know where Jay's Wi-Fi beacon, where Jay's Wi-Fi is, I now know where my device is. And it knows where those Wi-Fis are because it's collected through open source information. So on all of our phones, specifically Samsung or Google phones, your device is collecting location history, sending it back to the provider so that the providers can use that information to better know where you are, to provide a better experience for the phone.
Did you check and measure yourself the area of the Oconee Forest Park to see if there is any Wi-Fi in that area?
I did.
And what were your results?
There was no Wi-Fi in the area of the park.
All right, so what is our next slide here, 26?
So again, this is looking at the device associated with Mr. Ibarra, 3978, and also included the GPS locations from Riley's watch. And so what we have here is at 9 to 9:03, we have the red device is somewhere within these timing advance arcs right here. Again, at this point in time, we don't have any Reuben data like we had in all the other previous slides.
So then is that consistent to slide page 26? Well, let me ask it a different way. Is it your opinion that that device of Jose Ibarra's was in the forest at this time?
Yes, obviously there's no Wi-Fi to provide locations. I did test for Wi-Fi all the areas covered by this tower here and this tower here to include this vast area. The only places within that test that provided no Wi-Fi was the general area of the Oconee Forest Park.
So the fact that there's no Wi-Fi and you have no Reuben data during this time period, is that concordant with the timing advance data that we see here with the device being in the forest?
It is.
And how long were you able to determine that that device belonging to Jose Ibarra was in the forest?
Yeah, so again, the last Reuben data we saw was 8:55, and then the next one we see isn't until 9:40.
And by 9:40, has that device left the forest?
You'll see in the timing advance where that device is.
Okay, all right, so we'll get there then. Page 27.
So again, timing advance arcs here, plus we have Laken Riley's GPS locations here. So the timing advance for this device at 9:03:50 and 9:51, again, put it in this spot here. Again, one thing to remember is there's still no Reuben data, which means when we tested these areas here, there was Wi-Fi everywhere except for the park, which allows us to kind of help pinpoint where the device could have been, and that would be somewhere within this portion here. And then again, we have the Riley GPS locations, and at 9:06, that device is still headed southbound.
Page 28.
So here again, 9:06 to 9:09 a.m. If we look at Riley's locations here, we see now she's moved down here, and at 9:06, she's now entering the woods here, the forest, and then her run trail takes her up and along this trail here at 9:09. What we have on the Ibarra device is again timing advance check-ins at 9:11 or 9:09 11 seconds and 9:09 56, both of which are on this timing advance arc. Again, still no Reuben data during this time period, which allows us to say that device was most likely in the forested area somewhere along this arc.
And is it your expert opinion in looking at both Laken Riley's Garmin watch data and the timing advance data from Jose Ibarra's phone that their two digital profiles are closing in on one another at this time?
They are.
Okay. The next slide.
So this is 909 to 912. And again, if we look at the Riley GPS here, we see at 909.12 it's here. 909.51 it made that turn to go north and west along that trail. And then we have the rest of those locations here, 910 to 912. We also have some timing advance of her device. Again, her device checking in with the network at 9:10:51. And you see that as that blue arc right here. We also have the timing advance for the 3978 red device. And so what we see here is at 9:09:56 is the first one. It's using this tower here, and we see it reports the distance at 0.58, which is the exact distance of Riley's check-in approximately 1 minute later. Here we have the device checking in using this distance right here at approximately 9:10 all the way to 9:12:08.
So during this time period that we see on slide 29, 9:09 a.m. to 9:12 a.m., are Laken Riley's digital profile and the Jose Ibarra phone, again, next to one another or on top of each other or coinciding? How would you describe it?
I would say that they are very close.
Okay. Next slide.
Again, this is a continuation, 9:13 to 9:09. Again, we already looked at Riley's GPS. We know that's all kind of in the vicinity of the crime scene during this time period. This is also where we have some timing advance off of her device, still reporting approximately the same distance at 9:17 here. And during this time period, we have the Ibarra device checking in using this tower and sector here, these arcs, at 9:13 to 9:09, with one of those during those time periods at 9:16. It's also checking in with this tower and sector here.
9:30, or excuse me, page 31, 9:20 to 9:27.
Yeah, continuation here. Again, we have looking at Riley's GPS device, 9:20 to 9:26:58. Again, 9:26:58 is the last time the device reports a latitude and longitude location. And then we have her timing advance at 9:20 and 9:26. Again, that device reports this approximately the same distance, so no movement that we can see on her device. And then we have his device here, the 3978 device, again in red here, reporting in several different distances from 0.4 to 0.9 between the 9:20 and 9:20 time period, again in this arc portion right here.
Page 32.
Again, continuation, 9:30 to 9:39. Now I'm looking at just the 3978 device, and what we see here is a lot of different timing advance arcs here. Again, the first one is at 9:30:06, and it reports 0.58 miles, which is the farthest distance here. And then what we see is that device reports closer and closer and closer to the tower, meaning that device started at 9:30:06, ending at 9:39:55, was farther away and got closer to the tower, eventually using this timing advance arc here at 9:39:55. So again, I'd say the device was farther away from the tower and gets closer to the tower during this time period. Again, still no Rubin data from the device at 9:39.
And you've already told us at this point, Laken Riley's digital profile does not move after 9:26 a.m., is that right?
That's correct.
So how long, from what time period, and if you need to flip back to look at your report, let me know, but from what time period to what time period did Laken Riley's digital profile and the Jose Ibarra device profile overlap in the forest?
Yeah, so approximately 9:10 on, pull up the slide here. So on page 12 is where we saw the device at 9:10:02 as it traveled north and west on the trail, and getting to the area at 9:10:36, that eventually it stays within that area and eventually moves off the trail approximately 5 minutes later. So I would say, and also based on his timing advance of where he is, plus the lack of Rubin data, I would say that the devices came in contact somewhere around the late portions of 9:10. So
Until when?
Until approximately, I would say probably 9:32 is when we see his device. Again, on this slide here, we can see at 9:30 it's here. 9:30 and 53 seconds, it's now a little bit closer. 9:32:07, it's now a little bit closer. So I would say it's somewhere around the 9:30 to 9:32 time period.
And then that device, the Jose Ibarra device, is on the move at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And in what direction does his device move, and where does it go, and at what time?
Yeah, so again, we saw on the other slide at 9:30 to 9:39, it moved far, it started farther, and eventually got closer to the tower. During this time period at 9:40 to 9:50 a.m., now we have timing events, plus now we're seeing the Rubin data again. The first location of that Rubin data is at 9:40 a.m., a 98-meter hit. And then we see 9:45, and then eventually 9:50 here. And again, that all interacts with our timing advance data we have here between 9:40 and 9:50 a.m.
And you have marked in this page 33 a D1 dumpster. What is that?
That's a location I was asked to look at as far as location information of where I think an article of clothing or something like that might have been thrown in the dumpster.
And is it consistent with the Rubin data that you have seen that that Jose Ibarra device is at that dumpster and could be at that dumpster at 9:44 a.m.?
Yes. Again, we have 9:40 here. The next location is at 9:45 here. So obviously you can see the scale of the map on the bottom between the device, the dumpster here, and this 9:45 is probably, I don't know, 70 or 80 feet distance. So yes, it's completely logical that at 9:45 the device could have been near the dumpster, but it just didn't report a location during that time. The next one we had was at 9:45.
And at 9:50 is the device back at the Ibarra residence?
It is.
And so at what time did the Jose Ibarra device leave his residence that morning on the 22nd?
Yes, so it leaves the residence. The first location we can see that it left the residence was at 6:52 a.m.
And what time does it return to the residence?
The returns back to the residence at approximately 9:50 a.m.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? I will pass the witness. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. One more thing. Sorry, I forgot. At some point, did you also look at Diego Ibarra's phone and attempt to find GPS location data?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you could have a seat for this. I think we're done with your presentation. And what were your results of looking at that?
Yeah, For the Diego devices, there was no location history from the extraction, so nothing similar to Rubin data, nor did we have, that device wasn't on the network, so there was no CDRs or timing advance available because that device was not hooked up to the network.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to start right where you left off there with Mr. Diego Ibarra's device. So we don't really have any information on where that device was located on the relevant time period.
We do not. Again, there's no CDRs, no timing events. That device, I think, was not activated on the network on like the 10th or 12th of February.
I want to talk about some general questions, and then we're going to go to some specific slides. So my first question is, timing advance data depends on someone's having cellular service. Is that true?
It does.
So if someone had turned off their cellular service for any reason, such as airplane mode, that data would cease to be communicated to the tower?
That's correct.
Okay. And then for the Rubin data, that depends on a combination of GPS or Wi-Fi data?
Mostly, yes, ma'am.
And so one reason someone could stop having Rubin data would be if they turned off their Wi-Fi or GPS capabilities.
Yes.
So if someone were to put their phone on airplane mode, for example, you would see a cease of the Rubin data.
Potentially, yes. So again, it's not always just the Wi-Fi locations. It can also be GPS locations.
But if you turned off location services on your phone with airplane mode, that would also kind of interfere with the GPS Rubin data.
Not necessarily. Location services is for the user and not necessarily for the provider or the maker of the device. They still get your locations from that.
But you would agree that the Wi-Fi collected Rubin data would be interfered with if someone turned off the ability of the phone to communicate via Wi-Fi?
Potentially.
So let's talk about what can affect the accuracy of these advanced timing data bands, because you kept using the term approximate. Why did you use the term approximate?
Yeah, because again, written in my report, it'll say whatever 0.56 miles. Well, that device isn't exactly at 0.56. It depends on the technology. So for 4G, which was the technology for these devices, that error rate is 78 meters. That's why you see it as an arc and not a line. So again, they couldn't say that it's at 0.35 miles and then there's just one solid line. Well, we know that that device reports a timing advance of 0.34 miles plus 78 meters.
And for those of us that are not up to speed on the metric system, what is 78 meters approximately? How long is that?
78 meters, it's like 3.1 meters to foot. Are you trying to convert it to feet?
If you can.
Yeah, so that would be right under 240 feet. So 230 something feet.
Got it.
Off the top of my head.
Thank you. So I would like to go to a different point on your slide to talk about this error rate a little more. And if does you need to toggle to my HDMI connection?
Is that you?
It is me. That's on. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Or you can switch, I took this one out, you want to just plug it up there? Okay.
Maybe. Okay. There's an issue on my end here. Oh, that's very weird. Okay. So when we look at, this is slide 11 of your PowerPoint. Does that appear to be an accurate copy of slide 11?
It does.
Okay. interpreting your map here, the GPS points, the actual GPS point is the point of the arrow at the bottom of the circles. Is that
It is,
fair?
correct.
And so when we look at the Garmin data versus this advanced timing band, even at the times when they overlap, you would agree with me that the Garmin data is slightly outside of the advanced timing band.
In some cases it is. So the way timing advance is generated is a signal is sent from the tower to the phone and then back to the tower. And they take the time period for that round trip of that signal and they multiply that times the speed of light. And that determines the distance. Sometimes that signal doesn't exactly go in a straight line and come back, especially when there's potential interference like buildings or a lot of trees or other things. That signal may bounce around as it reaches the phone and then bounce around and come back. And so what that potentially does is move the timing advance arc slightly farther away than the device actually is. So the device is either within the shaded area or slightly inside of that shaded area. And when I say slightly, we're talking about meters. We're not talking about, 30 feet or, whatever. We're talking about just inside of it.
And so one thing that can interfere with the accuracy of advanced timing data is having a lot of trees around.
It could make that timing advance arc a little bit further. Again, when I say a little, I'm talking about feet, single digits of feet, not necessarily large distances.
Sure, but you would agree with me that this forested area did have a lot of trees in it?
It does.
Can weather affect the accuracy of timing advanced data?
It really doesn't. I mean, most of those signals are picked specifically for their ability to, not be affected by it.
Okay. It's just the physical obstructions that would be in between the device and the tower that would be...
Correct, because it's based on line of sight.
All right, and then for Wi-Fi, there we have these circles of error rate, and you said it depends on the strength of the Wi-Fi. Am I correct in assuming that means if someone has a strong Wi-Fi signal that extends over a broader area, a device that connects to that Wi-Fi could be anywhere in that broader area?
So again, these are all based on algorithms inside the phone and also proprietary to Samsung. So as the phone sees the signal, it can tell, hey, most of these signals are really strong when we see this, so I know where I'm at, or hey, a lot of times this one Wi-Fi emits much farther than others, and so that could potentially change some of the distance.
I'm going to try to go now to slide 29. So this is the slide that deals with your opinions about where the devices were between 909 and 912. Does this still look to be a fair and accurate copy of your
It does.
Okay. You expressed an opinion when talking with the state that the phone was inside the forest. The phone associated with Mr. Ibarra was inside the forest at this time.
It was based on my review of the timing advance and the lack of Ruben data.
And so you base that analysis on just like you said, on the fact that there was timing advance data, but no Ruben data.
Correct.
But as we just discussed a few minutes ago, the Ruben data could have been interfered with by a different reason.
Potentially.
If the phone had been turned on into airplane mode, it could have not been picking up Ruben data on the Wi-Fi spectrum.
Well, in airplane mode, it would have taken itself off the network, and so therefore we wouldn't have timing advance either. So we know that the device was not taken off of airplane mode.
But if Wi-Fi was turned off, the phone?
Wi-Fi potentially could have, again, affected some of the Ruben data.
Okay. And so all we know for sure, based on the data we have available, is that the phone was somewhere in this red arc.
For sure. If you look solely at the timing advance data, yes.
You also testified that when you did a review of the Oconee Forest Park to determine if there was any Wi-Fi within the park that could be hit on.
I did.
How far into the park did you have to go before you, I guess, lost the capability of connecting to Wi-Fi?
Yeah. So we could see Wi-Fi at the edges of the park. I don't remember the exact distance, but it wasn't super far in there based on the terrain. If you know the terrain around in there, it obviously drops down a little bit as it goes in there. So if I had to guess a number, maybe 15 meters inside what's listed here as the park.
I think those are all the questions I have for you.
Any redirect, Ms. Ross?
No, sir.
Can he be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Special ed, you're excused. That's probably going to do it for
Yes.
today.
May I go ahead and just finally admit States 283, which are the two PowerPoints that I discussed. On States 283 is a thumb drive that has Jay Bernie's, Special Agent Bernie's PowerPoint that we just saw, and it also contains Special Agent Hipkiss's PowerPoint that was showed to the court earlier.
As indicated before, any objection?
No.
283 is admitted with the two PowerPoints. That will conclude the testimony today. So I'm interested in any information that you all can give me going forward as far as time.
I suspect, Your Honor, if we proceed on our current path, and we also have several other stipulations that we've yet to tell the board about, but we are stipulating some other evidence, that the state will be done tomorrow. I don't know exactly what time yet, but we will rest our case tomorrow.
All right. So I say that, and I'll hear from you, Ms. Beck. I wanted to hear that because I understand that you may have some defense witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I would say have them ready.
And would Your Honor like them ready in the morning or the afternoon?
I think afternoon is safe.
Afternoon sounds like would be fine. And by ready, I mean here.
Yes, Your Honor. We anticipate our witnesses, not even if they went all of them and took the longest that they might go, I think it's still going to be less than half a day of testimony.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the information. It's helpful. Anything else we can do today?
No, sir, not me.
Nothing much, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you all. 8:30 in the morning.